TotalEnergies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, TotalEnergies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. TotalEnergies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
Uh-oh, this shifted.
I said, Magnus!
Arjun is the new Blitz World Champion.
Unbelievable, Merzen! Guys, this is it. The final battlefield of the Fide World Blitz Championship, where champions aren't born in comfort, they're born in pressure, speed, and fearless resolve. One mistake will end dreams. One brilliant move writes your name in history. This isn't Blitz, guys. This is survival at lightning speed. Welcome to the finale. I am Fide Master James Canty III here, joined by my best friend, my twin brother, Grandmaster, Amon Hamilton. We are here today, bro. Final day. How you feel?
James, you said it perfectly. We are here to find out who is going to be the World Blitz Champion in both the open and the women's sections. It's great to have the final call with you, the last big event of the year. You know, as much as it is, you know, looking forward to the new year and reining that in, we're not done with 2025 just yet, James.
We're not done just yet, Chad. And yes, we still have a day of Blitz today. Of course, 5 and 6 rounds collectively, respectively. So we will see. Let's check the format. Here we are. 19 rounds switch. The last few rounds are today. And for women's section, it's the 15 rounds. So a few rounds for them today, too, as well. Time control is 3+2. And Amon, let's talk about this playoff here, because it is possible. Or obviously, it's going to happen. But with the playoff and knockout formats and etc., let's walk them through what could happen.
Yeah, exactly right. It's not will this happen. It definitely will happen. And here's what it is: the top 4 players do not have to have the same score. So, for example, somebody could end on 15 points, 14, 13, 12 points, and all 4 of them, if they're the top 4, advance to this knockout format. Then we play head-to-head matches. First seed plays 4th seed, second plays 3rd in a mini match consisting of 4 games. If those 4 games are tied 2-2 at the end of it, then we do an Armageddon to decide the winner of each match. The 2 winners then play in the final, which would ultimately be where we determine who's going to be the World Blitz Champion, in the exact same format, James, for both the open and the women's. Exact same format. And of course, for that Armageddon, in the case that it is needed, there is going to be bidding. The base time is 4 minutes, which means white gets 4 minutes no matter what. And the bid is for who gets to play with the black pieces, because why the black piece is so important. That's how we finally decide a result. If the game ends in a draw, then black actually wins. So there's an extra benefit to playing with the black pieces, which is why the players would take less time than the starting time in order to have that extra benefit. But James, there is 2 seconds increment from the very first move and throughout the entire game which is, I would say, highly unique for Armageddon. Usually it is a sudden death format, so it's a sudden death time control, does not go up. But with that 2-second increment, I believe that the players could actually take significantly less time than players might be used to in this format. What do you think?
I do not like 2-second increment in at all. Actually, in fact, I grew up in the phase of
No increment for
no
kids.
increment. There is no increment at all. We just you fight to the death. But of course, the increment changes things, everything all the way. Even with Armageddon now, I not the biggest fan, I would say, because Armageddon we're used to seeing. You want the black draw odds. Of course, you win, you win. You draw, you win. But that 2-second increment, it really just changes everything. I mean, it's just a different type of game. But not to say that, okay, we're going to play our best chess and see what we can do, but not the biggest fan myself. I'm sure some of the players feel the same as well, having so many Armageddons themselves. So here we go in the standings. Now, what are some storylines that we're going to be looking forward to today, Amon? I mean, there's a lot on the line, especially if I'm in like 20th place. I still do have a shot having 6 rounds today. What's that storyline look like?
Yeah, you said it best. There's a lot of players still in contention, and I want to first draw everyone's name to a real underdog story. Gutham Krishna, number 14 on the right side of your screen. He's at 9 points, and guess what? That's the same amount of points as Magnus Carlsen. So they have a similar task ahead of them. Some real underrated players who are overperforming, and then you have 9.5 points. The group there, Bu Jiangzi at 9 points also hasn't lost. Same with Yu Yangyi and Dubov. Their strategy, let's see how it plays out for them in this event. Will it be enough for a gold medal? Will it be enough for that top 4? We'll wait to see. And then finally, Fabi, Maxime, and Arjun. These are the contenders, the guys leading the event, and the guys with the best chance at that gold medal, James.
And here we are, of course. So in the women's section 2 as well, we have Eline Robers at the top with 8.5. I mean, absolutely just tearing through the pack, tearing through the field. Looks like she's the only one, except on the second page there, without a loss. I mean, she is going absolutely crazy here. Then we have the pairings for today, as players are sitting down ready to go. I'm looking forward to seeing all the games, as we see Gutham there playing against Prague. It's awesome to see his countrymen, and the big matchups here. As handshakes are on the board, I guess. The handshake's happening. And we have a freeze. There we go. Okay, I was going to say, I don't know. He just froze in midair, and we have moves. Here we go.
We couldn't possibly fathom that things would begin on time here, James. And lo and behold, they have. So we are excited to get right underway with today's action. You can see the bird's eye view. It is top of your screen, the women's section. Olmanova and Robers on that first board. We should mention that Robers is leading the competition clear by a half point right now. Olmanova has been very tough competition. And again, Robers and Olmanova are not names that were really up there when it came to the World Rapid. So interesting to see the dominance when it comes to the Blitz section.
Yeah, I love to see it. I love to see the focus too as well. I mean, just stoic and of course there's nerves, but not really showing them as much. It is an important stage, an important field here. Every game matters, every draw. Half a point that you give up will matter here as we're trying to get to that top 4 to make it to the playoff.
Exactly. On the bottom of your screen, that is the open section. Magnus, of course, on that top board, but not leading the event. A point behind the competition, but as you mentioned, James, there's 6 rounds today, so there's lots of time to make that comeback. We see Yu Yangyi and Arjun, very equal position thus far, very symmetrical as well as you can expect. Fabi and Grishuk are playing a game that is very imbalanced, a classic Sicilian here, and also Magnus going for that setup, James, kind of a King's Indian, which does that speak to maybe the mental state, of the task ahead of Magnus here? I don't feel that that's something we usually see Magnus going for.
Absolutely. I mean, I remember it was an old quote that he said, King's Indian player is going to be mad at him about this one. But I remember he was like, yeah, if I wanted less space or if I wanted a worse position, I would play King's Indian. And I'm like, bro, what did you mean? It's fighting words. Like, what? You said what, bro? So at the same time here, he will play it, and he has won many games we've seen with the King's Indian defense. But with that being said, he's using it, obviously, to get those points. I think he's like, I don't care about none of this. I need wins on the board. Every win is very important and catapults you into the standings no matter where you are, at least, on the first 2 pages of the standings, 1st through 24th. you get those wins. Those are very important. And we do have a sharp position in that King's Indian, which looks like some type of Mar del Plata, where you get F5, F4. He's going straight for that G5, G4. That's going to be a very fun game between them.
Exactly. The King's Indian idea, it's rooted in the philosophy of a massive kingside attack. I mean, who doesn't want to play chess that way? The computer is even liking the position for Magnus. I feel like that's always a big sign because, James, it's notoriously the case that the computer does not love the position for black because of the space disadvantage. But this is a very clear path here. H5 and G4, the knight perhaps jumping into F6. It's all about achieving that. And at that point, you can play F3, you could play G4, G3. You just want to sacrifice, open the king side, and we're going to see if Martirosyan is able to defend. One idea is often the move knight to H2. And what that does is, in case the move H5 is played, knight H2 would then prevent the move G4. And that's why you're seeing the blue arrow for the move G4 immediately, James, before perhaps knight H2 can be played in order to guarantee some open lines.
Yeah, that's actually interesting here because usually we see stuff like rook F7, bishop F8, and then rook G7, and then go for the G4 push. The G4 push is generally not played until you get an H5 off. So playing G4 right now isn't the easiest to play because, obviously the theory based to it, but C5 is already played with knight B5, rook C1 type of stuff. It could get scary. I mean, it is about, this King's Indian variation is always who's going to get, by the way, is that a timer? Why does this timer say 50 seconds?
I think it's how much time you spent on the current move.
Oh, this is like interesting. That's different for me. I'm used to seeing that clock, right? Wait. No. That is the clock. 40 seconds.
I think it's how much time he spent on that move, but it happens to be eerily similar to how much time he actually has remaining as well.
Guys, that is incredible. 40 seconds here? Move kind of.
Yeah, it was a big thing, but he played the right move. He went for G4. This is the correct attacking move in the position. Often you do go for that slower approach, rook F7, bishop F8, maybe H5 as you were pointing out, Canty, but no, straight for G4, and it is the right decision here. If you're not careful here, the move H5 is going to happen. And how are we going to continue the attack? Usually in the King's Indian, you want to move this king to H8 or H7. And as you mentioned, somehow use the G file with that rook. With knight H4 coming, that looks very, very scary.
That's why we like the King's Indian, especially in this variation. It is about either you mating or you lose the game. And that's easy. Very simple. Either I checkmate or I don't, right? And he's going forward. Knight H4 played very smoothly. See how he played it? Knight H4, bring pieces over to that side of the board. Magnus playing.
There are some results as well. James, just no surprise. Daniel Dubov with a draw against Wesley, sticking to that strategy. And Lu Shanglei and Jan Nepomniachtchi have also agreed to a draw in their game. I want to take us over to Fabiano and Grishuk. This is with one of the leaders, Fabiano, against Grishuk here. And I'm looking at the position. It looks very imbalanced. This bishop on G7 is actually not in the action. Meanwhile, D4 has just been played. Very double-edged here. However, which position do you prefer here, James? It's really whether you believe in these bishops for black here, because bishop on G7 is not really participating.
Yeah, that is not a bishop at all right now, but it can break up with F6, but that's going to really weaken maybe the E6 bishop. The knight on C5 is a little loose too as well. Grishuk glancing at the clock, which lets me know he's down on time, the usual thing.
20 seconds.
Trying to figure out what he wants to do.
It's no surprise that Alexander Grishuk is down on time.
It's another day in the office.
Bishop F8, perhaps with an idea to later play F6, but you see what's happening is Fabi is kind of just constricting the position here. You can almost get really ambitious as white here. Play king H2, rook F1, G4 F5. He goes for bishop takes C5, but now the A5 pawn needs protection, so queen D2 is played.
Yeah, but quick trade.
And here we go, F5.
Ooh, he's trying to open up the game.
If you play F6 here, it's deceptive. It looks like you're launching a checkmate attack, but it is very difficult to checkmate with that bishop on F8. So that's why he captures instead, looking for ideas like maybe queen G5 and bishop captures on G6. This could get real bad real quick. We might double the rooks here. Rook f2, rook f1.
Okay.
The knight can also reposition. Knight c4, knight d6. It's going to hit f7. There's going to be sacrifices everywhere here. I think Fabi is wrangling some good control of this game so far.
Okay, can we get rook at I guess e1? I want to get rook f4 to h4, but I can't get this off on that side of the board. H4, h5. I love it. Love it. H4, h5 type ideas. He's trying to get rid of this knight to be able to take on e5. Takes.
Very smart. Queen c7, he's going to target the e-pawn. All of white's forces have now gone into defensive mode, but h5 is there.
H5 is really strong as it tries to open up the game just a little bit more.
Now, the move rook d8 after queen takes h5, there's no checkmate. You can play queen h7 check, but it's just a check. The king is going to slide to f8. Look at this. He goes rook d5. It's all in on the e5 pawn.
Wow, and I guess he's saying there's bishop g6 anyway. Oh, no more.
Are we going to see the move g4 on the board? We do.
It's on the board. It's on the board. Rook e3. There it is. But I don't think there's anything to it. Take on f5. There could be a check. Black white rook g2. It's all happening. Rook g2. Snatching,
some
grab,
flying pieces there.
takes.
That one did not go off the board though.
f6 could be winning. It's on the board. Slight grimace. There's a slight
Bishop
check.
e4.
Bishop e4. Resi. Wow.
Resignation with time expiring as well.
Wow.
The Magnus game is still in progress. He really needs this result here. The king is being chased down, being hunted here, but there's just no checkmate.
Super annoying. That is one of the annoying things about the Mar del Plata is if white does get his king running, it's no mate. Usually, especially when he...
Remember, queen g8 was a threat, so you had to play king back to g7 in order to play on. Mm-hmm. Magnus will be in a slightly worse position if the queens and rooks trade off the board. It's all about delivering the right check. Queen to a4 is the idea. Queen c4 covers. We might see rook to f2 here. No, white is doing a really good job, Martirosian, holding the balance here. Magnus's bishop is not part of the action right now. It's a very bad piece.
Yeah, it's terrible, actually. But also the time is for both of them. This is a time scramble. Rook g3 trying to take on f3. Fabi in the background. Wesley on the other side.
He's holding the balance really nicely. The bishop, again, is not in the game. If that bishop was participating, making some threats.
Whoa.
Magnus again with a slip.
What happened?
He can't set up any pieces here. What on earth is happening? Magnus has no control of the pieces. Every single piece just tumbled. Even trying to set them back up, he knocked more pieces down.
And Martirosian talking to the arbiter about,
Martirosian
is
he's right to be a bit incredulous here because it's not just one piece. Even setting the pieces up, we knocked more pieces down. Now, this is at least a better situation for Magnus because they didn't fall off the table and he didn't run out of time setting them up. But I think it was actually Martirosian who perhaps paused the clock there. And now the arbiters are discussing what they're going to rule. Obviously, some penalty for Magnus. It was unclear to me because it looks like Magnus hit the clock, if I see it correctly, with like 6 pieces down.
I'm not sure what it was, actually. 2 as well. I mean, maybe he's trying to move his rook to, something with rook g2. Maybe that was obviously a transmission error, but there's just a lot going on. A lot going on there in that fumble.
So for sure, it's an obvious infraction. You cannot hit the clock with pieces not on their proper squares. Like you can't complete your move in a, let's say, illegal position. So there's something that needs to occur here. But Martirosian is understandably, a bit confused because he's like, well, what am I supposed to do? Like he's hit the clock, so my time's ticking, and there's no pieces on their proper squares. But Magnus is probably saying, well, I had a traumatic experience yesterday not hitting the clock. So he's definitely going to hit the clock and take whatever punishment they see fit.
Yeah. And we're actually going to see right now. He's like, yeah, you can't do that, bro. You can't do that. So we got to make sure, you can't do that again, bro. Come on. So I don't know what the penalty would be though, because he had no time.
Based on the faces, I'm wondering if they're saying that this is a loss. If I'm reading facial expressions, that seems like the discussion. Magnus doesn't seem particularly pleased with the decision here. But I actually don't know, James. Truthfully, I am not an arbiter. I don't know how the rule book. And this looks like perhaps a handshake and a win for Martirosian. I'm not familiar with how the rules shake down there, but I will say like 5-6 pieces on the like not set up properly while hitting the clock is probably on the higher scale of the infractions as far as the rule book. So interesting to see, but it looks like that was ruled a win, and Martirosian has beat Magnus to start the day. I mean, the people were wondering, drama, day one had it. What about day two? Well, clearly, if this is the start, we're in for a treat.
Hey, Caro in the chat. What's up, Caro? Yeah, that was just crazy. With that happening, never seen anything like that myself. I'm not gonna lie. So, that's tough. That's very tough to lose like that, especially in a very critical situation where you need to win, obviously. So I don't know if Magnus is out of the top 4, but it's tough. Every loss,
he's out right now. I could say that for sure.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to keep your hopes high and try to win the rest of your games. With that being said, guys, that's pretty tough. Pretty tough. Never seen it like that. But what I do see on the leaderboard up there is MVL and Fabi, and I think he's played Arjun already too. So MVL that is. So we got some 11s up there at the top 10.5. There's a 10 piece. Yeah, looking nice here. What do you think about standing so far after what just happened?
Well, interestingly enough, our undefeated trio, which is Yu Yangyi, Bu Jiangzi, and Daniel Dubov, at 10 points. They're still up in the fight for those top 4 spots, but ultimately Arjun, Fabi, and Maxime continue to lead, and you're seeing Magnus's name barely hang on to that first page here. He's now 2 points behind the lead, which is very significant, and his chances of being in that top 4, remember, tie breaks and everything are going to be a factor to determine those top 4. They're now dwindling here without pretty much a perfect run out.
It's really difficult. Of course, there's the pressure and the stakes are higher. Each game, each draw that happens, right? You can just feel the pain there of like, if I could win, you go back and think about what could I have done better in each game, and et cetera, things like that. It's not very easy to obviously come back from that. But Hike Martirosian's like, whoa, got the win. Not the way that I want to have it, but I don't care how we get it. It matters if I got it done. That's very important to understand. Because now, it's like, hey, a few more games away to maybe punching into the playoff here. Dubov still no losses for Dubov. He's going off. Eline and Omanova there, a draw. Okay, she was able to still stay up there at the top. Got a draw there. Sara with a win puts her at 8.5. Pretty nice. Got some draws down there too as well. See Carissa right behind him with 7.5. Drawing Anna, the sister, as well. All right, here we go. Eline, 9, 8, 8.5 right behind him. Even the second half of the page there with Zujanier on 24th still has a chance to make it to that top 4.
Yeah, I'm a little doubtful, especially with less rounds remaining in the women's section, if any of the players with less than 7.5 points really have a realistic shot at all. I don't think that's the case. It's only top 4. And again, you have to assume that many of the players that are in the top 10 right now are going to collect at least, 3 points from the remaining games. That immediately puts everyone who has 7 points out of contention. So even some of the 7.5s are going to be hard pressed to join the lead. You're seeing Eline, Omanova, Asalbaeva with the win over Goryachkina. This is a very tight field, but Eline Roberts, undefeated and still up there leading the event by half a point, is incredibly impressive.
It's incredibly impressive as well. And Baby Sara here actually drawing Goryachkina is actually hurting her chances. Goryachkina was on fire, still doing well, but got some rounds left to play too as well. Okay, so I think it is time for our we have a tactic today. Oh no, we don't. Okay, cool. So we just got the word on that.
There were no tactics, only drama in that round, James.
It was exactly figuring out how we should move faster without actually knocking over pieces is what we're going to talk about today. No, at the same time, we are going to take a short break, guys, and come back with round 14 of the last day of the World Blitz Championship.
That's AI.
So we're gonna play. What is the name of this? Just like guess the voice. I don't know. We just embedded this. Guess the something.
Guess if it's AI. Right? Guess if it's AI or a real person.
So without any further ado, let's play the fun game as we get ready to roll out coach. And Vic, go for it. Round 1. We are changing the name of the bishop to diagonal thingy.
AI all the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say AI, but should one of us go first for the guesses, or do we just both yell it out? I was gonna say AI though.
I think you can both go. You both guess
Okay.
AI?
Easily. You would never say bishop thingy. That you would never say that.
Okay, they both got it right. Yeah, I would never say that. I would never say we're changing diagonal thingy, although now I'm saying it, but okay. And actually, this time, I think that was a good call, Levy, so we'll rotate. All right, Levy, you go first, but let's play round 2. You go, and then Hikaru goes.
I literally don't care.
Wow. I'm gonna go AI.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree. The pitch sounded a little bit high. I might have said that, but the pitch sounded too high compared to the way I normally say it. So I'm gonna go with AI as well.
Okay. Vic, reveal. That was real.
I did say it once. Okay.
Wow.
Wow.
Man, literally don't care.
No, but
I agree.
no,
with you.
but
I thought it sounded too high pitched, but apparently that was from a stream. All right, no, round 3. This time Hikaru goes first.
Some people think that if their opponent plays a beautiful game, it's okay to lose. I don't. You have to be merciless.
That's. I mean, if that's not Magnus, I'd be really surprised. That's got to be the real Magnus.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess real. That's
Wow.
AI.
That is AI. I want to hear more. By the way, I think I listened to a couple days ago. I had a bit of a refresh of all of your voices, and I do think that this last round of Magnus, they really nailed it. Like it's kind of crazy. It sounds better than any of the other versions. So there we go.
I'm just gonna say everybody who knows Magnus needs to have a safe word, because if a person calls them using that voice, like they need
one
some
thing
way.
to note too is just to ease those concerns. This is also on a bit of a chess.com kind of proprietary chess LLM. We've been building out a lot of the phrases. Nothing that hits the community is not approved in that way. So if Magnus calls you and says to wire him a bunch of Amazon gift cards, that is not good. Do not send him a bunch of Amazon gift cards. But okay. All right. Ben, give us another one. This time,
Yo,
Levy
I'm
goes
mad
first.
trash, bro.
That's it. That's all I have to work with,
bro. Yo, I'm mad trash, bro.
I mean that's like the Hikaru one. I mean it sounds like it's robotic, but I definitely have said I'm gonna go with real.
I'm gonna say it's AI. Let's spice.
Yeah,
it up.
we can't always have the same answer.
Yeah.
So I guess
Hikaru's right. It's AI. There you go. I love that Hikaru got it right on a Levy voiceover. That's just the best. One more. Okay, one more. Here we go. This time
And then we have a
Hikaru goes
tiebreaker.
first.
We have a tiebreaker next one.
How does the knight move?
No.
You play it
Wait,
again?
sorry. I didn't mean to. Go ahead.
How does the knight move?
The way the K was hanging on knight, that didn't sound right to me, so I'm gonna say it's AI.
I was gonna guess real. Is it real?
Okay.
Correct.
Oh.
Oh
Wow.
my God! Now it is a tiebreaker. Well, now we have to do one more because they're tied.
We can't have people
do we
feeling
have any
left
more?
out. So is Anna Cramling the tiebreaker?
Okay, he's pulling them up. Going to the back cave of AI Boy. This is actually more fun than I thought. That was actually surprising. I thought that was AI.
We
thought
did
that was
this
AI.
6 months ago at the MIT thing at the conference, and there
Yeah.
I was like 90% correct. So they really fixed it a lot.
It
Now
has
it's
gotten
scary.
better. No, I agree. I think some of them sounded like Hikaru said, the enunciation was just too awkward, like word to word. It's flows better now, and a couple of the particular voices like Magnus and Andre, I think have actually just gotten better. Like they just sound more accurate. Okay, he's ready. We got all right, tiebreaker.
Oh my god, my queen! Oh my god, my queen!
Okay, I guess I'll go first. I don't know. Real.
I was gonna say AI. I mean, it sounds, but the problem is all these ones of Levy and myself, I feel like they just sound too energetic or too high pitched or something's off. So I'll just say AI for the sake of it.
All right, drum roll, because no matter what, we have a winner after this, and we say goodbye to our guest stars. So drum roll, here we go. Who's right, Levy or Hikaru?
Oh wow.
So wait, Levy, what did you get? Real or AI?
I guess real. But it's like a total crapshoot. I mean, I'm guessing on vibes. Although the Andrea clip, I think it's from the interview of the World Championship, and it sounded quite. I think I watched that clip like 100 times because it's just so funny and riveting. So I think I like just remembered it in my head. But yeah, no, that's good. I gotta talk to my grandparents now. Make sure they don't wire anybody any money that sounds like me.
Actually, some of the phrases are a little clunky and awkward. So when this is live, you guys will definitely give us feedback if we need to change some. But I think some of them are even funnier because they're a little weird. But all right, this is going to be amazing for a lot of our members. The fact that they can choose Hikaru and Levy. Thank you guys for playing this with us. So pretty soon, people will be choosing to experience every coach feature, which is game review, lessons, play coach as an experience with Hikaru or an experience with Levy. So you guys are awesome. Thank you for all you do, and we'll see you in another time.
Thank you for having me here, Danny.
Thank you.
My name is Jules Schulman, and I am joined by Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana to figure out how well you and Hikaru know each other.
Oh, okay.
So I have questions for you. So how many subscribers on YouTube and followers on Twitch does Hikaru have combined?
I saw something recently that he got 2 million on Twitch, so I saw the announcement somewhere. So going 2 million Twitch and 2.5 YouTube, I'll say 4.5 million total.
Wow, I think that's exactly correct.
Actually, I don't check his channel, but I just remember seeing the announcement like 2 days ago or something. So some luck there.
How many times has Fabiano won the US Championship?
Okay, so Fabiano, he didn't win in 2020, so at least there's no asterisk. He's won it 4 times. 4 times he's won the US Championship.
Correct. When is Hikaru's birthday?
Oh, when is his birthday? I actually don't think I have any clue. I'm gonna say end of the year. I don't know why, but like I know Magnus is in December. I'm gonna go Hikaru in November, but I wouldn't even be able to guess the date, and probably the month is wrong, and I have no idea.
December 9th.
Oh, I should have gone December.
What state was Fabiano born?
Also very easy. He was born. He was born in Florida, but more specifically Miami.
In what popular HBO series did Hikaru have a cameo in a few years back?
This one I know because I was also invited, but then they went with Hikaru. It was Billions.
At what age did Fabiano become a Grandmaster?
Okay, I became a Grandmaster at 15. He definitely broke it. I'm trying to remember, was he 15 or was he 14? It was like 15 years, 87 days. For whatever reason, I mean, I don't know for sure, but for some reason 14 is not ringing a bell. So I think he was also 15, but like just a couple of days. So I think it was 15. If he was 14, I'd be surprised, but I'll go with 15.
I think it's 14 years, 11 months.
Ah, it wasn't even 15. Okay.
What is Hikaru's all-time blitz rating on chess.com?
At some point, people were getting up to like 3,400, like Ali Reza. I'm gonna go like 3,409, because I think back in the day, everyone was like a bit higher rated, and Ali Reza and Hikaru were around the 3,400 range. I'm gonna go 3,409 just to shot in the dark.
It's 3,405, but really close. When was the first time Fabiano beat you in a classical game?
Okay, let's see. So there's 2011 Vachier-Lagrave. I did not lose that game. First time I lost to Fabiano classical game. Think so. Dot 9. Is it Reggio Emilia? That's an interesting question. This is probably wrong, but I'm gonna go with the 2014 Singfield Cup.
I actually think you're exactly correct on that one. Round 5.
Okay.
Which basketball team does Hikaru support?
I have no idea. Mavericks? Probably not. I don't know.
It's Chicago Bulls. How many candidates tournaments has Fabiano played?
Okay, so for Fabiano, it should be pretty easy. It should be 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. So it should be 5 candidates tournaments.
Hikaru published a book in 2009. What was the title?
It was something about Bullet. It was like how to win Bullet. I wouldn't remember the exact title. How to win at Bullet Chess.
Actually, pretty close. It's Bullet Chess 1 Minute to Mate. Has Fabiano ever represented a country besides the US? And if so, which one?
Yeah, so Fabiano represented Italy from about, like, I'm gonna guess, like somewhere around like 2001-ish to till I think 2014. Could be wrong, but about 12 or 13 years he represented the country of Italy.
What was Hikaru's peak FIDE rating?
20. Okay, was it over 2820? I'm like, for some reason the numbers that's jumping out is 2819. It could also be somewhere in the low 2820s. For some reason 2819 is like speaking to me. I'll go with my gut. Say 2819.
2816. Close. What was Fabiano's peak FIDE rating?
Okay, so Fabiano's peak FIDE rating. Okay, so I believe that it was higher than Kasparov, if I'm not mistaken. Kasparov was 2851, so I think it was 2850. It's either 2853 or 2849. I think was he higher than Gary or not? For some reason in my mind, 53 doesn't sound right. 49 does. 2849, but I wouldn't be shocked if it's the other way around.
We have 2844.
Oh, it's 44.
Well, guys, if you haven't been watching, well, you need to be watching now. Of course, it's time for the slow-mo cam with me, myself, Fide Master James Kent III, and Grandmaster Amon Hamilton. Let's break this slow-mo cam down, guys. What just happened? So, of course, we have the game, Hike, Martirosian, Magnus, they playing. Everything's all cool. You got people in the background. And then, boom, what happened here, Amon? What is going on?
Well, you can see Wesley having a chuckle in the background here. Unfortunately, as Magnus goes to play rook to g3, he knocks all 4 center pawns over. And as he's trying to set them up here, he even places the white pawn back on the wrong square there on f4, you can see. And then in trying to place the other pawns on the board, he even knocks more pieces over. And to cap it all off, he's hit the clock during all this. And so you can see in a closer view here, he knocks every piece over. And what he's realizing is because it was like yesterday, he's now going to hit his clock because he knows time's going to expire if he tries to set them all up. But by hitting the clock, of course, now you're doing it on your opponent's time, and there's no way that Martirosian's clock should be ticking. Notice the pieces are not even on the correct squares, pawn on f4, and by the time he gets things set up back correctly, I mean, so much time has ticked off Martirosian's clock that you just have to sit there and say, you know what? You wouldn't have had time to set them up properly. There's way too many pieces all over the place. And ultimately, we can say, James, that the decision was rendered by the arbiter there, Chris Bird, and it was actually just accepted by Magnus in the end. Frustrating, but you have to accept that as a competitor. And Martirosian, even slightly apologetic at the end. Of course, the result makes sense, but you never want to win a game like that at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just it's not it's part of the game. It is annoying. For instance, even the piece hang that happened with Fabiano and Magnus in the previous rounds with knight takes c7. So he's just hanging a rook. And Arjun had a game. He hung a rook on the back rank with the bishops that go backwards. They do go backwards, chat, if you didn't know. So with that being said, though, games have started and we are back live. Here we go.
Yeah, let's get into the action. I see that Fabi and Wesley are perhaps even going to draw their game before we get a chance to take a look. Of course, that's not 100% guaranteed, but for anyone that's been following the top level of chess for even one tournament, you'll recognize this symmetrical nature of the position there. Not likely to lead anywhere, but of course, let's Let's have a look here. We see Magnus against Makarian. An interesting note for people tracking is that 13 or 13 and a half points are usually the scores required, and there's 5 games remaining. And because of that, you can kind of already see that Magnus pretty much needs to score 4 or 4.5 out of his remaining games to even be in the conversation for that top 4. That would be my estimate here. If you're tracking, Magnus's chances after that loss.
13 and a half, guys. That is really, really tough. But it is possible here, especially if you stay locked in and, keep your mind on the game. Keep your mind just on the game and the board in front of you. With that being said, anything crazy going on? Definitely the Carlson game with that pawn e6, or this is like a French, some type of French, maybe was that a French? Maybe a London, actually. But no, there's no F pawn. What on earth was that?
Yeah, at this point, also I was going to say the results are probably going to come in very quickly. The players drawing is going to give people like Magnus a better chance to catch up. But we see Bujiangzi. I was noting that position was almost dead equal in terms of symmetry as well. Fabi and Wesley are repeating moves. I'm assuming we're about to see a handshake, where we just did. So a draw in that game as well. And Dubov and Abdusatorov, I don't think there's anything that would normally make me say we're about to see a draw, but it's Dubov, and he hasn't lost the game in the entire event. And he feels like the kind of player that if you overpress against him, he might beat you. And he's a very, very strong player. So it's almost like, hey, if the guy wants a draw, I'm not going to fight him too hard on this.
Yeah, you got it, big dog. It's all you, your world, sir.
And so that's why we're looking at the games in progress. And perhaps we can take a look at Arjun versus Martirosyan just briefly, because this is one of the few games, along with Magnus, that is actually in progress and will likely see really continue on as a fight. Arjun, has been playing that style first of all, his entire career, let alone in the Rapid and the Blitz event. Knight to F4 has just been played, and he has these. You were talking about sniper bishops. They move backwards, but James, they also move forwards. The bishop on B2 and C2 with the queen behind it. There's a lot of pressure in this position, and the pawn on F3 is stopping the knight and the bishop on the long diagonal. So I would say actually a surprisingly good position for Arjun in what you thought might just be symmetrical.
Yeah, now I have to figure out how to press or make something work here. Let's see what he's doing. Rook to F2, okay? Double one way or the other, he's saying. Yeah, I'm going to the F or the D. Maybe even rook E1, something like that is very possible. Move around a little bit. H6 on the board. Maybe some
H6
G4.
played in order to get the pawn off the H7 square so that the knight is not tied down. But the game that we're on right now definitely looks like we could be seeing potential tactics here. You probably need to trade because, James, I'm very concerned about knight takes E6, and almost knight takes E5 needs to be played as a safety measure.
There it is. It's on the board. Takes. Rook is now hanging, so he moves it out of the way.
He challenges an open file, but the blue arrow highlighting rook C1, it's an unusual move, but played by Arjun very confidently, giving up the D file. But you're looking at the squares on the D file. You can't make use of any of them. Meanwhile, the C file belongs to white.
Let's see.
And bishop A4?
I'm actually
is this just material?
Bishop A4?
He plays it. Bishop A4, James. The rook has no squares. I was just highlighting that there were no squares to use, but now the queen has just taken the D8 square.
Maybe rook D2. But takes, and there's big rook C7. And yeah, that's a wrap. Well, wait a second. Takes. Rook C7, queen takes C3. I guess he has one.
Yeah, I think that this position is just winning for Arjun.
Hike in the think tank here too as well. Under a minute on the clock, if you can see there.
And based on the results so far, we saw early Fabi draw Maxime. So if Arjun wins here, he'll jump right back into that position at the top of the standings.
To draw some more rook D6. He's saying, okay, you know what, you can take. And after taking, I will have the bishop here. But I am down in exchange. Dubov actually slightly better now.
Yeah, Dubov, like we said, you don't go for a draw. All of a sudden, you might see something different. Let's take a look at that game right there, because Dubov, we talk about his undefeated. It doesn't mean he's sitting there drawing every game. That's actually not the case at all. He's drawing a few games, he's drawing a lot of games, but he's winning a lot as well, and he's never losing. And that is a perfect strategy.
Yeah, exactly. If I don't win, I draw. If I don't draw, I win. You know, one or the other here. And Eline Roberts, by the way, you see on the screen, is another game up for her. I mean, what is she doing to be playing chess like this? She is cooking everything and everyone
Dominant.
that stands in her path. Oh, I mean, very dominant performance for her in the blitz section. She's absolutely on a tear.
Yeah, and let's jump into this Dubov game here, because it looks like, I don't know if this is going to be a definite conversion, but after rook b8, after winning a pawn, going for more trades, the d pawn also loose, Dubov looks like he has a great chance to secure a win. And, you know, just that one result is very, very meaningful.
Very big for him in the standings here. No one really had Dubov on their card there. Not to say that, you know, he wouldn't be on someone's bracket, but not a lot of people's bracket.
Queen takes d4 here. I mean, the a7 pawn is hanging. You've got queen d8 as an idea. 2 seconds for Norderbeck. He barely made a move there, g5. Whoa. But how many pawns are you ahead here? You've got, first of all, currently a couple of extra pawns. It could be 3 momentarily.
I could take on a7. That is another freebie. I will take those. Thank you. Appreciate the little gum drop there. And then I have 2 passers on B and A. Check. Bishop f1. Trade. Whoa.
Oh, I'm surprised by that trade. But this should be a very easy win for Dubov. Not much to think about. The bishop is going to be well defended. And of course, the outside A pawn is just running. So Dubov picking up what looks like it will be a very, very important victory. But let's wait and see the conversion.
Absolutely. As you really don't want to give up too many pawns. Of course, yes, the central pawn will drop, but these 2 pass pawns by themselves, you might be able to give up the bishop by itself, which he's going exactly for that. He's like, I don't care about the bishop. You can have it. Let me grab this queen. Let me queen real quick, big fella, just in case you forgot I could.
And the calculation here, very well done. He actually sacrificed 2 of his pawns to get a winning position there. And I think Dubov is absolutely in cruise control. And you can tell by the body language. He's definitely got this one.
Easy work.
Magnus is also winning against Makarian, so should be a win there. Erigaisi winning currently over Martirosian. Those are the updates in the other boards.
He will always play it out. That is Norderbeck. Be careful, obviously. Yeah, he's like, you know what? Let's not allow any more tricks. H3, yep. G3, something, resignation.
He's going to resign after G3. Yeah, it's all just trying to put something together. Let's take a look at maybe Prague and Yu Yang Yi. I think they're still playing. And Magnus won his game. We actually saw a blunder just as we tune in here. And Yu Yang Yi is in a winning position. Actually, a resignation on the board. What a blunder just as we tune in. Prague through the game.
Yikes. I wonder what was going on, or what was the blunder. Tough. Azebaeva may be winning here. Okay, yeah, that looks good for her position. Maybe another pawn there, 2 pawns extra. Or you said extra pawn. Moving around quickly.
All right, we're taking a look at Omanova and Bibisara here. This endgame should be completely winning. We're on board 2 of the women's section. And Roberts has been dominant on board 1. So you're getting the feeling that in order to compete here, you have to be winning almost all your games to keep up with Eline. And this one is unfortunately just not a position you can save. Bibisara with an easy conversion as the rook comes down to E1, and that will be the win. Bibisara moving to 9.5 points.
Easier said than done there. Yeah, and that very strong there from Azebaeva. Bibisara with another one.
Moving on to another board here in the women's section. This is board 3, Goryachkina against Song Yushin. It looks like the DGT is definitely not working, so we can just watch the live camera here. because they probably played so many moves so quickly. We have an endgame here with 2 pawns and a knight against a bishop. Definitely a draw, but still many chances to make the knight successful.
Moving that knight around. Oh, is that oh, so okay. She has 7 seconds.
Yeah, no,
Trying to make
lots of time, but yeah. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to make progress because in order to do so, you'd probably have to, I guess, find a way to bring your king to attack the f3 pawn, but unfortunately, there's nothing you can really do. You have to put the knight perhaps on the c4 square or the d3 square where it guards e5, and you can make some forward progress, but I'm not sure what that actually looks like.
You also have to push at the right moment too, because there's always a sacrifice on the other pawn. So you're just trying to work the king and knight together here.
I don't know that was the move. The bishop is going to capture on e5, and this will effectively be a draw now.
And GG.
And agreed, as the game ends before this DGT finally resets properly, and that will be a draw there on board 3. So wins actually for the black pieces on the top, well, the top 5 boards, except for this one, are all wins with the black pieces, but Rober's leading the way and continues to dominate the field.
Looks great here. I mean, Eline with 10 points, he only won. Absolutely incredible score here, especially in this very strong field. We have Ansabayeva, who's right behind her with 9.5. She actually snuck up there. Ryechkina with a draw, still in it, but she was up at the top. So all the way down with Carissa Yip too as well, Katarina Lagno. Yeah, we still have some games left here, but what do you think is the score going to be for the women's section, for that top 4, Ahmad?
Well, whatever you think it is, Eline Roberts is convincing you that it could be higher. Still undefeated with 10 points right now, and still, I would say, quite some rounds remaining in terms of making a comeback for these players with 8.5, all fighting for that top 4. I do think you absolutely need to be at that 8.5 point margin. First of all, I mentioned Alua Nurman, also undefeated. Obviously, many draws, not putting her right up at the top with Eline, but still having a fantastic event, clearly. And Roberts looks like she could win even the remaining games. Definitely will be in that top 4 by the looks of it, and nearly guaranteeing that first place spot. But Asobaeva right behind her, half a point behind James.
And here we go with the open section. This is different. Oh, okay, I see. Fabi with the halves on Wesley, MVL with halves. Magnus for a win there, but who's up there at the top? 11.5. Nobody with 12. Prague losing that game to Yu Yangi was a shocker there, so actually that puts him in 11. Look at that. When the top 4, maybe not the top 4, but right under switches almost every single time, it seems, which is very important because, I mean, you slip if you even breathe wrong in the top 3 there, you can literally be in 5th place. It's very, very close like that, Aman. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, so the draws on the top board, in the open section, we're seeing a lot more draws, especially because we have 3 players that still haven't lost a game. Dubov, Yu Yangi, Bu Jiangzi, we saw Fabi, and was it Wesley? Yes, that just agreed to a very quick draw. And the thing is, that really helps comebacks. For example, Jan Nepomniachtchi had 10 points. Artemiev, Magnus, look at this incredible group that has 10 points with amazing results in these final rounds. They can catch the lead if we continue to see those draws at the very top. Arjun, Maxime, and Fabi, absolutely the ones to beat. But you're starting to see, because of all these draws, the strategy of playing where you take your wins when they're there, but otherwise you're happy to draw the game. It's actually paying off, and all of those players are slowly floating to the top of the standings, James.
It's very important to keep your footing, especially if you're at the top as well, too. Dubov is still there at the 4th, not letting anyone surpass him. He's trying as best as he can. There's still games to be played. A few more rounds left. Now, with that being said, of course, it's tactics time. We do have a tactic today from Aman, who's going to show us something from Roberts versus Stefanova. Roberts is actually incredible in this tournament.
We have to give some attention here to the clear leader in the women's section. We didn't catch this game live, and also, there's no drama this round. So, of course, we're back to analyzing some chess. In this position, Stefanova with the white pieces played the move f3. Now, admittedly, the position is not great. Black has these two amazing looking bishops, and perhaps white's pieces are a little bit pushed back, but the move f3, a double question mark, actually throws the entire game, and the knight jumps into d4, the correct move by Eline, and after bishop takes on d4, eliminating this strong knight, threatening knight c2 and knight f3, well, now the dark squares become really weak. The king goes up to g2. Don't forget about this knight. And look at this tactic. The move knight d4, it actually set up bishop takes d4 and bishop back to e5. An easy move to miss, a retreat that uncovers two attacks at the same time. And from here, James, knight c4, you're just losing a free piece. And against Eline in the form that she's in, you can't be hanging pieces out here and expect to survive. And so the end of this game was very expected as the bishops lined up against the king, down an entire piece. Obviously, did not last very long. And after king to e3 in this final position, bishop to b6 would actually be quite a beautiful checkmate in the center of the board. And so Eline comes away with the victory off a really clever tactic with a retreating bishop move. Those bishops, they go forwards, James. They also go backwards. A nice tactic there to continue to bolster her score and lead the event in the women's section by half a point.
That is incredible. The story is, can anybody stop her? Okay, she's definitely making it to the playoffs. Maybe you could probably stop now. That's not to say you just walk away and not play any more games, but I mean, she's definitely looking like a serious candidate or the candidate for the playoff. But we still have games to be played in both sections, guys. So what we're going to do is take a short break and be back with round 15.
Sadly, I cannot beat anybody like this anymore.
I don't use it anymore. Nobody's going to fall into it.
Maybe the trap that I learned was not that big of a trap.
Honestly, it worked like a pretty long time. I was like, guys, maybe we should start picking up on what's happening here, you know?
Yeah, I know this one. I mean, I remember this because it's so vivid. I was playing my first inter-school tournament, and a friend of mine who was a very good player told me that if your opponent repeats the Petrov, I mean at that point I didn't know it's Petrov, but if he takes this, you can put your queen here, knight goes back, and you give a check and you win the queen. This was the first trap that I learned, and for years I was of the opinion that knight f3, knight f6, knight takes pawn, you have to play d6, knight e4 is a mistake. But turns out the modern engines now have say that this is playable after queen e2, queen e7, queen e4, d6, d4, takes. This position is actually not so bad for black. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, Harika played it in one of her games in classical chess. So yeah, maybe the trap that I learned was not that big of a trap.
Hi, I'm Carissa, and this is the first chess trap that I ever learned. I'm going to explain to you guys today, Scholar's Mate. So we start with e4. Black play e5. Point of e4 is to get this bishop out. So bishop goes to c4. Let's say black plays like knight c6. c6. Now white can go queen h5. Now maybe black's like, oh, that queen's so far out there, like, let me get a bite of it. Plays like knight f6 to attack the queen. And then you could take on f7, and that's checkmate. Yeah, I won like a bunch of games like this when I was in first grade at my elementary school chess club.
How long did the trap work for you?
Honestly, it worked like a pretty long time. I was like, guys, maybe we should start picking up on what's happening here, you know? But it gave me a huge boost of confidence in my chess club. And then I won the prize for like best first grader. So I know.
What was the best prize that you ever won doing Scholars Mate? Have you ever Scholars Mated someone to like win the tournament?
Oh, no. I feel like, once you're past like 200, you stop falling for Scholars Mate.
Yeah, when I was a kid in the year 2000,
Like basically if you're born before 2000, you're like a normal person, and if you're born after 2000, like I don't even understand how that's possible. I'm born in 95. So when I was a kid, I learned this trap. I would start with pawn to e4, and you know they would respond the symmetrical, e5, most normal way. I would develop my knight, attacking the pawn. They would develop their queen's knight to c6, defending the pawn, the most common chess position like forever, literally, since the inception of chess. And then here I would develop my bishop, and I'm just like ready for some development of one of these two pieces. This is also known as the Italian game. When I was 7, I don't think I knew that. And then my opponents would develop their second knight, which is what you're supposed to do, also conveniently attacking the pawn. Then I would be like, they're so stupid, they fell for my trap. Knight to g5. What I didn't know, ignorance is bliss when you're 7 years old. All of this has been studied up the ass. Like there's just dozens and dozens of moves you can memorize here, but not when you're a 7-year-old who's rated 700. You attack this pawn, and they block it, and so you take, and they're supposed to move their knight here. They can also play pawn to b5. There's all sorts of moves, but most people just take the pawn back. And they think that's the end of the story, but you actually sacrifice your knight. This is called the fried liver trap. They take with the king. Now you attack the king and the knight at the same time with your queen. And the best move for them is to bravely walk the king into the center of the board. White is still doing well here. You keep pressuring this knight and you keep attacking. But a lot of people would fall for this trap. In my very first tournament, I won my very first game like this. My opponent walked the king to safety, only to discover that the king is not safe at all. And I probably beat that child, and they never wanted to play chess again. Good, chess is cruel. Sadly, I cannot beat anybody like this anymore, but that's the fried liver trap.
Hi, my name is Tawny, and this is the first trap I ever learned. I'm going to teach you. So, as black, when I was younger, I used to play the Owens defense. This is b6, bishop b7, early fianchetto. White would take the center, and the bishop would go to b7. Bishop goes to d3. Sometimes the knight can go to c3. And many people here would actually go f5. Idea to attack the pawn in the center. And then if the pawn takes, then there's bishop takes g2. But watch out because of queen h5. And then because of the king is checked, right? And black was trying to trap the rook. Now we have to defend. The pawn keeps taking. You can't take back because this will be checkmate. It's like double checkmate. And so basically now black would be losing because the knight will come out. And then there's this really, really nice move here. Pawn takes h7. And it might seem that you go g7. Now the knight takes the queen. And then you promote to another queen here. But this wouldn't be as efficient as if, I'll go back to the original position. If you take on h7, and then after knight takes, you go bishop g6 and check. So really, really cool trap.
It's a sick trap. I never
Yeah.
like you're the first one to explain that trap.
I mean, I don't know.
My name is Jules Gambit, and I'm going to teach you the first chess trap I ever learned the hard way. This was during my first tournament back as an adult. I was playing a classical game. I thought I was very, very clever. So it was, I believe it was black to move here, and then I got hit by the very fun. And what was going through my head, I was like, wait, but this is the Rosalimo, like, this is theory, you know? And it was not. I ended up having to lose my bishop.
So white goes d4. This is actually a bad trap because it just gets worse if white doesn't fall into it. So you give up a pawn, you place the bishop here. Okay, white makes a developing move. You give up another pawn, and you give up a knight as well. So white, like the hope is that white thinks here, just pads here and takes here. And now the point is you take here, white takes here, and you take the queen. And the funny thing is, even after the trap, okay, black is of course winning, but it's not as easily winning.
Really? Why is it not as easily winning?
Because for the queen, white still has two pieces, and at an amateur level, I think that can still save a lot of games.
Hi, I'm Divya Deshmukh and I'm going to teach you the second trap I ever learned. The first one is Queen F7 mate, so I'm not teaching you that. So it goes with E4, C5, D4, CD4, C3. You take, I think, yeah, knight C3, knight C6, knight F3, D6, bishop C4, knight F6, E5, knight E5, takes. I've won like a million games with this. And now you take bishop F7. This is the trap. So king F7 and queen D8. Queen up. I don't use it anymore. Nobody's going to fall into it.
Cutoff is very, very close for everyone. There's only going to be 4 players left that'll go to that playoff in both sections. We are back to World Blitz Chess Championships. I am Fide Master James Canty III here, joined by Grandmaster Amon Hamilton. And Bo, let's look at these pairings. Who is playing who?
Yeah, let's take
you got
a look.
Boo,
let's take a look, James. Now, on the top board, we have Magnus against Bu Zhangzi, and very notably, Magnus, as I indicated, James, he has to win win repeatedly, and Bu Zhangzi has not lost a game. So that matchup will be very intriguing for that reason alone. Yu Yangyi against Fabiano. The top score is 11.5, and you see Fabi, Arjun, and MVL have all played each other. So they're all starting to spread out on boards 2, 3, and 4. Arjun is playing Liu Shanglei, Maxime against Dubov. Remembering board 2 and 4, Yu Yangyi and Dubov also have not lost the game yet. So there are a lot of high-profile matchups. Which one of those are going to be draws? Which ones are going to be potential wins? As the field is tightening up, James, in terms of the pairings, because so many players can now catch up with all the draws on those top boards.
I mean, in China, looking like a powerhouse right now on boards 1 and 2, we're just holding it down for ourselves. And 3, dang, dude, they got the whole team there, whole squad there, man, on the top 3 boards, representing real hard there. So, of course, I think because they're not playing each other, they may play for more. But I mean, listen, half a point, yeah, I don't have to fight too hard. I might take one of those. This is one where I might be, okay, I'm cool with the draw. We will see
exactly.
Here. Who's not cool with a draw, though, is Eline Roper. She's like, draw what? What is that? I don't own any type of drawing utensils. That is Eline Roper's here. She is absolutely on a tear. No losses here, man.
Yeah, and Alua Nurman on board 2 also has not lost a game. 7 draws, 5 wins, a very solid performance. And again, that type of performance we've seen in both sections is bringing the player to the top of the standings and certainly into that top 4 position here. Look at how many players, though, have 8.5 points in that women's section. It is an absolute pileup. So it's getting very, very tight as the stakes are higher than ever, with only just those few games remaining before the cutoff where you need to be in the top 4 in order to continue.
It's very important, guys, as these are the nerves need to be in check. The psychology, just the playing of the board, staying calm. I think Dubov is shown, just calm, chill, and play chess. Got the Balenciaga on. I'm relaxing. I'm playing good. I'm not losing no games. Like, what is Dubov doing? We need to get that type of flow as well. But yeah, definitely want to take a look at this game here with Fabi and Yu Yangyi there It's going to be incredible matchup. This is where it comes down to the wire right here, guys. It's important. Chat, who do you think is going to make the cutoff? Anything can happen, especially we've seen blunders, uncharacteristic blunders from Magnus, pieces falling, things happening. People are saving draws and etc. So lots to be done here. Game's about to start in a few.
And Gukesh Noterbeck, this matchup on your screen right here, while it is not on the very top board, it's on board number 8. And definitely both of these players are still in contention. Gukesh has that, kind of the reputation, and undeservedly so, of perhaps not being the strongest speed chess player compared to his obvious classical chess dominance. You're talking about the world champion. But I think he's disproving that right here.
Yeah, he's gonna, and one thing he does, you see, he just gets his mind right. You see this with Vidit as well. Sort of meditation, whatever. Just close your eyes, sit there, and get focused and get locked in. See the board before you see the board, right? That's a bar. See the board before you see the board. There, Mon. It's pretty nice.
Exactly.
Magnus
Wu Jiangzi waiting on board 1 for his opponent, Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen, and there is a lot of intrigue in this game because Bu Jiangzi has not lost a game yet. But if that game ends in a draw, that would be a very unsatisfactory result for Magnus Carlsen, who is sitting at 10 points, while the leaders are at 11.5, a point and a half back. I don't think you're in a position where you can be making draws, and you're up against someone who has only made draws if he's not beating you.
Yeah, exactly. It happens when you're in great form like that. It just tends to happen. Now, of course, day 1 was a Jordan show. We haven't yet to see right from there.
Now, this is pretty significant. I know that Magnus has that reputation for showing up late, but showing up late to a blitz game is always more meaningful. I know there's increment, and it looks like he's probably showing up right now as Chris Bird looks like he looked like he was making way for the arrival of somebody. And of course, there is Magnus. And, he'll go for the customary pieces adjust here before hitting that clock. You got to get his routine, and now the games are on.
And now we have the games on. That was crazy, showing up late, but he's okay. He's there. It looks like an accelerated dragon there. I was talking to Fabi about that.
Dubov and MVL already with a draw.
Wow, he's out of there. 12 piece. Spicy.
I'm telling you. It's already done. Had to jump in there real quick. Magnus barely sat down at the chessboard to play a move before Dubov got up from the chessboard to leave. He was done.
He was done. All right, that's it for the day. I'm out of here, guys. Okay, well, I'm just about to grab a quick bite, watch the rest of the games. I'm good for about 10, 15 minutes.
There you go.
Pretty nice.
And we're looking at the games on the screen here. Obviously, Magnus needing that result. You're not going to see a quick draw from him. It might end up in a draw, but it certainly won't be a quick one. Wesley and Duda is a very double-edged position, bottom right of your screen. And Yu Yang against Fabi, also, I would say, quite double-edged in terms of the pawn on e5 dropping. So I think we are spoiled in terms of the games right now. But Yu Yang against Fabiano has my attention here, as it looks like we have some sort of pawn sacrifice here in the middle of the board just a couple of moves ago. The knight captured on e5. Now Yu Yang is castled quickly and has just played the move h4. And would you believe it if I told you that Yu Yang playing with this style right here is undefeated in the event, James?
Dang, Yu Yang undefeated. Playing like this, we definitely gotta watch h4 and h5, and it gets live. Here we go. I definitely I'm not gonna lie, I love it. I'm an accelerated dragon player. I played it for a long time. I don't play it as much anymore, but definitely with black, definitely was a fan of these positions. Fabi has some great games in the accelerated dragon. He said he was prepping, and I was like, what if Moroxy buying? If Nepo would have played there, Neponji would have played that. There was something they played. He was like, oh, I can't tell you the prep. It's like, oh, okay, all right, well. So I can't tell you. He couldn't tell me the prep or what he had prepared and for Moroxy buying there, but it didn't happen. So castles here, there is going to be a absolute clash here because his castles are opposite sides. So let's see what happens. Getting rid of that bishop already.
Okay, so what I'm wondering is, are we going to see f3 and g4?
Right. Very fast. Like very quick.
Honestly, no is the answer, right? Rook to e1 has a different idea of playing in the center. I thought Yu Yang was going all out here.
I was saying f3 g4 is like, that's what you play in these type of positions. but he has something else in mind. I know it's not sacrificing on e6, it's just centralizing the rook, I guess. Because bishop e6 probably is possible. Maybe you could sack on e6. I don't think you could get away with that, though.
Yeah,
Bishop
I don't think
e6,
so.
take.
Yu Yang Yi is not really making the progress you'd expect from the position in terms of an attack. We can jump back to our bird's eye view and take a look at all of the boards. Magnus actually has traded a lot of pieces in that one. I'm wondering whether he'll be able to actually win this position. He's offering an end game in this one. Does not look obvious how to win that game. And meanwhile, opposite bishops between Liu Shanglei and Arjun Erigaisi. So it's starting to become very difficult on those top boards to see the winning path, the advantage. Honestly, Wesley versus Duda looks like the game that is most imbalanced and has the best chance of a result. What do you think, James?
Definitely looking like a fun game, I believe. I think, let me go back to Yu Yang Caruana. That one is probably number 2. There's definitely, draw is not likely in that one. Definitely a lot going on. Queen side, of course, opposite side castles. Feels like Black is now maybe getting some type of initiative on the B file, which is possible. But also that Wesley
Let's have a look
game.
at
It is
Wesley's
locked up
game
right
here.
now. Yeah.
Let's have a look at Wesley's game. I can say that Magnus just traded all the pieces pretty much. Very likely result of a draw in that game based on the position I'm seeing. Wesley is up, a minute and a half and counting, and he's just played the move rook to b6. A really, really good position here for Wesley. However, these positions where you're just being solid with Black, don't underestimate them. The move g5 and rook g7 can still happen with a kingside initiative.
That is actually quite annoying and really strong. He hasn't played it yet. He's playing king h8, but he is preparing it. G5 is going to be a very strong move.
Yeah, it's queenside versus kingside here. The rook can invade with rook b7, but the a5 pawn is loose. You have to watch out for a lot of things. That bishop, James, is so bad on the light squares.
Oh, that's a bishop. Oh, shoot. I didn't know what that thing was sitting there on g8. It doesn't look like a bishop to me, but it is apparently a bishop.
It looks like Yu Yang Yi and Fabi, the result we could all predict, a draw in that one. It seemed like it was double-edged, but at the end of the day, Yu Yang Yi, if he wants a draw, he's going to get it, and that's how it feels in this event. Meanwhile, Duda holding on to this position, but ultimately extremely, extremely passive. I'm wondering if we're going to see something like g4 from Wesley. You could preface that with h3, but you need to find another avenue because the b file is just not enough here in this game.
Yeah, the b file, exactly, because everything's nicely defended. He has all his pieces right there. Of course, the knights are superfluous, as Devereski says, as they're fighting over squares, but knight on b8 is pretty ugly, but g4 is on the board, making him think as he doesn't have a lot of time. Under 20 seconds here for Duda with a 2-second increment. And here we go. Got to move. Don't move if he wants. He plays g6. Nice move. I like that. Activates the rook, maybe to g7.
Yeah, king h1. Let's get the g file open so we can swap over, right? King to h1, rook to g1, and perhaps this queen can even slide over to d1. So remember, the white pieces seem to be able to swap over to the other side very quickly. And there is king h1. Wesley is trying to push this position for a win.
Queen h4, bringing the queen over there, but not really threatening a lot. Okay, maybe queen f2 is annoying. So he plays rook f1.
Yeah, rook f1 to cover queen f2, but after bishop f7, the pieces, unfortunately, are just not doing anything for Black. They're all protecting something, but you have to watch out for the queen invasion here. Queen takes e7 might be a good move. Despite you want to attack here, we're going to see Wesley's mindset. He takes the queen, it looks like, and that is going to lead to a very pleasant endgame. Light squared bishops and dark squared pawns complements white.
One thing I noticed about Wesley that he always talks about is he loves the endgame. He will trade those queens. He loves the endgame. Maybe not less to calculate, but less to worry about, especially in positions where you may have been attacking. He went back, maybe could have traded and played rook b7, put the other rook down there.
Arjun has won against Liu Shanglei on board 3. A crucial victory while MVL and Fabi are drawing their games. Arjun's style prevails when it comes to the blitz, and Wesley is imbalancing the position here. But he might have just blundered. His rook on b1 is hanging, and so is the bishop on f3. He did not anticipate that rook long range, missing that bishop move again.
Might be some type of sacrifice. Plays at 5, takes. It is getting wild here. 3 seconds for Duda. Whoa. He made that with 2 seconds on the clock. 3 seconds.
Yes, still an advantage here for Wesley, but significantly less than what we saw previously. Let's see him push this one through. The knights on the queen side for black are no good.
Yeah, those knights have no good moves, really. King G2. I'm going to take, you take. Take. Same. Bring the rook to G1.
The rook on A6 is a bit out of the action, but black at some point needs to play a move like knight to B3. I'm wondering if the rook on A6 can finally join, because really you have to play rook B6 and come backwards in. Rook to H1 can be played in order to take on H6, but rook B6 instead, black can barely move.
Oh, man, I was going to say rook B5 actually attacks the knight to make him move a little bit, try to get these knights to move around just a little bit. Not looking to trade. He's like, I got to trade because they can't let him go down to the second rank.
Now, black is up a pawn, but I'm speaking about this position as if white is the one even pressing because of how strong that knight on F6 is.
Really strong knight on F6. Knight F3. Do you want to draw? He says. No repeating. King to G3.
Got to be careful here.
Knight.
A knight to G5. We're going to jump over to Magnus's game. He's actually just finished. Never mind. Okay, I believe he's just won that endgame. We can check that one after. We're going to go back to Wesley's game. It actually just ended. As we looked at it, he broke through a position which should have been a dead draw fortress. Magnus's chances of that top 4 just went up significantly, and Bu Zhangzi has lost his first game in the entire event.
Of course, losing to Magnus. You're like, oh, that Magnus guy is so annoying. Crushed my Cinderella story.
5 seconds apiece here. They're repeating, but Wesley should not repeat here. King H2 is the decision, and that's a pretty good move. Black's king is almost in a mating net.
Knight check. Probably just to gain a little bit of time, bring it back around. Now knight takes E6.
Knight takes E6 you'd expect, but it lets the black king walk up the board. Knight F5 if King G3.
Oh my goodness. Right, that was made. Oh, he had to go King G1.
Will he take one of these pawns here? H5 is hanging. He decides to go for that pawn. There's a rook A8 move. Now I'm wondering if I saw that right. I thought there was rook A8. The board is simply not
updating.
It's not updating.
Oh man. Peaceful.
That is a big, I want to say that's a big miss. I do not think Wesley can be happy with that result. I'm very confused at the draw there with so many pawns hanging. I'm wondering about that position. I think he just missed rook A8 after knight takes H5. It was effectively checkmate. He'd be winning a piece in that game. So the board is not updating, but I believe that the move was knight takes H5. And I think it was rook takes C3 here. And at this point, he has rook A8. The king has nowhere to go. You have to give up the knight. So very confusing. Wesley plays knight takes H5. I thought he was setting this up, but despite black having king E7, I mean, the position is lost. You're down a piece. So James, chaos to end that round as Wesley misses a huge chance to gain a full point and move up in the standings.
Sometimes it's that hand and eye coordination is just a little off, especially when the time is there's so many emotions and the time is running low here. But as we see the pairings and the standings of what kind of what happened here in this round, Magnus Carlsen wins and beating Bu, who was the only loss was to Magnus. Of course, respectable, but man, it's like, where's timing, bro? Like, dang, gotta lose now right at the end. There's only a few games left. Fabiano, there's a draw there. Arjun with the dub 2 as well. I mean, look at these scores here. 12.5 looking like the high there. Arjun up at the top there, Amon.
Exactly right. That is Arjun Erigaisi, that style of play, so impressive. 12.5 points. He won that round while draws were being made. And Dubov and Yu Yangyi, the only players remaining with that undefeated record. And they're at 11.5 points, both fighting for that 4th place spot. Meanwhile, Fabiano and Maxime protecting their grip on that top 4 with some draws on the top boards. And I think at this point, you're really starting to have the conversation that, Noorderbeck and that group with 11 points, it just might not be enough. As we see the women's section results, Eline losing on board 1 to Bibisara. That shakes up the tournament as Asabayeva moves into first place at 10.5 points, sole lead, and Gunina hands Nerman her first loss of the event and also moves up to 10 points. So now we have Rubers and Gunina tied in what will be second place, while sole lead goes to Asabayeva with not many rounds remaining.
Yeah, that's incredible. Bibisara seems to be a kryptonite for Eline Roberts right now, of course. She was the only loss for Eline was Bibisara, who's now in first place. There are only 4 spots, guys. Only 4 spots. This is important to understand. Now, with that being said, let's actually check out something that we have for you guys, which is a nice game with tactics.
Well, we just want to check out some of the games that we missed, right, James? I mean, it can't be everywhere. Blitz games move so fast. So we want to check out this Magnus Carlsen versus Bu Jiangzi game, because the reason we were not there is, honestly, it was dead drawn. Players were shuffling, it looked like, in a locked position. In this spot, one of those shuffling moves was Bishop C6 by Bu Jiangzi, and Knight D2 was played. And well, the concern is if the bishop went back to D5, E3 and H2 are hanging with this incredible Knight F1 check. So just that one idea missed. That means King F2 was played. But hang on a sec, now you've lost the C pawn. So a bit of an error, as Bu Jiangzi did not realize perhaps that you can't just shuffle mindlessly. You have to watch out for that one trick, and Magnus spotted it. And from there, with the extra pawn, you can see the conversion. He was able to do Knight C2, by the way, stopping King D4. So the white king could not come back. And once you win that E3 pawn, you know that the F4 pawn is going to fall immediately after, and resignation. So Magnus wins what we thought was an unwinnable position and comes back to actually win this game against Bu Jiangzi and hand him his first loss of the event, James.
That is incredible. As Magnus does Magnus things, especially when you reach that end game there. Still in it, he's trying to say, but again, top 4 spots, guys. It's the window's closing round after round. Every draw is like, a little bit tough, right? So still got stuff to do, but let's take a look at Eline real quick, and we'll get out of here. We'll get out of here for a short break.
I love to, James, but actually I don't see any moves on the I don't see any moves here. So I think they're getting set for the next round. So it's possible that boards are being reset, and next boards are getting set up. So we don't have any moves in this one now that the round's completed, but obviously the loss on that top board, the first loss for Eline, is very significant for the standings, and Asabayeva is the new leader.
Well, guys, go check that game yourself. You can obviously use it on the events page. We'll be back. We got word.
Hey, we get some magic.
We found it.
Producer magic. Are we in?
Producer magic on the back end. We
all
here.
Right.
Okay. Go. What we got?
We would have been ashamed to miss this one, because you know what, James? It actually was not too many moves either. From the opening, and we're on move 14 here. This did not even last 30 moves for the top board here. Knight to B6, B3. We're just in the opening phase. It looks like, business as usual. In fact, Eline had a huge advantage out of the opening phase of the game. Kingside castling was not the one to play. And actually, after H takes G5, James, it becomes apparent that the white king is not in a good spot. And the move Bishop E7, F5 was probably the move that really cost Eline this game, because you're just giving the H2 square to black. The rook and the queen are coordinating there. So naturally, after F5, you start to get concerned, not just for the H2 square, but all the dark square diagonals. This bishop cannot play to E3 because of the hanging knight and the pieces converging on the king side. So we see queen to F2 and a blunder-filled game. Unfortunately, in these crazy games with low accuracy, it is actually just who makes the last blunder that costs the game. Queen E5, queen takes on B6, should have been played, but understanding that queen H2 was coming, Eline misses the opportunity to correctly grab this knight. Now, after queen H2, it's understandable with rook H3 coming, you get a little bit nervous here, but I do think that was just a stone cold miss in this game. Bishop to F3 played to stop queen H2. And now I think, unfortunately, the tactics started to rain down with bishop c5. And unfortunately, just b4, the only move, the blue arrow, was not played by Eline. And queen takes b7 pretty much blunders the game, because this is a checkmating attack and a win by force. If rook e2, that queen is going to come up to g5 and deliver a checkmate. And the same thing on king g3 and g4. A game filled with blunders. Ultimately, I don't think that attack was working, but in Blitz, James, you can launch these speculative attacks, and they are very difficult to defend.
Absolutely, as time is, of course, sort of like a piece as well. You down time, you could be down in the game. So it's very important to understand, guys, fast chess things happen. But at the end of the day, we still have rounds left to see who's going to make it to the playoff portions. We'll be back after the break.
That's AI.
So we're gonna play. What is the name of this? Just like guess the voice. I don't know. We just embedded this. Guess the something.
Guess if it's AI. Right? Guess if it's AI or a real person.
So without any further ado, let's play the fun game as we get ready to roll out coach. And Vic, go for it. Round one. We are changing the name of the bishop to diagonal thingy.
AI all the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say AI, but should one of us go first for the guesses? Like, or do we just both yell it out? I was gonna say AI though.
I think you can both go. You both guess AI?
Easily. Yeah. You would never say bishop thingy. That you would never say that.
Okay, they both got it right. Yeah, I would never say that. I would never say we're changing diagonal thingy, although now I'm saying it, but okay. And actually this time, I think that was a good call, Levy, so we'll rotate. All right, Levy, you go first, but let's play round two. You go, and then Hikaru goes.
I literally don't care. I literally don't care.
Wow. I'm gonna go AI.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree. The pitch sounded a little bit high. I might have said that, but the pitch sounded too high compared to the way I normally say it. So I'm gonna go with AI as well.
Okay. Vic, reveal. That was real.
I did say it once. Okay.
Wow.
Wow.
I literally don't care.
No, but
I agree.
No, but
I thought it sounded too high pitched, but apparently that was from a stream. All right, no, round three. This time Hikaru goes first.
Some people think that if their opponent plays a beautiful game, it's okay to lose. I don't. You have to be merciless.
That's. I mean, if that's not Magnus, I'd be really surprised. That's got to be the real Magnus.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess real. That's
Wow.
AI.
That is AI. I want to hear more. By the way, I think I listened to a couple days ago. I had a bit of a refresh of all of your voices, and I do think that this last round of Magnus, they really nailed it.
I don't think it's losing the elements, because AI is going to help players to play better chess against each other. So I don't think chess ever going to die, because players can never memorize everything. Okay, my name is Alireza Firuzja, and we're gonna check some questions. What is Alireza Firuzja's favorite fashion designer? I think Louis Vuitton is my favorite fashion design. It's a French brand, so very cool. Where is Alireza Firuzja from? I was born in Iran, but now living long time in France. What is Alireza Firuzja's? I don't know this. I never checked. But I was thinking a few days ago to check it actually. So there's a previous peak rating was 2800 something 3 probably 4. Please, I just girlfriend. She's a volleyball player. So what is the previous favorite chess opening? I would say King's Indian or Sicilian. When did Arezzo reach 2800? When I was 18. When did I France? It was around 2019. That's it. All the questions answered.
Well, not yet. We have a few more questions from ChatGPT.
How did moving from Iran to France was? I mean, I was already like 16, so like it was a. I felt like it's a good decision for my chess to be in Europe and freedom of going around and playing chess. It's very cool. Your style is often described as aggressive and dynamic. How would you describe your approach to the game and how do you develop this type of style? Yeah, I think my approach is very tactical. It's like sharp attacking and you have to solve a lot of puzzles in the beginning when you're a child and the pattern stays in your head. What are your thoughts on balance between preparation with engines and maintaining creativity in your games? Do you ever feel like the game is losing some of its human element with the rise of AI? I don't think it's losing the elements because AI is going to help players to play better chess against each other. So I don't think chess ever going to die because players can never memorize everything. What do you consider the biggest difference between playing online chess versus over the board chess in high level competitions? For me, there's no difference. I think for a lot of players it's different from online and over the board, but for me I feel like it's the same game. Chess has seen rapid evolution in recent years. How do you see the role of young players like yourself shaping the future of chess? Yeah, I think it's very important to have good new generation coming. So I'm proud that a lot of players are very competitive. Gukesh, Arjun, and I think we have a good generation that is coming to slowly take over. What advice do you give to young players who want to reach the highest level in chess? What do you think is the most important quality? Yeah, I think the most important is to play a lot of tournaments and not be afraid of losing, especially for young people, and to know that they should just think about improving, and losing is not end of the world. That's it.
Round 17 is here, guys. I know you're excited. You're ready to see who makes it to the playoffs here. We want to see that too. I'm Fide Master James Canty III, joined by Grandmaster Mon Hamilton. Let's actually take a look at the pairings as we do have them ready. So we got to see what matchups, who's playing who, and what's most important right now. So let's take a look at what we got. Matchups are Magnus Carlsen versus, I don't know how to say his last name, but Eeyore there. And then, of course, we have the rest of the field there. I think that big Arjun game versus Sindarov, who actually is very underrated, I believe, sometimes, especially if you underestimate him. What else do you think is going on here, especially with Dubov on the board 3 there? Come on.
Well, just noting some of the tendencies of the players. Yu Yangyi, Artemiev on board 5. You'd have to think reasonable chance of a draw. MVL, Duda as well. Maxime and Fabi have been sort of drawing their games. They're at 12 points. They just know that draws in these last rounds is likely to keep them in that top 4. Dubov as well on board 3 has really been doing similar. But Arjun has ignored all of that. At 12.5 points, he is the sole leader of the event. And because he keeps pushing up that top score, Magnus remains a 1.5 back. So boards 1 and 2 are where my focus is, because Magnus against Semenenkov needs a victory and has a very favorable pairing in terms of getting a 2,500 there. And of course, Sindarov, Erigaisi, you know that Erigaisi does not want to go for any draws and will likely continue pushing. As we take a look at the women's section, James, and Asobayeva, the new leader at 10.5 points, but Gunina, Rubers, and now Zhu Jinera moving up to board 2 to compete against Eline. That will be a big matchup, as remember, the women's section, we're in the penultimate round. We're getting close to the finale. There's only 15 rounds.
Only 15 rounds is correct here. See players sitting down, getting ready to go. Ubisar versus Gunina there. Gunina's definitely going to be gunning at her, or at least she may be comfortable with the draw. She is up there at the top. So we'll see maybe some short draws there, depending on what's going on. It's only one round left after that for them. But so Janir too as well. I mean, Rovers, that's going to be a heated battle. I think Rovers is not going to accept a draw there. And of course, Arjun is Sindarov, as we see on the screen here. Good friend, smiles before shaking hands there and sitting down, but it's not going to be smiles on that board. Okay, maybe. What do you think? Do you think they're going to draw there, Armand? Do you think that game is going to be a draw? I'm going to say no.
I'm going to agree with you, James. There's a lot of other boards that a draw is likely, and this young man right here is going to get the attention that he deserves, being on board 1 against Magnus Carlsen. But we have to talk about Igor Semenenkov, who is up there with the very best of them, clearly having a phenomenal event. And I'm even wondering how much rating he would be up at 2,500 to be on one of the top boards at this stage in the tournament. Has to be gaining, upwards of 70, 80 points.
Yeah, he's gaining some elo and also playing Magnus, man. I mean, he's earned it, right? It's always a thing when you're like, oh yeah, you've earned to play Magnus. You're like, did I really earn it? Dang, it's bittersweet because you're playing Magnus, but at the same time, you are playing Magnus. So yeah, good to understand. Magnus looks comfortable, looks okay. We actually have moves too on the board. Let's see what we have.
And here we go. We're being told yes, and chat has the numbers too, plus 45. I mean, that's incredible. As we see the games taking shape here, Asalbayeva against Gunina, top left of your screen, the top boards in the women's section, the penultimate round, absolutely critical. Magnus with the white pieces, needing a victory against Semenenkov, and going for a variation that might surprise some of the viewers, but actually the king, which has recaptured the queen on d1, this is very much an intentional decision to trade queens, and it does not necessarily mean the position is more drawish. In fact, a lot of the times it's actually white who's playing for a win. Very counterintuitive, but James, I wouldn't say that early queen trade in that game is something Magnus is concerned about in terms of his winning chances.
Oh, he definitely loves this. I mean, he's Magnus having a field day here. Queen's off the board early. You get an in-game. He gets to do his thing. This is also a reverse Philidor type position that you have here. So if you are a Philidor player from the black side and you have the early black playing e5 with d6 and e5 very early, the queens can come off the board, and you play in this similar fashion. You play f6, you go c6, king c7, etc. So white seems to probably be doing the same thing here in this Philidor type of fashion in reverse. But I will say, Ahmad, I almost fell asleep after seeing the variation. So I'm just gonna wake myself up and go to another game. Actually, and I'll come back to that one later when Magnus is better in the end game.
There you go. Looking across the board there, Arjun and Sindarov's position. I don't think anyone's surprised to realize that does seem to have the most action, because Fabi and Dubov, we look like we're in the makings of a draw already, and Duda and MVL, although there is a little bit of interest in that. It looks like it was a London system and a symmetrical position in that one. So my attention is on Sindarov versus Erigaisi on board 2, definitely with opposite sides castling, James. This is the place to be.
Yeah, I even like the opening choice, the Sicilian with the early queen takes d4, queen going to e3 and casting queen side. These are very fun variations because, as we get opposite side castles, whoever gets to the king first will win. That's exactly how it goes in all of the positions when you castle on opposite sides. So we're going to see people aiming at each other. You see the rook on the c file indirectly hitting the king that's on c1. You can even see king b1, or you see h4, or even g4. Just don't even care about nothing here, man. Just g4 him. Don't even care. And when you take, go rook g1 and hope for the best, but probably not the way to go. So he goes rook h to e instead.
Yeah, rook, this is a mature move, rook h to e1, because I'm with you, James. The move g4 is suddenly very tempting. You actually want to lose a pawn there in order to open up that g file. The rook is aimed directly at the king, which is why usually the move king b1 is very natural. And in this position, you actually can allow bishop takes c3 because of how strong the dark squared bishop would be. Now, that being said, I still believe that the move bishop d2 is a bit more standard here and perhaps more expected. This pin is annoying, and it has to be said that doubling the pawns in front of your king, exposing the queen side, is not the way you'd probably want to go about this position. So I think that bishop d2 is on Sindarov's mind, but then you have to consider what happens after d4. The bishop hitting the a pawn and your king is still on the c file.
Yeah, this is actually scary. I mean, it really is about initiative, and initiative equals time and activity. How fast can you do what you need to do? In fact, if you know the plan, which is opposite side castles, get to the king first will win. So you need to make sure that you get to the king first, and that's with time and activity. So he says, you can have it. I don't care about any of that. I need to be fast. I got to be quicker than that. Queen a5 or h4, allowing bishop takes c3, going all in on this attack.
Well, you mentioned queen a5. I think, James, you might have been just a move ahead of yourself thinking about what black would do next. And I agree. After bishop takes on c3, yeah, James is ahead of himself here with a brilliant suggestion. Queen a5 perhaps next. And both queens are looking to do some damage in this position. We will see ideas like bishop g5 come into light. But that knight, you know what it wants to do, James? Jump into e4. That's the move that's going to be very strong defensively in order to deal with the threat on h7. You are thinking about moves like knight g5 as well. But after knight takes e6, are we going to see bishop takes h6? And we do. It's on the board. A sacrifice. I love it. Let's see. Bishop takes h6.
We don't care about nothing. We don't care about nothing here, Amon. I think one thing I noticed about Sindarov too as well is his do you twirl at the board, like the twirling pawn? He also does the rock with the knee or whatever that is to make his body move like that. This is like a signature Sindarov signature when he's locked in.
Yep.
When he's locked in, he's here. He's right there. He's twirling with the pawn, and right under his left or right elbow, and then he's like got the knee going.
You sound like you're locked in. You know him better than he knows himself. Bishop takes h6, queen takes h6. Now, black to play here, the move queen a3 is given a blue arrow as a very important move. It can be brought back in defense. However, with rook e3 coming, I don't believe that is what we're going to see. Instead, it's the king actually needing to run away in this position, king f7, but that doesn't sound like Arjun. Instead, rook c7, and now an only move for white to avoid being worse is rook takes e6, but that looks like an easy one, and it's already on the board.
Fireworks. This is an incredible game. A lot going on. It's funny because I've been in this type of position in Jobava London's because you don't care about the c3 knight as much. They just let them sack on it, and it's just somebody's getting mated. It may be me, it may be them, and that's the type of chess we like to play. So, someone's getting mated. We just don't know who yet.
That's right. And you can play the move rook to g7 if you want to try to keep the fight going. But if I'm being honest here, not only does a draw seem likely, but even if you play rook g7, at some point, it feels like this repetition is going to happen. So let's just see how it continues. Rook g7, rook g3, perhaps maybe doubling the rooks might have been better there, or even bishop to f5 to e6 could have been an idea, James. Instead, rook g3 is played, and Arjun continues the fight and continues to say, I am not going for any draws.
A draw what? What is that? I don't even know. Queen a3 check first to get just a little bit of extra time. King b1, now I get to think about it. I could repeat again. Will he repeat, chat? What do you think? Is it a draw? Will he repeat? Oh, he said repeat what? Queen e7.
Repeat what? And I agree at this stage. You can also take on g3 and, he's played rook f7. Perhaps he wants to take on g3 and bring the other rook over. It's given a double question mark, but not because it loses. Simply, there were better moves available.
So he moves back, gets out of the way. Let's light check. Rook comes over to b3. Queen gets back to d6. No mate. There is no mate.
We might see what? Rook e1? He wants to play rook e1 to cut the king off, but queen h8 check first. And look at the king. Is it building a fortress of pieces around it as safety? Because there's no pawns left, James.
Ooh, knight 95. That's a strong move. Knight c4 is incoming. Could be some mate threats. Scary stuff.
Yeah, rook
Knight
c8.
C4
Talk
anyway.
about threats
If
for
rook
white
breaks,
as well. Rook takes. There is queen b6, a tactic holding the position together. Queen h4, eyeballing a potential checkmate if that queen disappears from that square.
Rook c7.
Rook takes d5 makes a lot of sense. Rook e7 sliding over. Arjun is trying to find some coordination. The king can now go to g7 as it does right there. And I think he's starting to take over this position with 4 seconds each.
Moves coming in really quickly. Rook check was coming. A5. Hitting A4 is the idea.
Yeah, rook b6 is also available. But at the moment, it does drop the knight. Rook d6 and rook takes c4 has been played. The queen is lost. Arjun is winning.
Arjun is completely winning here.
He
It would be a
continues
little
to
bit
win.
different if he didn't have that knight. Oh, queen d2, hitting with the move.
That.
Shake and bake, stick and
look
move.
at that. That's a
Oh
handshake.
my goodness.
Queen
Hitting
d2 with low time.
Oh.
We're going to the game in action, but definitely Magnus is securing the result that he needs here. And actually, that is a checkmate on the board. Magnus Carlsen grinds down an endgame in that one. Noterbeck is still in progress on board 7. There's a lot of draws on those top boards, but we'll get to the results in just a second. Noterbeck against Martirosyan here, opposite bishops, but still quite some imbalances in the game.
And Noterbeck playing with black in a position like this with extra pawns, he's going to play this forever. He will play, king pawn versus king pawn, same side forever. You think this is a draw? Absolutely not. Not for, not for Noterbeck. But he also does have valid chances to play on here with the extra pawns.
Absolutely. If king takes on h5, we're going to see rook h3 and rook h6. Very tricky. You cannot touch that pawn, and that is a mistake here for Noterbeck. He's now lost almost all of his pawns.
Yeah, that's now a draw here. You can see the slight grimace on his face there. Realize, okay, I messed that up. Bishop was almost made there, but king d6 almost is not made.
Yeah, if anything, maybe you could say white has a slight chance now. That was a really significant blunder by Noterbeck, dropping both of the pawns due to that tactic. As a result, we're very likely to now just see a draw. As the king goes to h7, the bishop will go to g6, and black can even just shuffle the pieces forever. But what was a position Noterbeck thought he could press in is now a position that I think will be a draw. But you do need to be a little careful about a potential checkmate on h8. That's about it.
Yeah. Yeah, that bishop e5 would have been sort of scary here, but he had king takes h6.
Opposite bishops means we're likely to see a lot of shuffling here. There goes that a pawn now. Can't let that thing get too far ahead. I think we are headed for a peaceful result.
Yeah. Rook e6, rook e7 going to play too as well. Play that out. Shuffle. Rook a7.
And the king is very safe on h7. This is the last significant game near the top of the standings going on in the open section. These players both on 11 points. Only moving to 11.5, though, with a draw. Honestly, does not help either of their cases.
Should be a draw here, boys. Just shuffling it out. Looking to see if there be any weird moves, obviously. Sometimes anything happens. Sometimes. But I don't
well,
believe
we've seen Magnus win an equal position. I wouldn't just count this out for no reason here. Noterbeck seems to be the one actually making ever so slight progress, but repetition looks very likely now with rook d4, rook d5 available.
You just throw off thinking. Yeah, of course, easy. And the look up. You draw, yes. Okay, get up out of there.
And there it is. Noterbeck shaking his head because he dropped a pair of pawns back to back when it looked like he might have a slight chance to push for a win. And like I said, at 11 points, moving up to 12 is really significant with only those few rounds remaining, James. We needed, from his perspective, he needed those points, but both players on 11.5 after that draw.
And as we see what happened in this round here, Magnus with a win. Arjun keeps on winning, Amon. That is a story. It is. He keeps winning. He keeps doing well. He's at the top. He's in good form. And can anyone stop him? And Dubov too as well. He got a nice draw, but he's sitting right up there at the top too as well.
Yeah, Magnus getting the favorable pairing and moving back up in the standings. He's now 5th overall because of all the draws on those top boards. And due to all those draws, a true leader is emerging. Eric Geisy has been leading the event for a little while now. However, at 13.5 points, he's now a point clear. He's only lost 1 game, but 11 wins. It really sets him apart. Daniel Dubov, his strategy with no losses, along with Yu Yang Yi, has kept them both in contention for the top 4. But ultimately, whoever is able to generate those wins in these final games is going to be the recipient of probably that top 4 position heading into the playoffs. So it's really critical now that Magnus is mounting that comeback, but still, Magnus is not in that top 4 placement.
It's funny. I don't know how can we get a record account of how long Dubov has been at number 4? I think it's been like 5 rounds in a row where Dubov didn't move. He's just like, this is my spot. No one's gonna get it, and he's just been holding it down. Not a loss, but he's been in 4th place for forever. There's been a leapfrog up between 1, 2, and 3, but Dubov has been holding it down like that's his spot. I got a guarantee is what he's saying. It's no guarantee, but it feels like Dubov saying he has one. Valentina Gunina wins against Asabayeva, which is BBSR. So she actually is at the top now, which looks great. Wow, Gunina out of nowhere. I'm not even gonna lie. It's just really kind of crept up there to the top of the leaderboard, looking great. 10.5s and some 10s there with literally like a round or so to go. Yikes. Really tough up there at the standings wise. This is where it all goes down here, Amon, right?
Yeah, notably, Omanova, who's been near the top of the tournament the entire time, is now dropped to 9.5 and is falling quickly out of contention because remember that the women's section only has 1 more round. Not to mention Eline Robers, who's been leading right at the top of the table, is at 10 points, a point behind first and out of the top 4 currently. So there are a lot of players you can see with that group of 10. Probably 9.5 is not going to be enough anymore is my estimation, especially with a lot of draws coming in. But it is probably tie breaks are going to be needed to see who's even going to be in the top 4. And then we have the playoffs with that top 4 as well, James.
It's crazy because this is a long tournament. Like, day 1, and in fact, in the open section, we saw day 1, it was all Jordan. And then we where is he now, right? It's hard to keep that pace up sometimes. Now we see Arjun, who was there all the time, but he's still keeping that pace. It's really a difficult tournament. It's a lot of marathon endurance and stamina needed for rounds like this and for games like this. But, it's our time to see more games and see who makes it to the top 4. With that being said, we do have a tactic for you guys, or at least something to pay attention to in the Magnus game. Take us through what happened.
Well, as always, we don't get a chance to see the action every single time in every single game. So I thought I'd bring the moment that it all went downhill for Semenenkov to us, which was after King F4. And you can see just the nature of the position, the pieces on the board. It has been a game full of simplifications, but that is the game that Magnus Carlsen, truthfully, is very, very good at, probably the best at. Bishop takes d3. I mean, can you blame him for playing bishop takes d3? The bishop was hanging. However, the computer identifies this move as a mistake. I think perhaps it should be given a double question mark, a blunder, because the evaluation shoots up. And after rook h7 check, king c8, we see exchanges on the d3 square. And then this move e5 was played by Magnus. There were choices to be made. Pawn takes on f5 could have been winning as well. But ultimately, e5, I believe, is the more human decision, keeping the pawns connected and a dangerous rook endgame. The king is cut off. Black's pass pawn is not as competitive as white's in terms of reaching the end. And what we see is rook b3, e6. And unfortunately, despite winning the f pawn here, this is not part of Magnus Carlsen's winning plan. It's the e pawn, and then it's Black's f pawn sort of working as a traitor and providing shelter for the white king. And now you can see that Magnus has a clear path to queen this e-pawn. That's exactly what ends up happening in a couple moves with some nice tactics. Rook b3 you cannot take. So of course, still a lot of conversion required, but the king cannot go to d7 because of rook to d3. Meanwhile, the pawn is cut off by the rook on the third rank. So this pawn will become a queen. Magnus's rook will catch the rest of the pawns. And we did see the very conclusion of this game, not to mention the a pawn requires the king to go and defend. And that's why the king cannot help push these pawns. So really nice conversion by Magnus, and actually ends, James, with a checkmate on the board. You don't get to do that very often. Magnus with a much needed win. He's not in the top 4 yet, but that puts him up to 5th overall. He was falling out of the top of the standings not too long ago. This is the Magnus Carlsen patented comeback that I feel like we see. If he's not near the top, he'll be there soon.
All he needs to do is try to make it to that playoff. But him and others are going to try to take that spot from him as well. We'll find out who and what happens in the next rounds after the break.
You know the rules, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And now we take this guy out, our horse. Should I say horse?
Yeah,
that's good.
Oh, it's too difficult.
So I'm going to explain the best opening for beginners. It is called the Scholar's Mate. So you start with this move. You know, advancing your pawn 2 squares, taking a little bit of control, preparing to develop your queen. What could be better? And your opponent will probably answer with the same move. And then, what is your strongest piece? It is the queen. So you bring out your queen, and you bring it out as far as you can, and you attack this pawn. If you get really lucky, your opponent might play this move, threatening your queen. What could be more natural? You want to expel the enemy. But then you can give a check, taking this pawn. And when your opponent blocks, you get a rook. The rook! And isn't that a fantastic start to the game? Your rook and a pawn up. Even better. Let's say your opponent wants to play a bomb cloud, which is when you bring out the king early. Your opponent moves the king here. You got a checkmate in 3 moves. If you're not as lucky as that, let's say your opponent makes a sensible move, like developing the knight and defending this pawn. Then you can go for what we actually call the Scholar's Mate, bringing out the bishop. You might think that black would want to develop a knight, attack your queen. But there we go. That is a checkmate. The bishop defends the queen, and the king has nowhere to go. If your opponent is really, really smart, and is able to spot the threat, and doesn't move like this, then that's fine. You can move the queen back, and you're threatening checkmate again. Let's say your opponent defends the pawn with a knight, then you can start developing your other pieces. Bring out the knight, bring out the pawn. Maybe this pawn to cover this square so a bishop doesn't land here attacking the queen. And you have a perfectly fine development for your pieces. So there you go, kids. The best opening for beginners. The Scholar's Mate. Go out and try it.
Yeah, like I'm 5-year-old.
For a 5-year-old, okay. It's really hard, to be honest. We have 8 pawns. So, like for chess, like first move, if you move your pawns and you can step 2. So we go forward like e4, and this 4 squares called center. So we put our pawns to center. It's a good thing. You push your pawn forward, and also try to control the center. And now we have this special piece called knight, and you jump, and we can see knight jumps like L shape. Like you can go like this, you can go like this. So we jump my pieces to the center, and now you also jump your knight to the center. Oh, it's too difficult. And we go forward, and here we meet the exchange in the chess, and we just like your pawns can take like this way. Just I don't know how to say it. Like diagonally. And as we know, we already know the knight can go like L shape, like, so we can call this also like L shape. And here we push this way. And every opening like this pawn structure, and this well-known opening is like dragon. It looks like, because this bishop goes diagonally, and if you put your bishop here, and you can see that this diagonal, and you can attack white pieces. So that's why that looks like a dragon. You fly to this and to this, and so that's why we call this opening dragon. And maybe we jump like this knight, and you go this, and this I think is, we call it as a dragon.
So is this scary for white because of the dragon bishop?
I think when I was a kid, I played this with black. I think I beat a lot of players, also like some stronger players, because this kind of opening is very tactical, because you can see this pieces looks, how to say, massive and just like a dragon. So I think it's very useful for children to learn.
Okay, so I'll show an opening called the Ruy Lopez. It starts when we take this guy in front of our king. This is our king. And we're taking, these are like the foot soldiers. They're the weakest guys on the board, the ones that we can most easily sacrifice, so we kind of throw them forward immediately, although we don't always want to give them away. And then black just does the same thing. So same idea, copying us. And now we take this guy out, our horse. Should I say horse? Yeah, that's good. And then he is attacking this guy right in front. So basically, if our opponent doesn't do anything, then we're just going to, next move, just take it off the board. And then we're going to have more material. So our opponent is probably going to not copy us, but they're probably going to try to stop us from doing that. So they're going to kind of mirror us, and they're going to take their horse out, which it doesn't threaten us, but it makes sure that we can't, if we take this guy, then we lose our horse, and we don't want to do that because this is much better than these guys. This is really important. So we want to keep those, and we want to make sure that this horse is really not comfortable. So we take this guy out, and then we slide him along. These guys can go really far, so he goes almost the whole board, and now he's looking right at him, and there's nowhere for that horse to go, really. So it's, we can take it next move if we want. There's pretty much no escape, and that's the Ruy Lopez.
You know the rules, right?
Yep.
Okay. So we are playing with white pieces, and we start the game with e4. Yeah. Why do we make this move? We are occupying the center, but we are also taking an eye on the d5 square. Yeah. So usually when you put the pieces towards the center, it cannot be bad. Many people will play the same. e7, e5. Now you're developing the knight, because in the beginning it's very important to develop the pieces to castle, to fight for the center. So with this move,
Let's find out our top 4 in the women's section of the World Fide Blitz Championship. Fide World Blitz Championship. Fide Master James King III here with Grandmaster Amai Hamilton. Hey, we got to check these pairings, bro. See who is going where. This is very critical right now.
Yep, we're in the final round for the women's section. We have one leader, Valentina Gunina, 11 points on board 1 against Anne Muzichuk. Now, the interesting thing about this matchup is a draw is a phenomenal result for Gunina. It's probably not a great result for Muzichuk. So I think that game is actually going to be very exciting. Stefanova against Bibisara there, 10.5 points. A draw as well, probably sufficient for Bibisara. However, for Stefanova, that's not good enough. A draw between the Chinese players might not be enough for either of them. So we might have to see all-out fights in this final round. More 10-point matchups as Garfalina against Eline Rubers. So what we're seeing here, James, is we're seeing matchups where almost everyone has a chance to qualify in that top 4, but a win is a very likely result that will guarantee it. A draw leaves everything up to potential tiebreaks and simply might not be enough.
Absolutely, of course, because, all the way down, even you draw, but then you lose on tie breaks because you got 10.5 thinking you're safe, and then somebody at the bottom beating someone that maybe you lost to, or etc. tie break wise, will catapult you out of the standings or the top 4. That's important to understand. Now, we have in the open section here, big boy matchup. Of course, all of them are, but MVL versus Magnus. Know we're going to have some fireworks there. Going to be fun, and they're on a lot of points as well. Arjun at the top there with team over job off 13.5. I mean, yeah, he's probably comfortable with the draw. Just kind of chilling there. Fabiano looking to win his game versus Hike Martirosian. I mean, all the way down there, even with Sindar versus Wesley. So I think everyone's going to really go for it. Maybe no one's safe with a draw here, man. Maybe like the guy at number 1 or 2 is comfortable with the draw. I don't know about anybody else.
Yeah, well, a draw is probably a result that you could make a healthy prediction of in some of those matchups. One of them that is not guaranteed is, of course, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Magnus. Maxime would be probably very interested in a draw. He's at 12.5 points, but Magnus at only 12 points does not have that luxury, but he has the black pieces, and crucially, there is one more game to be played after this in the open section. So this is not the final round. So a draw and then a win in the final round might still be enough, but at some point you have to take matters into your own hands, James. You don't want to be at the mercy of computer tiebreaks or the success of your competitors. If you're truly trying to do it yourself, big wins in the final 2 rounds will guarantee most of those players a spot in the top 4. The question is, who can get it done?
That is correct. Who can get it done? The question will be answered in about 10 minutes here, actually. Just 10, 15 minutes. Here we go. Clocks started. E4, E5, knight of 3, probably knight C6. So standard, normal stuff. Nothing out of the ordinary. But it probably will be later on in the middle game. We're going to have some sharp stuff.
That's right, James. We've got our bird's eye view here where we can see all of the matchups. Indeed, there may be some draws that take place. Of course, Dubov is someone we're always looking at for that. Yu Yang as well. But, it's unclear whether a draw is actually going to take them to that top 4 position. And Magnus Carlsen going for a much different opening here. Not just the Sicilian, but what looks to be the makings of a potential Khan Sicilian. Wondering if we would see Queen C7 there, but an interesting battle developing. But this round being the final round for the women's section, James, that's where our attention is going to be. That, like we just went over, there's about 10, feels like 8 to 10 players in the women's section that can all potentially make it to that top 4. Great situation to be in for Gunina, obviously, with 11 points and only Asabaeva at 10.5. So even with a loss, I think Gunina is relatively safe, especially on tie breaks. But looking at the games that we've got right here, I'm immediately drawn to Asabaeva and Stefanova on that board because of the pawn captured on C5. And the question remains, not will Black win this pawn back, James, but rather after the potential Queen C7, I'm looking at knight to A3 or knight to C3 in that game. And it's unclear to me what's going to happen after a potential knight B5 because that queen needs to maintain connection with the knight on C5. This could get pretty tactical.
That is very good. Actually, it's very annoying with that knight B5 move. Knight E4, it just seems like something is off here. I am down the pawn. Evalbar agrees to as well. You need to get that pawn back at some point, but knight B5 is such an annoying move. Knight E4, knight B5. I guess I could go Queen C6. That is risky there. She goes for it. Maybe she says, I'll maybe go Queen B6 to hit the knight.
Well, this is the concern. If the queen goes to B6, you're walking into a pin, always something you have to watch out for. And if we see, for example, something like Queen A5, I'll just put this move on the board to show it's not that simple to get out of it. Bishop takes E7 at the end, especially in a blitz game. This is something you can definitely look forward to playing. Stefanova with immediately a big advantage. And remember, Bibasar has 10.5 points. If she loses this game, there's no guarantee that she actually makes it into that top 4. There's so many other women who can reach 10.5 or even 11 points with a win here, James. I don't think 10.5 is going to be enough.
This is not fun. She is putting herself in a situation that you have to move fast. You have to be accurate. Anything can happen. You like the A4 move I see you highlighting? I actually like knight A3 too. But I guess you can play around with, like, you know, attacking the knight over and over and over. So A4 knights with B4 possibilities too. Knight G5 or knight G4 play very quickly. Response as well. Bishop D4 quick.
Yeah, and after bishop D4, I mean, obviously you're trying to trade these bishops, but also the knight on G4 can be loose after some potential queen D4. That will be the recapture, by the way. It really should be queen takes on D4 here. It's a safe place to be. And if A6 happens, yes, you're thinking about retreating that knight, but more importantly, you're thinking about the move B4. This is the move that I think needs to be played. And there's a blue arrow just to validate that thought, as it's a must-play move to maintain the significant advantage that Stefanova has here with the white pieces.
Ugh, and B4 is so nasty because, like, you have to go knight A6 there. Like, if you're moving the knight, maybe could you get away with? No, you can't. I was gonna say A6. I mean, maybe you could. Weirdly enough, because like I can attack the queen in some cases. But okay, B4, knight A6, and yeah, not the greatest for black. That knight is off sides, and it's hard to get rid of this knight. I guess you could go bishop D7 to try to attack B5. Queen F4 is there available too. She plays H3, kicks the knight away first. But now B4 be answered with just moving back to D7.
Exactly. H3 is a bit of a miss from Stefanova. Now the knight can go back to D7. It can go to E6. There are many more squares available than previous, and the knight on A6 would have been quite poorly placed. So Bibasara's position definitely improved in that one. I want to go to our top board here, Valentina Gunina against Anna Muzichuk, James. And this one, I'm looking at it. I'm seeing the bishops from long range, especially that bishop on A2, right? Hitting the F7 pawn with the X-ray here from the queen on F3. G5 is a huge threat. And the bishop on E7 is also stuck on that square, defending the knight on F6. We're seeing a move queen B6, but how does that stop G5? I'm immediately wondering. This looks like a win for Valentina Gunina.
There's some moves coming in quick too. Did she just snatch a piece off her? That's a piece. Come on. I'm up a piece, dominant, bro.
Anna Muzichuk's chances are dwindling here, and a full extra piece in this one will absolutely guarantee Gunina's spot. Stefanova continues to have a good position against Bibasara. So Stefanova, Gunina looking like they have great chances in the women's section here. Rook to C1 played, allowing queen.
Oh my goodness, she bought queen G3. Oh my goodness, it hurts. Whoa, the pain there. You can see the head nod there. She's not too mad, but that one hurts. Man, never give up. My goodness, giving it right back. Ugh,
oh
queen
my goodness,
H6.
the bishop is hanging on H6. Oh, this is terrible, James. It went from completely winning up a piece to now completely losing.
Jeez, bishop takes, and then there's a back. Oh my goodness, rook D2's coming in. Queen G5 check. That one hurts. That stings.
Look at how many pawns black has now. 3 pawns. From down a piece to up 3 pawns. I mean, this is incredible. The queens can be traded. All these endgames should be winning for black. And this just flipped things entirely, as now Anna Muzichuk would move up to 11 points with a victory here. Incredible.
Huge blunder there. Hard to keep your composure sometimes when that type of blunder happens. So many nerves, the pressure here, being up and crushing and winning to completely losing is really tough. But now maybe there's some chances here, especially with the king
Queen
being
B5
weak.
though. I was about to say, yes, trade the queens. This is absolutely winning for Anna Muzichuk. In fact, I want to say just about guaranteed. Trading those queens should be winning endgame. You're up 2 pawns. One of them is a pass pawn. James, I think it's fair to say, let's jump to the bird's eye view just for a moment, but this is a winning position, and Anna Muzichuk is very likely to move to 11 points and secure a spot in that top 4.
Wow. And Gunina, luckily she was doing very well here. She still is likely to be making the top 4 too as well. Not guaranteed, but it is likely, having so many points as well. Wow, what a turnaround. Carlsen
That's
winning.
incredible. Of course, with the bird's eye view, you can see all of the other games. Dubov does not have a good position against Nihal. That, undefeated streak might be coming to an end. Meanwhile, Arjun continues to fight for those results, even with his 13.5 score in the open section. And Magnus Carlsen, with the bishops, is doing Magnus Carlsen things and finding the comeback when it matters here. Slightly better in that game and pushing for a win with 2 connected pass pawns.
You're saying, you know what? If I can make it to all I got to do is survive, make it to the top 4, and then everything else that happened in the past is in the past. We got a brand new thing, a playoff. That's all everyone's trying to do here at this point. Arjun, by the way, just doing Arjun things. I mean, this is ridiculous. Can anyone stop this guy? Arjun is just playing out of his mind.
And Eline Rovers has won, James. Eline Rovers has won her game on board 4. We know that Anna Muzichuk should be winning with the black pieces. And there is one game, Song Yushin against Zhu Jin'er, which we can take a look at. This game is probably going to decide things. It looks to be winning for Zhu Jin'er. This is the potential 4th spot, that top 4 still available. Black is completely winning here, but let's see if it gets executed correctly.
Yeah, we got to bring the bishop all the way back around and be able to play h5 at some point. You have to.
Something has gone wrong here. Something has gone wrong. The king has made it back to g2, and there's no need to trade bishops. The king can go to f2. I would have probably brought the king to f2, but I realized the pawn was hanging there. So this is the defensive method that white should use, and it is very tough to break through. I'm not sure I see a way to get past this bishop. You kind of have to play king d4, and the only trick to watch out for is don't have your bishop in the corner and allow bishop d5.
Yeah, as we've seen something similar in the World Championship with Gukesh and Ding. h5, g4 is something to probably push forward later on, but you got to be careful. Oh, and it's allowed. Wait, but how?
It's
not over
the
yet.
DGT doesn't always reflect the board here. I'm focused on the camera at this point because it is all about that f3 pawn. I don't understand why the white bishop decided to give up that diagonal, but crucially, there's an engine move g4. What is that move?
What as he spots it, g4.
And there's no
to
bishop
not allow
h5
bishop
because
h5.
of the move g4. Just incredible. And this will punch
Really
a ticket, I believe. We'll wait and see the standings, but moving to 11 points is exactly what Zhu Jin'er needs. So impressive to take this victory. Wow.
Zhu Jin'er with a very strong victory there.
And we
Amazing.
can check out Dubov against Nihal Sarin back in the open as games are still continuing. It looks like a completely winning position, and Daniel Dubov's first loss incoming. Connected pass pawns. Nihal has this one absolutely guaranteed here. So let's wait to see the technique.
Strong. Sometimes it's hard, especially, but you believe it or not, it's sometimes harder with these 2 pawns here. But he's making it look easy. There's the queen. Dubov first loss to Nihal Sarin.
And Fabi against Martirosyan on board 3, still in progress here. Let's jump straight to that game. As that game ends, Nihal victorious. An extra pawn here for Martirosyan, but not necessarily a position that you'd expect Black is able to win.
Pawn's on the same side. Rook active. Yeah, likely draw, but anything can happen, especially with this time being low right now.
Yu Yang Yi lost. Daniel Dubov lost. A lot of those undefeated streaks come to an end. Magnus Carlsen beat Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. We will review that game, of course. There's lots of action going on as the top 4 is being decided in the women's section. And Fabiano, with 12.5 points, is trying to hang on here.
Back and forth. Okay.
For G3, the king is being cut off here. The b7 pawn is targeted. The pieces cannot seem to move here, which is why Fabi is content to just shuffle the king. He's at 12.5 points. He doesn't need this win, but a draw is absolutely crucial.
It's kind of an annoying check to deal with, but you just step out of the way. Pawn is still hanging on b7. King's very active too. We'll move the knight around, try to get the king to b5.
Some small progress, maybe. Of course, that b pawn is just going to be hanging in a move here. Maybe king a3 or something. So you start to get concerned about b6. However, makes sense that you feel that there's some slight progress here for black, as now that the rook and knight are actually active.
You have to be careful of being knight forks, right? Getting king a4 with the rook on d1 is very crucial. Slight hesitation, king goes to a3. Keeping the rook and king off the same bag. And there's the check. Nice. Rook takes, and he's very confident in holding a draw.
Yep, I think so. There's rook b3, rook b4, but whenever you take the c pawn, you also lose the b pawn. Meanwhile, the rook cuts the king off. So at some point, you'll have to try rook takes c4. It is the only move, along with rook c1 and running the pawn. But with the king cut off, the white king just has to stay close to the c pawn, and it's sinking in that this is absolutely a draw, and Fabiano will hold this one and probably just shuffle the rook here.
So shuffle back and forth. When you push, you follow the pawn with the king. Shuffle the rook.
Very good technique. There's only so many things to try here. Time dwindling as well. Don't lose on time.
That is
and Fabi has a draw with rook e8 check as well, which he can rely on after rook d1. He's gone for rook c8, perfectly fine. And that will be a draw.
Head shake there from Hike. Like, where can I be better? Dang, it's a draw. Might not be enough. Definitely understand the pain there.
And still one more round in the open, but with all of these results in, we're starting to get a really good look at what the standings are going to look like. Magnus Carlsen with a victory over MVL. We'll get to that game and briefly show you what happened because we didn't see all of that. We were focused on the final round in the women's, but Arjun with another win over Rajabov. 14.5 points, just incredible performance from Arjun in this blitz. 14.5 is really up there. That's a very, very high score and well above the competition.
Arjun punching his ticket. Look at Dubov. He was holding fourth for so long. And it might be so long to see you, buddy. But no, of course, there is another round here, but it's tough. Holding from fourth, going down to eighth here is really, really difficult for people to come back from, but it is very possible here. Of course, Fabi with another draw. He made his way through. Looking good as well. So with that being said, man, let's actually take a look at a game. We got a game here. A few games, actually. It looks like we have. What do you want to take us first, Ahmad?
Well, I'm just looking at the Maxime versus Magnus game. Wanted to tell people exactly what happened there. We did miss some of the action early on, and we can jump back and forth here. But early on, we did see a couple of mistakes here in a row by Maxime. But I just wanted to show this one, bishop takes f6, because after queen takes and rook d7, a pawn was gambited, let's say, by Magnus here, but the bishops just became so strong. And notice the move bishop c5, and we can jump ahead in this game because this tells the story. Those bishops being maintained, bishop c6, bishop c5, shows you how Magnus is playing. We've got opposite sides castling. Who cares about the pawn? It's all about the bishop pair, the open lines, the attack, and jumping ahead a little bit. We see that there is a queen exchange here on e4. And despite the queen exchange, Magnus Carlsen takes control of this position. The bishops are dominant. The knights are a little bit clumsy. And it's actually black's pawns over here, which tell the tale. Moving ahead, we can see that the f takes g6 move was played in order to get the outside passed h-pawn, which is really well done. And the knights, James, they're just not able to keep up with the bishops. Notice how this pass pawn is not mobile. It's not dangerous. It's not getting up the board. But that h-pawn, that one is supported by the bishops and very dangerous as it starts to move up. That's exactly what we see. Having to play f takes e3 is also a very bad move. The pawns start to connect. Meanwhile, the knight is tied down to b2. So you can just see the quality of the minor pieces here. Night and day. And Magnus Carlsen just effortlessly advancing those bishops, those pawns. And there was just nothing that the c-pawn could do. As I've been mentioning, it's not a dangerous pass pawn. And the last move, king e2, of course, trying to get desperately out of that pin. Thank you very much. Bishop takes f4. And that won the game for Magnus Carlsen. The pawns, the bishops were unstoppable, untouchable. Great technique in a blitz game to showcase the bishops over the knights. That was enough to beat MVL and put Magnus up into that top 4 spot. He was once 23rd, James. He was barely on our first page of our standings on screen, and now he's in that top 4.
Well, it's not over until it's over, as they say, as he still has another round and he's made himself to the first part of the bracket, or at least the first page of top 10 or whatever. But then he's now able to punch his ticket, or at least be very close to securing that spot, basically, with one of those 4 spots here. So speaking of 4 spots here, we got to take a look at the women's section too as well. So what just happened? Anna Musichuk was able to take down Gunina in a very nail-biting game. That was crazy. Now, of course, they both tied with 11 there. Gunina still should be maybe okay, actually, in there. But I think we do have our 4 for the playoffs. So, yeah, that's tough. We're going to talk about that in a minute. And here they are. Sheesh.
Yeah.
She didn't make it, bro.
That was really clever foreshadowing there, and we're hit with the punchline that Gunina loses that game and loses her spot in the top 4. So that is an incredibly costly blunder, dropping a full piece to that tactic. Queen G3, Queen H3. We were there live for the action. With that win, Musichuk moves into that top 4 spot. Asabayeva with the draw, and Eline with a critical win. And we also saw Zhu Jiner the win over her countrywoman Song Yushin to move into top 4, and those will be your top 4. Bibisar, Anna Musichuk, Eline Rubers as Zhu Jiner. And the matchups will be, of course, Bibisara versus Zhu Jiner, 1 versus 4, and Musichuk versus Rubers, 2 versus 3 in those 4-game mini matches. If there is a tie at the end of those 4 games, then we will use Armageddon. But those are how the playoffs are going to shake down in the women's section, James.
We have 4-game mini matches coming up, and we still have a round in the open section. It's getting exciting. The matches have really kind of just started because we need the 4 from the open section too as well. But all of that action is going to unfold in the next round. We'll see you after the break.
Yeah, I remember this game.
Usually there would be a lot of disagreements.
I just can't hide my emotion. I want to laugh. I'm so happy that I had this experience in my life.
It was a fun moment, and I thought, I'll just go with the flow.
But I didn't trip on anything. I just tripped.
Okay, I'm not going to sit through the whole thing. Yeah, so the fun part about this is that Oral-B and Pimplotion, they got word of the fact that I'd been to one of their shows and I was a fan. So they invited me to sing a verse on their new song, which I thought it was quite funny. It was quite well made. Others were generally sent in their own verses for this song, but I would not be able to do that, at least in times before you had AI tools with that. But then they wanted to make a music video. I didn't have time for that. So this was filmed by my brother-in-law, Matthias, from St. Petersburg when I was there for the World Blitz. So that's a bit funny. And I was just trying to, I don't know, look cool, I suppose, which I don't really. I'm just standing there in a winter jacket, looking like an idiot.
If there's many draws in Classical, we always get a lot of Armageddon. There were also many days with lots of decisive games in Classical. Super exciting to see. And today, I think this is the peak.
It was last year in the Norwich as the final round against Leitinge. We know each other for many years, so I tried, just some, chatting, just to have fun. Everything's good. I think we did many like this with Lei, in the game after game. So I feel it's just naturally before the game.
Super exciting to see, and today I think this is the peak.
Yeah, actually, now I remember what happened because she told me some jokes And when we sit there and we know and watch she talk to me, and we just can't, hide our emotion because she talked some like really funny jokes, like some like on the rest day. And when I saw her face, and I just think about that jokes, and I just can't become like a normal person.
It's a really old photo. The reason that this happened, this photo shoot, I think it was a New Yorker piece, was because I was the youngest player to beat a Grandmaster at the time in the United States. I had beaten this Grandmaster by the name of Alexander Wojtkiewicz. I think this was in the year 2000. And so we had this shoot with my coach, with Bruce Pandolfini, who was my coach for several years. This was a photo shoot that was done in the rain, which wasn't, obviously that was an accident, but it was very uncomfortable for me, and I was not happy as a kid. The whole time I was miserable. I actually remember just being really miserable during this photo shoot. But yeah, Bruce was a great coach. He was also portrayed in a movie, very famous chess movie, Searching for Bobby Fischer. So yeah, a lot of memories from this one. The recreation was in 2015. So in 2015, I moved back to the US. I would visit New York like quite a few times every year. And in 2015, we decided to recreate the photo. I just don't remember like where the idea came from. And it was done again in Washington Square Park. Like if you're a chess player from New York, or even if you've just visited New York, then you probably know about Washington Square Park. It's where all the chess hustlers have traditionally played, either that or Union Square Park.
I don't remember that much, but yeah, that was a fantastic honor, of course. And I remember like being just so nervous with all these people looking, and I had all these thoughts in my head of what I was going to do once I got up to the ball, and then I just like made a simple pass because I didn't risk doing anything fancy. So that was fun. I've been to a few Real Madrid games. Like I did the honorary kickoff in the game in 2014 when I won the World Championship as well, and they were always taking fantastic care of me. So I'm really appreciative of that.
It was the best of the times. It was the worst of times. I think this famous quote of Charles Dickens is a very precise one to describe my story. It was the time of the decision.
Okay, yeah, this was the TED Talk I had in 2018 in Spain, and I was invited to tell people about my story. When in the end of 2017, I refused to go to the World Championships, which were held in Saudi Arabia, just because I thought that it's not the appropriate place to hold the World Championships for women, because now the situation improved a bit, but back then the situation was even worse, and women's rights were totally violated. And you know that the rules were like that besides being dressed in a specific way, women also had to be accompanied by if they wanted to go somewhere out. And I thought that this is wrong, and I refused to go. But at that time, I was the reigning champion in both of these disciplines, in rapid and in blitz. So for me, it was a difficult moment because, well, not going immediately meant that I am losing my titles, and also from financial point of view, it was difficult because the prize fund was very high, the highest actually in the history, which they had in Saudi Arabia. So yeah, in this TED Talk, I spoke about my story, why I took this decision, how it was, and everything about it.
Wait, what?
B5! What? Rook B5? There was Rook B5? Where was that Rook B5?
Oh.
Where's that Rook B5?
All right, so now it's going to be a draw.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember this game. That's why when you showed the video, I was able to say it's a mouse sleep. I think this match was like I started off very well. I was leading in the first few games, and Lahno is quite a strong Bleach player. I was pretty happy to have a very controlled games, but then I think this game actually disappointed me. Like I was completely winning out of the opening. There are several opportunities where I missed. And then it was a mouse slip and I lost the game. But I think even after that, I had a very good chance. Like I was leading in most of the games, but especially in the bullet, she kind of played too good. Like she clearly outplayed me.
Going to claim the 3-volt, because if she has the intention of playing rook h7 again, then she's just going to write that move down on her score sheet and call the arbiter. And when the arbiter checks everything, yes, it will be the claim will be approved. Oh, she's claiming it now.
And we have handshake. It is a draw. History repeats and legend regains in Chongqing as Ju Wenjun becomes women's world champion for an astonishing 5th time.
Yeah, I was check if it's 3 times repetition. I think it was, but I'm not so good at it. So I was check maybe like 3 or 4 times, make sure it's draw. Then I was post the clock, and I tried to offer the draw to the arbiter.
Yes. I mean, this tournament means a lot for me. Also, I learned some from my opponent. I feel she is really has some fighting experience and plays nice.
She says something, maybe I just think about something funny during the game. I just can't hide my emotion. I want to laugh and yeah, something.
It's difficult to hold in.
Yeah, I think she's better than me, kind of this stuff, because maybe after interview and she will ha 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 ha, something like that.
Jeg kan godt skjønne at dette noe som jeg blir interessert I. Når jeg skal spille mot verdensmester. Jeg tror at det blir vanskelig mot Kasparov. Men Karpov har en sjanse mot.
It's a sensation that Magnus managed to beat the former world champion Karpov.
Yeah. Remember this? Of course, great memories from Iceland and those hot swimming pools they have there. This is from the Reykjavik Rapid and Blitz tournament. I don't remember what it was called, but I was losing a lot of games on that day, and I felt like I was just not on the same level as those guys, so that was a bit frustrating.
Vachier, after every game there is a recap.
Your recap.
So, if it's like a 130 moves game.
You can do a 6-hour recap. I have no problem.
Yeah, it was. It was a great period, and I'm so happy that I had this experience in my life, commentating the World Championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi together with the legendary Vachier, and we had really a lot of fun moments and a fun time in Dubai. And this was the longest game of the whole match. There was the time that we were counting. Okay, it's coming closer to 50 moves, and if the piece any piece move during the 50 moves and there are no captures, then the draw is fixed. And I was like, Magnus, play e4, play e4, play e4, and Vichy was like, no, don't touch anything. And then he played, and Vichy was like, oh my god, the game will continue. But yeah, it was the highlight of the match. This game 6, and Magnus won, and I think it decided the fate of the match after that.
Time for the final round of the open section in the Fide World Blitz Championship. I'm Fide Master James Canty III here with Grandmaster Amon Hamilton. Bro, it's the final round. We get to see who does what and where. So, what do we have to do here? Especially if I'm on the first page, maybe not the second, but if I'm at like number 12 here, you know, what do I have to do here?
Well, if you're at number 12, you have to enjoy the spectacle as everyone else fights for the top spots, because if you have 12 points here, there's really no chance for you. So you have to be 7 or above. Arjun has a guaranteed spot at 14.5 points. He can lose and still be guaranteed not just a spot, but first place. Fabiano and Magnus. Fabi has the best chance to secure a spot at 13 points. His tiebreaks are good. A draw is likely enough. Magnus does not have that luxury. His tiebreaks are not very good. And so with a draw, he would be caught by potentially Maxime, Nihal, Jacobian. Those players can catch him and might have better tiebreaks. A draw could be enough for Magnus, but we don't have that guaranteed. And of course, everyone with 12.5 points realistically has to win. And that's how we're going to get our top 4 decided, James. But there are 6 players fighting for 3 spots because Arjun has already secured that top spot, and these are the final round pairings in the open section, James.
Here we go, and those final rounds, in fact, we know it's going to be some fireworks on the board. Magnus Carlsen, Nordbeck Abdussatorov, they're definitely going to battle it out. Nihal and Arjun Erigaisi. I mean, Arjun could just do kind of whatever there, but Nihal wants to really secure his spot, so I think he's going to come at him, and I think he's really going to actually take it to him, or at least try to, as best as he can. You got Fabiano, 13 versus Aram, 12.5. Aram is like, nah, I can't sit here at the bottom and just let anyone pass me. So I think these are going to be critical boards where they are going to be fighting for a little bit more to push themselves up in those top 4 spots.
The reason that it's so impactful, James, is everyone at 12.5 points is playing somebody who's not at 12.5 points. Right? So we're getting a situation where all those players need a win, and they're not playing each other. They're playing other players that might be satisfied with potentially a draw, or they maybe don't need a win. Fabiano at 13 points. You see Arjun at 14.5, Magnus at 13. So the pairings are done up in a way in this final round where players that need a win are playing players that actually don't necessarily need a win and might be happier with a draw. So on one side, you have a player that's maybe comfortable with equality, trading pieces, and another player that is not satisfied with that in the slightest.
It's always going to be fun to watch those type of games because we know we're going to get some real fireworks on the board all the way down. Maybe draws in 5th and 6th, maybe not 5th. Daniel Dubov still has a chance to. Pranesh and Wesley. So yeah, winning it's possible. What do you think? Is it out for Pranesh and Wesley? Just no. It's just no.
There's no chance. Yeah. Well, because the reason is because, like I said, the 12.5s are not playing each other. If they're playing each other, they could potentially all draw and end up at 13. So no, because they're playing other players, scores are going to go up. There's absolutely no chance for anyone on board 5 or below. You have 6 players that are fighting for 3 spots because Arjun has first.
There we go. Depo Napamachi. He is facing MVL. Handshake, slight words. Hey, what's up, bro? You good? Yeah. You know what we got to do. Yeah, cool.
Well, at this point, this is one of the matchups, one of the few where Nepo is actually not in contention, and he's playing someone who is. So Nepomniachtchi only has 12 points. That's one of the few pairings where 12.5 is actually playing 12 points. So this is pure spoiler for Nepomniachtchi. Of course, there's prize money, there's prestige. There's a lot of reason to still play for a win here, but it's interesting to note that, you know, Nepomniachtchi is not going to be part of that top 4, whereas MVL still can.
You know, look at Fabi walking around getting himself composed before the game. There it is. Aram. Looking around. What is Fabi
And just a note, James, about the I guess the proceedings, the schedule. This is the final round of the Open. There are no games taking place in the women's section, no playoffs taking place concurrently, so we are not missing the action. After this, we are then going to go into the playoffs in the women's section. There will be no games being missed there either. Then we're going to do the playoffs in the open section. Then we're going to play the winners matchup in the women's and the winners in the open. So we should not be missing any of the action from here on out. And our full focus is on this final round in the open section.
So we're not going to miss anything or any of the action, just how we would like it here. And we're ready. Handshakes.
They got you, James. They got you. That was a handshake as they sat down, not a handshake that the caves had begun.
Yeah, of course. And Magnus setting up all the pieces is our usual stuff. That's what we like to do. Even if the pieces are perfectly straight, we got to straighten them ourselves. And Magnus is off already. He's off. I wonder what he's talking to Arbiter about. What do you think that conversation is?
I think, well, he just did his hands in an X, which is the symbol for a draw. My thought is he's wondering if there are any rules about maybe when you can offer a draw. So I don't know. Pure speculation on my end. I thought I saw that, the hands together and the X kind of indicates a draw offer. Maybe he's wondering, but it could be completely unrelated.
And here we go. E4, C5. Hey, go with the C3 Cecile for the kill. But also it could be very draws, depending on how you like to play it. Carlson with the signature. C3 Sicilian.
Here we go. Games are underway. Every game you see on your screen is from the open section, but I will say there's only a handful of them that are relevant to the final standings.
Arjun and Nihal. Got a little G3 action. Something different. Whoa. Nepomniachtchi versus MVL. That early H4 there.
Nepomniachtchi playing H4. He's not the one that needs a specific result here, but, Nepomniachtchi, that's just the way he plays chess. Very exciting to start things off. Arjun and Nihal, this is a game where really Nihal wants to go all out here. However, Arjun at 14.5 points, he has been playing the best of anyone in this competition, and by a clear margin, I might add, as we have our 4-board split here, which we can make use of to track all the games in action at the moment.
Very nice. We get to see all the games at the same time here. Yeah, definitely going to be paying a lot of attention to that Nihal game there. He is going to try to beat him. I mean, Arjun at the same time, though, is, I can play whatever. Even if I lose, I win. That's crazy. He has an incredible performance in the Blitz portion. A lot of tension.
Yeah, but the thing about Arjun is he doesn't compromise his style, right? He doesn't compromise his style at all. He doesn't play for a draw. I mean, he's there with one of the most imbalanced positions of the entire top 4 boards.
Some type of reverse Grunfeld in a way. Black has a nice center with 2 pawns in it, but white can attack it. Knight on C3 changes things just a little bit, changes the dynamics. I wonder what he's preparing after E6, but he said, never mind, E5, then D4. And now bring a knight to the center. May have some trades with black having some good space.
And the move F5 from Noterbeck against Magnus Carlsen has really opened the position up. Noterbeck absolutely needs that win, and it's important to remember, in most of these matchups, you will not see both players going through, if that makes sense. This is, only one can really go through, the exception being, of course, Nihal, if he wins, can move up to 13.5, while Arjun is, of course, in. But Noterbeck and Magnus, you don't really have a situation where they both make it. So a really critical game here. And in my opinion, Magnus cannot be overly thrilled with the position that he has. It looks like a knight is really well placed on d5 there. I think Noterbeck has done well. Some chances here, although Magnus is maybe playing a bit of a mental game. He knows that Noterbeck might have to go all out for a victory. So if he makes it an equal position, Noterbeck might take risks that he shouldn't take.
Yeah, actually, and we have the C file now. We've just grabbed the C file. I think White's doing fine, but he also chose a C3 Sicilian here, which could be very combative depending on what kind of C3 Sicilian we get. I think White is very comfortable. Magnus can try to use the C file, and no, again, as you mentioned, the Noterbeck has to go all out, so he has to look for some serious chances here. Where I don't see where that's going to be. It is difficult. Pieces are on the back rank. More trades will help White, or at least Magnus.
Yeah, I really. This is not a position that Magnus is very happy with. I want to say it's not a great position, but the knight on d5 is really strong. I don't think this is ideal, but there is that wrinkle that Noterbeck cannot be that satisfied with a draw. And so he needs to create something from this game. We might see him play a move like bishop takes on e5 just to guarantee that it's knight against bishop. And actually the move bishop to b4 has just been played. As far as I can see, this must be captured. And does this bring things even closer to potential equality? Bishop e4 is an annoying move, I think, for Noterbeck to face. He did not want to give up that strong knight on the d5 square.
Also, with rook c7 incoming too as well, and there it is, takes, and hard to lose this one. Very hard to lose this one. I mean, there is knocking over pieces or hanging something, but not. I think he's waking up. I think Magnus is awake now, to say the least. So
it's really difficult to imagine Noterbeck winning this game, right? There are no minor pieces on the board. There's a clear target on d7 that Magnus can focus on. We might be getting a rook endgame, a queen game. I don't see a way that Noterbeck wins this game realistically. He's also down a minute on the clock. Looks very likely. And actually, we have a result already. Arjun, Erigaisi, and Nihal Sarin have drawn their game. And I don't believe that result is what Nihal is looking for. But looking at the position, it probably didn't look like a spot that he felt he could win from, also with 30 seconds on the clock. So a draw there means Arjun obviously is in first place, as we knew, but Nihal probably not enough with that 13 points.
Yeah, and I can see the position there too. Double B pawns, A6 is hanging. It's just hard to create something. I totally understand. Took the draw there, and all he can do now is hope for the best and hope that people with 12 or 12 and a half don't do as well. So we'll see. But Nihal with the draw there,
all going to come down to tie breaks. It's all going to come down to tie breaks. We can't say for sure if a player is eliminating themselves with these results. It all depends on other results. So all we know is we can say that Nihal's fate is not in his own hands anymore. We wait and see the results at the end in order to see the computer tie breaks determining those top four. But MVL against Jan Nepomniachtchi, I can say the position looks to be one that there are winning chances. The doubled pawns for Jan Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces on f3 and f2, a4 and a3. I think MVL has the best winning chances on those top boards, and a win to put him at 13.5 would definitely put him into the top four.
And it's very. I mean, his position looks great with the kings. Like if you look at both kings, White's king is very weak. About to make a move.
Well,
Looks
it's
like
the H-pawn.
board.
That's the difference. If you trade pieces, James, the H-pawn should win the game for Maxime, and he has that available to him at all times. So we're watching out for those H and A pawns. Those are going to tell the story here.
And rook d4. I like the move f4 there. That was a really strong move there. Really strong. Rook takes e4.
E6 is available.
E6
very careful. And I believe, yeah, we are going to see some trades here. Now with an endgame with queens on the board, we have the A-pawn and the H-pawn dangerously approaching, but E6 to open up checking diagonals.
Oh, saying make some type of draw, maybe. King G8, Queen F6. There's a lot of checks both sides here with that H-pawn being passed. So what happened?
Magnus and Noterbeck drew. Board one, draw. We expected this after we saw the game and how it was developing. draws perhaps all around. It's often going to come down to those computer tie breaks. Let's wait and see here. The H and A pawns are running in MVL versus Nepomniachtchi.
Is he going to check into Oblivion?
Maxime with a draw still has a chance at 13 points, but not guaranteed, of course. H3, he continues to fight for that full result, but with the queen coming down, a draw looks very likely here and there for the taking if Nepomniachtchi wants it.
Never was just checking here. Just let me try this check. Let's try that check. Let's try this one. Let's try that one. Yeah, the queen, luckily, the black queen just defends literally everything. C6, E6, everything defended. Love this A6 move, though. Trying to evade checks as well.
And now it's up to Maxime to make this draw. And if you mess up the checks, the king could escape. Absolutely critical to do things properly here. Let's jump to Fabiano's game against Jacobian. It looks like there's a lot more action there, and Fabi with 13 points actually looks to be securing the win here with a great game. And the pawn on G3, strong. The rook's coming to D1. The B pawn is running. Rook D1 is coming.
Yeah, rook
B2 and B1.
Too much.
You really can't stop it.
A little bit too much.
He'll just grab that bishop there as well. Completely winning. Fabiano looks to be punching his ticket through in that top four. We can say this one's completely winning. So let's jump back to Maxime and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Absolutely guaranteed win for Fabiano there.
I think they were talking.
It looked like it might have been a draw offer. You know what it even reminds me of? And by the way, did we just see a trade? This is winning.
Oh, Nepo, yeah.
Hang on a sec.
Really angry.
He's got an extra pawn here, but as I say, it's winning. Is it not winning? What's going on here?
How is it not king? I don't understand. Oh, maybe it's king to the corner where you take both pawns, get the pawn to F7 and king in the corner.
Well, no, it's the opposite. It's the fact that the A pawn cannot even be won. And he's actually going to secure a draw, a pawn down in a king and pawn endgame. Absolute madness to conclude there as it ends in a draw, but complete shock as you're seeing the best grandmasters in the world talking what could be about the standings, but perhaps even wondering about that endgame as they're trying to figure out who is going to be in that top four, much like you and I, James.
Yeah, they're figuring out, well, what do you think? Are you in? I don't know. Yeah, and Nepomniachtchi, I think, is out after that draw there.
Well, we can say a couple things. Fabiano Caruana with a win is most definitely in, and Arjun Erigaisi is in first place no matter what. That is guaranteed. As we take a look at the final round results, we had a lot of draws on those top boards. MVL and Jan Nepomniachtchi we saw just end with a draw. Rajabov and Dubov, those results and below, unfortunately, do not impact those top standings, and it does feel like 13 points is likely not going to be enough, but let's see. Dubov and Rajabov do move to 13 points. MVL also moves to 13 points. Fabi is in with 14. Nihal's at 13 points. Magnus at 13.5. Should be enough.
Well, as we see, here we go. Arjun is already in. We already knew that one. Fabiano, Magnus, Norderbeck. Oh my goodness. Who would have knew? Wow. Were you expecting that, Amma?
I think so, yeah.
Norderbeck.
When you think about 13 points, I know it feels like everyone had a chance there. Even Wesley moving up to 13. Daniel Dubov was at 12.5. You know, obviously, you think everyone has a chance moving up to 13, but that's not quite the case because the tie breaks are a little bit predictable. The players who are generally at the top of the standings are going to have the better tie breaks. It's no surprise that Norderbeck, especially playing Magnus in the final round, Magnus is going to help those tie breaks. One of the successful players in the event. So Norderbeck claiming that final spot does make a bit of sense in terms of the standings and where we saw the players paired, but critical to see that he's taking that spot ahead of so many other players. MVL, Nihal, Wesley, Denis Lazovic, even Matt Lakov, although those names not near the top during the event, likely we're never going to claim that final spot on tie breaks.
They were so close to this one. Denis Lazovic out of nowhere, too, as well. And with 13, literally the number you need, but not good on the tie breaks. This is incredible, guys. But we have our 4, and we have our matchups for the women's section as well. The playoff, that is. Playoffs are coming up. We're going to take ourselves a short break, guys, and we'll be back with some playoffs.
A match after that.
There's $20,000 of prize money. What are you going to do with it? Do you have any idea?
Oh, no idea because I don't care about it.
When you get it, you'll think about it.
Yeah, because generally for me, like chess prize, I don't care about too much because I enjoy playing chess is much important. And also as a top players, if you think about the money too much, you can't perform well. So I think when I say I don't care about it, it's not like I want to show something. I think at that moment, I just want to think about that. I qualify from the candidates from the Grand Swiss, so it's not like emotional about the prize or money, something like that.
Yeah, this is a very recent video. So it's from a few months ago, from Paris. It shows a number of us analyzing a new starting position, and like we would get a new starting position every round, and then the players who have the white pieces or the black pieces would kind of team up because we're trying to figure out what's best from our point of view, either on the white side or the black side, and we would all sit around a board and discuss for only 10 minutes. Usually there would be a lot of disagreements. And almost never was there a consensus. Like I can't even think of, like maybe most people would at some point decide on something, but then there would always be like someone who does something differently, or you would like look at the board and think, what were we thinking? Like, or what was this guy telling me? Like, why did I trust him?
Okay, this music is really annoying. Yeah, so I guess that's 1 through 5 in the world. It's just kind of unusual. The freestyle tournaments this year have been fantastic, and it is really interesting, even though I'm not going to entirely understand a position in a few minutes, and they're not either. You can sort of get like a glimpse into the mind of some very, very strong and creative players. So it's definitely one of the fun parts of these tournaments.
I think we finally see a draw offer, a smile from Jan.
Who's gonna offer? Are they both waiting for the other person to offer the draw? What's happening here?
Yeah, it's both players laughing.
Yeah, there it is.
So first, I was offered the draw, but declined with the rook against rook. So I was kind of, I think it's funny that just declined in such position. Yeah, this was the very recent World Rapid title in 2024 in New York. Yeah, this is one of the most memorable world title for me because, the whole year I have been suffering a lot in a classical tournaments, and I dropped down a lot of rating points as well. I think I started dropping down from the last year Norway's chess event. Yeah, this tournament again really helped me to come back. So this world title gave me the, that motivation to work towards chess. And this year I already managed to do well in both the Grand Prix. I won the Pune Grand Prix, and also I was second in Monaco Grand Prix as well. Winning the second world title is definitely a special moment for me.
Yeah, I remember that very well, of course. It was a fun moment, and I thought, I'll just go with the flow. If I end up in the pool, then worse things could happen, and it was fun for sure. It was a great experience for me. The first World Championship match. I didn't really know what to expect, and I think everything else was like that sort of experience coming through the candidates with everything that happened there, and then winning the World Championship match was very special. That was an amazing experience, and yeah, it was hard to sort of replicate that in future matches.
In the playing hall, I guess he gets up to leave.
Whoa! What happened?
Slow-mo. Off the platform, almost took out one of our cameras.
I did trip. I mean, I don't know if there was any other angle where people could see, but I didn't trip on anything. I just tripped. And there was like the stage, like a platform, and then there was the camera. So I basically stumbled off the platform and then kind of bumped into the camera. Luckily not enough that I like damaged it or knocked it over, because I know they're expensive. And I didn't get hurt or anything, so.
This is the five times like the Women's World Champion closing ceremony, and I enjoy with this trophy, and also this moment when I become the champion. I think it's a very, when you win some tournament, this closing ceremony, and this moment is very important and very memorable. Like all you work so hard for, like off the board and also in the tournament, and in that final moment in this closing ceremony, all the feelings in that moment.
A draw. It's a sensation.
Yeah, that was a great moment, of course. Special game for me for sure. Very difficult to prepare against Kasparov, because he felt like he sort of played everything and kind of invented all the best modern openings, or at least practitioned them. Yeah, I was just trying to play a solid normal game, and then at some point I managed to outcalculate him. Like, he missed a little trick, and yeah, after that I just played a little bit too cautiously at one point, but I was obviously happy with the draw.
Cause we gaming for the top, this a bop, whoa. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Try to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter, I'm a go-getter, I'm a trendsetter, I'm a go-getter, I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter, I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look.
Baby, what is next? Rolling on me, Philly protect, screaming we the best. I got though, give me respect. Baby, what is next? Tell me what is next. I got EBS on my wrist, on my neck. Baby, what is next? Rolling on me, Philly protect, screaming we the best. I got though, give me respect. Baby, what is next? Tell me what is next. I got I got
Sorry.
Mr. Canty.
Back?
Hello? Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Just checking, long breaks.
Oh yeah, I'm back. Sorry. Yeah, no, it's we're back with the women's the Fide World Blitz Championships, but this is the women's section here. And in this section, we have actually Zu Janir versus BB So, okay, run us through the format here for people that don't know. It is a playoff. What are we expecting? How do we get a champion here, Amon?
Well, we are starting 2 concurrent matches. It was a top 4, so Zhujiner against Bibasar Asabayeva and Eline Rubers against Anna Muzichuk. Those are the 2 matches. There are 4 games that will be played by these women, and the target score, knowing those 4 games, is obviously 2.5 points. That would win the matchup. If it ends in a 2-2 tie, then we will decide it with Armageddon and a bidding format. But for now, we have concurrent matches, and let's focus with our split screen view here on the 2 games at hand. James, this is the semifinals, and the winners of these 2 matchups will go on to play each other in the grand final.
Amazing. First, the 2.5 will win. So you want to bring your best here. And as we see on both sides, definitely everything's very even in both games. Looks like a Sicilian with Zu and Bibisar. Bishop b5 type of check, sort of with a mix of the c3 Sicilian in it. So a little bit different out of the theory, out of the norm, more positional rather than tactical.
Yeah, I'm looking at the game between Eline and Anna on the right side of the screen. Looks like there are at least more pieces on the board in that one. So a little bit more action. I do really like the position for white. And it's based really on these 2 bishops for Muzichuk. I don't really like the bishop on g7 hitting the pawn on e5. And it feels as though after the move a5, we have a couple of options for white. We can play queen to b3 and look to maybe capture back on b4 with the pawn. Or we can play for b5 and look to gain space on the queen side.
And it definitely happened, b5, but now the knight rerouting to b8 and then to d7 over to c5. Nice development with bishop c4, queen b3, and a bishop a3 could be very annoying to Anna's position.
Yeah, knight to h5 into f4 in that game on the right side of the screen makes perfect sense. The move e5 in the center of the board for Zhujiner looks like the tempting move to make, but not the decision, as instead e takes d5, and that was not the correct move.
And now cd. So do we have a c4? I'm always a fan of making moves like that. c4, which defends the d5 pawn. There could be a b5 there. Stuff could get very spicy. c4, b5, b3, take, d3. Like, what on earth is happening? Lock could happen there very quickly. I think this game is about to heat up depending on what happens.
Yeah, early on it seems like Asabayeva has a very good game with the black pieces here. Zhujiner with that e takes d5 move, not the most ambitious. Meanwhile, Eline has a great position, I would say, getting towards a potential advantage, meaningful advantage in that one. Rook a to d1, bringing the rook into the middle of the board is an obvious next move. And now the question is just whether Anna Muzichuk can defend and control that c5 square successfully. Meanwhile, Eline is moving the pieces over. We'll probably see the knight on f3 retreat to d2, and then on f1 make its way to d5.
I like the rook on d1. Now we can get c4 and knight c3 maybe off too. On the other side, Bishops look great on the diagonals. Dark square and light square diagonals for white. Eline. C6, breaking open a position with Anna, wanting to do something with that pawn structure and activate her bishop a little bit more on B7. Bishop on G7 is still not one of the greatest pieces. Hitting E5. Got some good squares, though. Nice maneuver. Knight to E3. Maybe going knight D5 next after getting rid of the C6 pawn.
Yeah, it looks a lot more equal. Maybe just a good position, good opening for Bibisara on the left side of the screen, but definitely much less action. You can see much different story on the right side. Eline Roberts against Anna Muzichuk is going to be very exciting because we're going to get imbalances. I'm wondering if we're going to see bishop captures a knight on D5 in the middle. If not, the queen probably needs to retreat to the D8 square, the only square that seems to make sense. But no, we do see the capture. The light squares are well controlled. I thought that perhaps that bishop belonged on the B5 square, but instead bishop takes D5. Hard to resist, but the bishop on A3 is not that strong. Although there's a pin, James, it's really just hitting that knight on C5 with no, I mean, you never want to take it, right? So there's really no future there.
Yeah, and what I want to do actually is back this bishop up and go knight G5 because it seems to be harder to defend F7. But okay, I guess you have rook F8. It really is a little bit of a maneuvering game here now, even though we have the bishops, which are not the most maneuvering made that word up pieces with moving the bishop back to A2, knight G5, and then rook F8, and then what? You're going to get kicked away with H6 at some point. So something to pay attention to. Meanwhile, in the other game, it's boring. No, up a pawn for Bibisara, though.
Well, you're right to be a little perplexed by that. I was as well. I don't know where the pawn disappeared in the grand scheme of things. That looked like a position that should have been a little bit routine. Bibisara, we knew, was kind of dominating the game as in completely equal, but there was a massive mistake made and a little bit of a tactic there in that position. So perhaps if we bring up that board, I'll just go back and show that. Because this was a moment where after rook to d8, knight e5 was a blunder and queen to e6 was played. Now knight takes c3, a pretty incredible brilliancy, and queen takes e5 with a back rank mate threat. And now that's led to this remarkable position that is just bishop on b2 looking like a pawn connected to the c3 pawn, but it's not. That is a bishop, James, and absolutely winning for Bibisara.
That is a very, very, very nice tactic here, especially with bishops on G7, which Bibisara thrives in. She's a King's Indian player too as well. She's played a lot of King's Indian, lots of great wins I've seen her with on her road to GM. So very nice. Vicious in Blitz as well. Looks like first game is going to be hers likely. And then it's still a 4-game match though. Stuff is turning around in Anna's game.
Yeah, I'm looking at the position with Muzichuk, and it's developing the way that you would kind of want with black. You've traded dark square bishops. The knights, I'm expecting to perform very well here. In a blitz game especially, look for those knights to come alive for Anna Muzichuk. Even though the engine's preferring white, I really feel that this is a type of position that will flip in black's favor very quickly just due to the pawn on F3, those weak dark squares. We're going to need to see Eline play some high-quality moves to not let those knights just jump around everywhere.
They are jumping pieces. F4 seems really strong. I do like the F4 move. My idea is to go F5 too. But there's some queen C5s in there that I'm not a fan of. Don't really want to trade queens too much. And she trades queens. Take the pawn. Got to pass her. Pass D. D5. Push. Bishop C4 really strong.
Yeah, the pawn going to the D file is pretty significant. Very helpful for white. The knight on C6 is extremely strong.
Push. You could go 97. I could get out of the way. What does she want? 97, then push like it. Knight F5. There it is on the board. Ooh, that was good.
Still dominance for Bibisara. I'm not sure about all the tactics in this game after bishop b5, and knight d6 is absolutely the move, undermining the e7 knight. And are we seeing? I think.
Whoa! Did she just hang a red?
She did just hang a rook.
She
I saw
just dropped
Asaleva
the
put her hair in a ponytail. Is that the equivalent of Magnus taking the jacket off? Because this looks like a position up 2 pawns in a rook endgame, which should be completely over.
I just can't believe that the rook hung. Like, I'm still over that. It's just like the nerves are real. Eline, Roberts is just absolutely crushing the field, and then hangs a rook here in that position. Shows, I think, some nerves, but still more chess to be played. Dang, that was crazy.
The position was getting out of hand, though. Let's not forget. It was turning, so it wasn't, rook hang from a completely winning position or anything like that. I think Muzichuk was wrangling control of that game with the nice move knight takes on d6. But in this game right here, where the action is currently, unfortunately, it hasn't been the best game for Zhujian. Those 2 pass pawns here are going to decide it. And this is a routine win for Bibisara. And that will end the game, the first game of this 4-game match.
First game done. That is great. Obviously, sometimes you need to stop the bleeding, or at least, I got to bounce back immediately. First 2.5 wins the match. So that's very important to understand. And winning with black is always a good feat, because you're able to now have the white pieces and try to even push for more, or be okay with a draw going into what could be a final third game.
Now, the second game, my understanding is that they're not going to be long breaks, much like we've seen in between rounds. But I'm not familiar with what time the players are potentially afforded in between each game here. It's clear, looking at things, James, that the players are permitted some sort of break. They were probably told maybe be back in a certain amount of time. I'm not really sure if that's 5 minutes, if that's shorter, longer. The hope, and I think the expectation, is that these matches pretty much should start relatively soon after. That would be my guess, but really don't have any insight into how Fide is running the event from a break perspective in between games as part of this 4-game match.
Yeah, it is important to understand. You don't want to be too long, right? It is the second game. Usually you probably do it every 2 games or so, or no break at all. But it is important to have maybe a break, right? 5 or 6 minutes or so. So what we're going to do is take a break ourselves and figure out what they want to do on their end, Fide side. But stick around, guys. Of course, break probably won't be that long, but we'll be back in a few. And we're back. Here we go. Game's already starting.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. We're dealing with the unpredictability, I suppose, of not really knowing exactly how long these breaks are, but it's actually reassuring, James, to find out that they are going to be relatively quick. The interesting thing for me is that, well, the games did not start at the exact same time. And I guess that's a little bit unusual. Perhaps the break is based on when the game completed rather than, a set time. So given that Anna and Eline had their game finish first, they are first to resume. So this is what we're doing here, and I'm assuming that the other one will get started. Or actually, sorry, I'm confused now. It has been started, but we just don't have the right camera. I'm confused, James.
Yeah, they're like playing. Oh man, they're like playing from their laptops or on their phones. Actually, it's just DGT relayed at this point. Or they actually are there.
Okay, so they are playing. We can see the game happening. I suppose that makes more sense, that the camera is just on a different board and the game is actually on. So more likely that that's the case than that the game started at different times. So I think that's what we'll go with for now.
Let's go with it. On Eileen's board, there is a Sicilian, looks like a Rosalimo, taking with the D pawn. Some standard stuff. Queen's already on G6, looking for some attacking type of chances. Get that king out of center with castle coming next. Very even game.
Yeah, exactly. You see the queen aimed directly at the king here. And I mean, for black, you can actually decide, James, for Eline, which side you want to castle. I don't think we're at the point where you'd want to make, maybe rash decisions about, I lost the first game. I need to go all out here. A 4-game match. There is some time. You will get the white pieces again, so no need to go crazy here. However, it does start to creep into your mental. Do you want to take more risks after a loss in the first game?
Yes, come on, absolutely, 100%. We're not changing up strategy. We have to be sharper, and we have to, look for more shots and just be a little bit, of course, sharper. Understanding, okay, I didn't do the greatest there. Let's just be more alert and more aware of what I'm doing. But this position I really like for white. I mean, it's hard to castle right now. Obviously, rook takes e7, and in some cases, drawing the king out. I can see a potential bishop f4 coming right now, but h6 is the annoying move.
Yeah, the king on e8 for Eline cannot get out of danger. Bibisara with another nice position for the white pieces here. Looking great as the knight on b5 can hop into d6 and the queen on b8 is out of the action. So Bibisara is looking like the stronger of the two players in that matchup.
Absolutely, especially when the knight comes into d6 and we push the b5 pawn. And e5 could fall in many cases too. I even see maybe extreme, but possible b5 and rook takes e5 after the knight moves with an exchange sacrifice. Just understanding that I'm activating my bishop on g2. I am grabbing a pawn, and I have the initiative on the queen side of the board, getting rid of that knight on d7. So, some very nice options for Bibisara.
Yeah, b6, I'm wondering about this move. It undermines the knight. The danger is, of course, you're also undermining your own knight on c6. Instead, b5 was played, a very surprising move, considering b6 would maybe play against the knight on d6, as well as perhaps undermining your own knight. But b5, while it keeps things closed, I'm not sure that this is the way to go, and knight to g5 might be the exact reason why. Knight takes e6 is a threat, and bishop taking on c6 now, effectively a double attack here. James, knight g5 looks like a very strong move.
It's exactly where we wanted to go after we saw b5. Oh, knight g5, and we live. Very easy move to play. Now we can take on c6. Extremely great bishop here. Looks like some type of Catalan type position where we just back the bishop up. And you know how Catalans are. You're just better. Like, why? I don't know. It's the Catalan. It's like, okay, all right. Well, you got the light square bishop that's really open here past c-pawn. e5 is hanging. I mean, this looks really bad for black. If they're able to get something, maybe with, as you kind of highlighted, with a knight coming into g4 or something, could be possible. Do have some chances.
It's just not.
We can't.
It's not anything, right? Knight g4,
right.
rook e2. There's just nothing you can threaten there. The position is so solid for white. b4 defends c5, defends d6. The queen out of the game. And if you try to get fancy, James, with maybe rook takes f2, watch out for rook takes e6. That is not going to work the way you think.
Seems fun. A lot of sacrifices. Rook f2, then rook h2, but the queen on b8 is not helping in anything. There's even no open lines for the queen if you do get the sacrifice off. So rook a6, hitting the bishop.
Well, the action in Anna versus Eline, a little bit more tempered here as we see the bishops, a bishop pair for Eline, very strong. The pawns recapturing. Now, obviously, Anna has the initiative, you could say, on the queen side. The rook's invading. However, those bishops can do a lot of damage on both sides of the board. Exchanging pieces will probably help Eline here. I think that bishop pair in an endgame will be good, but just look at how solid the position is for white. You can play moves like queen g3, right? Trade the rooks, queen g3 potentially, trade pieces and get closer to that endgame. It really feels like a draw is a likely result, but maybe Eline will get optimistic with that bishop pair.
Definitely, especially because we have this pawn flanks, with b5, b4, maybe trying to get c4 in just to attack that queen side of the board. Bishops could be something later on. If I had to pick one, I do kind of like this knight maneuver. Knight c4, knight around to e5, get rid of one of the bishops. If knight c4 hits b6, that's on the board. Ooh, how do you defend this? I mean, b5. And then
but that's not a move you really want to play. And there's no rook b8.
Yeah.
What about time, James? Time is ticking down.
Eline could be getting too old. It is possible. And the reason why we say this is more of the time issue. Okay, the position is pretty nice for white too with c5 hanging out. But the time, this is what happened in the previous game where she hung a rook. Obviously not on purpose, but it was in time trouble.
It's opposite bishops here, James, but still a great position. I would say for Anna Muzichuk, I like that bishop maybe repositioning to the c3 square. But bishop e6 and bishop d5, pretty much the best square for that bishop on the board. Everything would be defended there. I do think we're getting close to a draw, but with opposite bishops and major pieces on the board, queens and rooks, there are still chances. G7 and G2 are the tender squares.
You know what? I think the worst is over, but it's hard to break through on the queen side. And the king side is quite defended well by black. I mean, everything is defended. Even
it
with
looks
trade
like
of
we're
the rooks here. Right?
Are we getting closer to a draw? It looks like it.
So.
I mean, rooks traded. Let's jump over to that Zhu Jiner game against Asabaeva. I mean, we really are in the conversion phase here, but we have the camera back up, which is nice. Shout out to the production for getting that back for us. And this pawn on d2, it's pretty much the last chance of anything going on. Knight e4 trying to play knight c3. Rook g4 says that is not going to be the case. And actually, there is checkmate, queen f7.
Ooh. Yeah, f7 was there.
That was missed, but they are in a time scramble. Queen e3, just going for trades. You can even sacrifice the rook on e4. There's a discovered check here. Watch out.
Whoa, there's crazy stuff happening.
And this should be
mate.
mate.
Oh, this got to be mating. Yeah, it's got to be mate somewhere.
Yep. This will be mate. Rook to e7. f4 will do it as well. Very nice. And that is the end of the game. Not the end of the match, but with 2-0, this is a decisive advantage. And I think we are headed for a draw over here between Eline and Anna. Opposite bishops and really everything defended, so nothing between them.
Yeah, just shuffle. Don't let a king get through.
I think the only person that needs to be a little bit careful here is perhaps Eline, just because the bishop on d5 doesn't have a lot of squares. But other than that, I think it will be a dead draw, and that's confirmed by the handshake there. So a draw in this one, 1.5 to half lead for Anna Muzichuk. And as we've seen from the sort of pacing so far, it feels like there are just a couple minutes between each of these games. But crucially, James, we can say in the other matchup between Zhu Jiner and Bibisar Asabaeva, a draw would clinch that match, right? It's a 4-game match, and with 2 wins early on, obviously a win, but certainly even a draw would be enough to win that matchup and move on to the finals.
That's all it takes here is a draw here. It is a must-win situation for Sujanir. It's going to be difficult, of course, because, Baby Star is on fire. But we do have, of course, 2 games left. It's a 4-game match. It is possible for things to happen, but, we'll see what happens after the break. We'll be back in a few. And here we go. We are back with the Open semifinals as well. Here we go. We are on it. And come on, who's facing who? We got Magnus and Fabi.
Yeah, you brought that in pretty routine, James. I'm very surprised that the Open games are starting. This is, I don't think, what was advertised. But all of a sudden, now the Open is beginning. And so I don't know if we're pausing the women's section games or if they're just going to begin and they'll all be starting at once. So I really don't know, but we can see the action in front of us. So we know that the games have begun, and Magnus is facing off against Fabiano. Meanwhile, Noterbeck is up against Arjun, and we're just trying to keep up with everything as we learn it.
Yeah, and we're all in this together, guys, as we're figuring out how things are working and how they want to do it on Fide's side. It looks like I don't know if this is Sicilian or what is being played in their game there. Oh, maybe some D4, D5 action. Not sure how we got here, but moves are very, very fast. See on both sides. Arjun looks like a King's Indian attack over there.
Yep, the position, I'm actually wondering now if that move is accurate. Arjun versus Noterbeck. Is that really B5 on the board? I wonder, can we get the big camera there just for a second? Because I actually want to confirm if that is on the board. Oh, okay. I think even more confusing. I think the games are backwards, right? Because this is the sort of exchange Slav position. So, yeah, right? This is the games are actually not the positions we were looking at. So that was actually Magnus's game.
Okay, I see. And then this is with Queen to C2 with a pawn on F5.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. So we'll swap the games back. I mean, everyone watching is gonna have to give us a bit of grace here because I mean it is a bit weird. We all of a sudden started the open games. Now there's going to be not just these games, but I think the women could resume. I'm really not sure, but kind of at the mercy of learning the schedule and what games are going to be played, pretty much at the same rate that the chat and the viewers watching are learning them. So trying to make sure we don't miss any of the action.
All learning is together, chat. We're all in this together, chat. All in this together. This is very nice for white, though. I do like the position that Fabi had. Or wait, again, that's that F5 is the other game.
Yeah, exactly.
It's reverse.
They are still swapped, but Magnus is actually playing the game on the right side of the screen. I know that's a little bit weird to visualize here, but it seems like, I guess it would be Arjun is on the bottom left and seems to have a pretty good position, and Fabi is on the bottom right and appears to have a pretty good position against Magnus. But a pawn sacrifice by Magnus, I mean, this is really testing me, James. You know, saying the right name here is going to be a real challenge.
Yeah. Let's see who is playing what here. Okay, so this is Arjun's game where Fabiano is. So the double of the rooks.
That's correct.
Should be next.
I think at this point, I think we should just bring up one of the cameras here and just pick a game and watch the camera, because at least we'll have the game. You know, that's going to be my call, James. At least we get to focus on one game rather than trying to make sense of the backwards cams and games just for a moment there, as I think the players got started on boards that we did not expect. So this is what we're going to focus on for now, Magnus versus Fabi. And that A pawn, it is an extra pawn. Meanwhile, Fabi also has the initiative on the king side, can move the pawn up to F4. And it's really a bishop pair that is locked behind a wall of pawns right now, but the A pawn, Canty, is not surviving. Like that, there's no way with all the pressure on the queen side and those bishops that A pawn is going to make it.
Oh, yeah, especially with the pressure. Rook C1, he's defending. Now, how much time is left on the clock? I cannot see behind that queen. Maybe there's a 1 there.
I think it's a 1, yeah. Have to assume time advantage. And look at those rooks, Canty, doubling on the queen side. Magnus is saying, yeah, you got an extra pawn, but who cares? That pawn's not going anywhere. Matter of fact, it's already been abandoned by Fabiano. It's all about the penetration with bishop A3 and rook B2, while the king side, I mean, knight takes H6. You're going to have a hard time convincing me that that's a real threat.
Yeah, it is, especially with the bishop on G2. It is harder to get anything going. You can't put it in the center of the board. There's a slight trade. We run the king to H2.
Let's see, a trade has happened. That A pawn fully abandoned. Magnus is definitely starting to take control of this game. You can never play rook B2 and take the rook, because suddenly the C pawn would recapture. Magnus has been outplaying Fabi little by little, and now the bishops are starting to probably go to A3 and maybe go around the position to attack that C3 pawn, which is going to need some defense. Fabiano on the defensive here, but still should be completely fine.
Should be, but of course, if Magnus is going to play it out, defending C3 is annoying. You have to play stuff like rook to C2 and etc. At some point, but that is pin annoying. Rook A2, depending. What is it? Pinning the bishop. Maybe we go queen B. No, that's not going to work. Wow, look at the bishops lined up on the A file.
He pinned himself twice.
Double pin. He goes for it second. I don't care about none of that. Now he might be looking for a perpetual.
Okay, here we go. Whoa. Now, the idea was that white would bring the queen to G5, check, which is now prevented by this move queen D8, and then play H5, H6. Fabi was maybe expecting the black bishop to retreat, but instead the queen went back, and this is just a full piece down now.
Yeah, it's a full piece, because that perpetual is not there, as the queen is taking care of it. A great job.
The bishop now retreats. Okay, is a full piece. Fabi has abandoned any of those ideas. He's not going to trade rooks. The bishop is repositioning to C2, though. Finally getting on the correct diagonal. And from there will be a few ideas for Magnus to watch out for. There's a reason this is better for black, but not completely winning.
It's important to understand that the time does take part here. 30 seconds or so. Got the queen, bishop, rook. Can I do anything? King G2, that 2-second increment is going to count. Bishop A4. Get those bishops off, bro.
Rook A2, probably you could go queen A8.
Yeah, queen A8.
If you wanted to trade everything.
All right.
Queen D7, same idea. Looking to trade all the pieces off the board. And no, keeping the bishop on is Fabiano.
Keep as many pieces on as I can and look for a perpetual if
H5,
possible.
H6.
Look for that perpetual.
And he has it now. Magnus let that one slip away a little bit, uncharacteristic. And Fabi, I think, can be very satisfied with that repetition there. That is a big save for Fabiano Caruana. A draw in, I believe, is it both games? Let's see the result here. No, they're still playing over here. Okay, let's have a look.
That is a rook. What's the piece count? Like pawns. Okay, I can't see everything. 1, 2, 3 pawns. 4
Yeah,
pawns?
it definitely looks like Noterbeck is completely winning.
Yeah, I think he has that extra.
There's another pawn. And there's nothing you can do to stop this. Noterbeck with the victory over Arjun. And it just goes to show in a match format, you know, when you get to that 4-game match, everything changes. It's not the format that Arjun has been dominant in and finished, you know, a point clear of the competition. Suddenly, you've only got to beat the guy in front of you over and over again. Noterbeck draws first blood, 1-0.
There it is, 1-0. You got to be able to bounce back here. It is a 4-game match. First to 2.5 wins it, and then we go to a semi, or a final. So, yeah. With that being said, guys, of course, we're trying to fix everything on the back end. As Fide is trying to fix with the boards and stuff, so we get boards back up to you. But that's more games coming up after the break.
I was about to say
okay.
at this
There's
point,
no break.
James, because I think at this point we're not going to a break because we don't even know when they're going to start the game, who, what, where, when. The games could be on any second, any players. So we're going to stay here like a hawk watching the action. So we make sure that we don't miss anything because it happened to us before they snuck some games in.
Okay. We just here, guys. That's it. It's just us, me and you, and all of us. How you feeling, chat? How's everybody doing? Magnus sitting down, ready to go. Game 2 coming right up.
Here we go. Magnus has sat back down at the board. Fabiano nearby. Probably they've been told, James, I imagine, that they just kind of have a couple minutes. Like they're not trying to start the games the way a lot of the viewers might start an online game. You know, you hit the rematch button and 2 seconds later you're in the next game. They're not trying to create that atmosphere, but they're also not trying to give the players 20-minute breaks between, you know, basic blitz games that are part of the same match.
Exactly. Usually you just sit there, or it take even 2 minutes, if that, here. But yeah, waiting. Everyone's waiting around for that. Magnus ready to go though. How do I do it? How do I get it done? The first game draw. I have white this game. I'm gonna try to make it happen. He's gonna try to push.
So James, just a prediction. I definitely have no information on this, but I'm guessing that the format we might be seeing is 2 games for the women's section, perhaps 2 games in the open, and then I assume back to the women's section. It would be weird at this point to play all of the games in the open and then come back to the women. So I'm assuming that is kind of the schedule that we can anticipate, having seen the open games start.
Yeah, it definitely seems as that. You know, see a few games from men's or the open, and then go to the women's from there. Noterbeck sitting down, seated. Guys, it's a 4-game match. Predictions in chat. What do you think is going to be in the final?
Yeah, remember 2.5 is the target score. So you cannot win a match in 2 games, but you can win a match in 3 games with 3 wins or 2 wins and a draw. Obviously, both players get a chance in a 4-game match. And if it ends in a tie, 2-2, we have Armageddon to settle things. And that goes for both the open and the women's sections. So, of course, we'll be tuning in and following the action to see if that is required. And if so, of course, we'll explain in detail what that means.
Here we go. Come on, Fabi. A lot of tension here. It's a lot on the line. Magnus still calculating. Love to see it.
James, how do you pose for a photo when you know it's about to be taken? You know, the camera's right there. It's like, do you strike your best? It's a bit, you know, you don't want to be caught looking unaware, but at the same time, you're like, has he taken it yet?
Yeah, I'll probably do a flex, you know, look at the camera, point to the camera a few times, you know, do a few poses, tell him get my other side too, you know. I'm gonna do
Here we go. Handshakes, and this 4-game mini match in the semifinals of the World Blitz Championship continues. We have a Sicilian on the screen, and yes, the boards are back to correct. You know, in all of the commotion, you have to say shout out to the production, James, for doing their best to keep up as we do our best to bring you guys all the action and make sure we don't miss any of these games. Noterbeck is up against Arjun with that win in the first game. Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen seemed to be outplaying Fabi, but a draw for Fabiano, snatched out of the jaws of potential defeat, has evened it up at 0.5 apiece.
0.5 apiece, and I like the opening choice, which was a Nimzo Larsen type idea with an early knight to c3. That's kind of weird. It's actually funny. I have a chessable course coming out with this actually the same idea of like, but we castle queenside with the knight c3 and just launch everything at him. So he kind of just went the, you know, double fianchetto. Strange with the knight on c3, obviously, because like, why is it there? It's blocking, but it actually can help in the center, like e4 and swing it around the e2, stuff like that. So pretty nice choice from Magnus here, mixing it up a little bit. On the other board, we got a Sicilian. You know, there's going to be a fight there. Is that a timing off? Is that up your alley there, Amon, or what Sicilian is that? Similar to a timing off.
Yeah, more of a classical setup here. Without the pawn on a6, I fear that we can never really fully call this a Taimanov just yet. It's possible, but remember, I mean, the Taimanov is really characterized by that pawn on d7 and usually b5. So a much more classical approach here with the pawn on d6, and perhaps we'll see something like bishop d7, or in this case, knight e5, b5, bishop b7, and rook c8. That would be much more like a possible Taimanov structure. And remember, this knight on e5 also is intending to jump into the c4 square to claim one of the two white bishops.
Sorry, that was my phone. Actually, guys, that's just phone.
I thought you just jumped. I thought you just jumped in the pool or something there.
Oh shoot! Phone just knocked everything over. So, but we are back. We are back. So a6 sack. I was just going to say sack it. I don't even care about nothing. Just do it. Okay, first choice is always sacrifice. But the question is, what is the? I guess you have f4 and like rook d3 is coming up. I think.
Ooh, bishop takes, but perhaps not the right capture. Certainly not the one that Kenty was looking for. And I'm with you. Bishop takes h6. The blue arrow indicated that that was possible, but perhaps Noterbeck didn't even consider it. You have to understand that Noterbeck, after winning that first game, he's probably not looking to take these excessive risks. And that was not a pattern that I was familiar with working there. He didn't even consider it. Takes on f6 and f4 played to kick the knight out. But will he regret giving up those dark squares, James?
That is a great question there. Will he regret giving up those dark squares with the king on well, now the king's on h1 or g1 now? Okay, it just switched. It's like what's happened? Board switched. King is still on g1. If we do want to move it to h1, bishop on f6 is incredibly strong. Yeah, it's annoying because I don't have an attack really. I would love to go g4. F5, E5, or G5, but that's really hard to do. Don't have a lot of pieces pointing to the side. The knight on B3 seems off sides.
Exactly. Yeah, it's almost like we're playing f4 in that game, going for an attack, bishop h5, but we have a lot of the minor pieces on the other side of the board. Taking a look at Magnus's game against Fabi on the left side of your screen. In this one, I'm actually looking at a very aggressive Magnus Carlsen, right? G4, we see the king on h1. There are ideas like G5 in the position. Most likely, we're going to want to keep the bishops on the board here, but let's see if we see bishop takes e4. No, of course, pawn takes on e4, the bishop on h7, a little bit out of the game, but the queen is going to need to move, queen e2, and my question is, James, are we going to see something like b5, a very direct move to evict this knight from the powerful square on c4. I think if you leave that knight there, the position gets uncomfortable, and that's why we see an important move by Fabiano Caruana.
b5, kicking the knight away, which is annoying. Maybe we do 8 takes b5 first. It's not necessary. I probably just moving the knight because c2 is going to be hanging in some cases. So bringing the knight into e5, maybe it goes to e3, try to keep some pieces on the board. There it is.
Yep, I like this idea. Remember, Magnus's pawns here, if he can generate an attack, of course they're going to look well placed. But if a lot of pieces trade off, those pawns could just be weaknesses. And Magnus and Fabi, even on the clock, even in the match so far in terms of the score, are you ready for the all-out attack, James? I mean, are you playing h4 and g5 here? How are you handling this position for white?
Everything's here. Everything's here. It's ready to go. h4. We do need to get probably a rook to g1 too. I'd love to get h4, h5, rook g1, bishop h3, and g5. We get these moves in, could be a good day in the office. But you got to be quick, as Magnus is almost under a minute here. His 2-second increment, but he chooses the f5 move instead. He's not trying to take on e6, I believe. I think he's trying to go f6, or maybe. Yeah, I was gonna say maybe sack on g7. That's a little bit too much. So he goes to a1.
It's an all-out game plan from Magnus. Bishop to d4 can be played. That trades the bishop, which is very powerful from a1. So I'm expecting this, but afterwards, first of all, there is f takes e6 with a pin on the rook, but maybe more dangerous than that is even the potential f6 move.
Yeah, f6 is really strong, really strong. Maybe there's something annoying like g5, believe it or not. Where how am I getting in there after that? So he trades. Now we can take on e6, as you mentioned. But there's bishop e4. Ugh, gotta be careful. He does go for it, though.
One of the reasons that this move is so nice, of course, you are winning the pawn back. You did drop a pawn on a4 here for Magnus, but it also gives you the f5 square for the knight, and you can jump in there next. And if the bishop recaptures, you take with the e-pawn potentially, open up your bishop, your rook. That changes the nature of the position a lot. Fabiano needs to find a very good move here, as we see super quick moves over on Arjun's board, but very equal position developing over there.
Yeah, as Arjun having the double pawns, the double G pawns there, G7, G6. You do have this passer, but easily attainable to work with. Move a knight somewhere to attack it. There we are. Easily winning this pawn in many cases. Get a pawn back and an even game. A rook d3.
And look at the sacrifice here by Fabiano over on Magnus's board, intentionally giving up the exchange with knight f5 being so menacing. I think a good decision by Fabiano, especially in a blitz game. Time scramble ahead of us. The bishop on g2 is not great. Look for Magnus to try to play moves like e5, c3. I think that Magnus probably has the good position here, but there's so many pieces and pawns disappearing from the board. This is going to be very tough to win despite the exchange that he has extra.
Yeah, and of course, usually you have like enough compensation when you get like, the extra pawn for it or something as well. So, seems good. Bishop f1 maybe.
Yeah, and how do you defend all these pawns, right? Rook a2, rook a1 is tough to defend. A5, you also have rook c4, and then maybe c6 is tough to defend. So it feels like Magnus is going to be able to get his hands on, if not two, at least one of these queenside pawns before Fabiano can fully coordinate. But low on time is Magnus Carlsen here, as we're in a pure time scramble. Perhaps we can even pull up the camera on that one. It feels like the position there is slightly more intense.
And remember, he's been knocking over pieces, so he's got to be good with his hands here. He has to be clean. Got to be clean. Cannot afford to knock over any pieces.
That's right. A good move from Fabi to activate that bishop there. The position looks solid. Every piece is well defended in Fabi's position. So despite the extra material for Magnus, how do you really make progress here as Fabi is looking to dodge the exchange of those rooks?
Moving the rook around. King g3.
6 seconds for Magnus. Not a lot of time. And what's happening after king f2? He's going to take on c2, and this is now looking a little bit closer to a potential draw. And let's bring up our two boards again so we can see the action on the other board. But I think this one is a lot closer to a draw now, James.
It feels good for Fabi, I think, here, as he's able to draw Magnus twice. have white going into a third game, which is very crucial. Now you can really push, especially having white.
Yep. I'm looking at Arjun and Noterbeck, and an extra pawn here for Noterbeck, but tough to make progress as that A pawn is now targeted. It does seem very equal here, just a couple of seconds for Arjun, and there is a potential repetition on the board for Noterbeck, but he does not want it.
He's trying to flag
and
him.
a draw agreed in Carlson Caruana.
Oof. Draw agreed. Fabiano having white in the third game. And we're trying to finish this game out here next.
Time scramble here. I think Noterbeck is playing for the win. King e4. He's not satisfied with repeating. Watch out.
He is a fighter. I know that's in his chess com name too or something.
He may want to put that knight on e3 to guard the g-pawn and perhaps rook e7 or king d4 to try to stabilize. He's gone king d4 for the moment. It seems that Noterbeck has the winning chances here, James, and he has more time on the clock significantly.
It's a very nice move here. Now we're going to take on g5, bring the rook back around to get that other pawn on a6.
Notice how there's no rook d1 check. That square is covered by the knight. So you cannot ever bother that king. And now the knight's coming into the f6 square. This is looking even better for Noterbeck as the king invades the queen side.
Really strong as Dusatorov is looking to 2-0 Arjun. That would be absolutely crazy.
And rook f5, you cannot take that pawn because of... Oh, knight h7, excuse me. The bishop is there. It might still be a decent move, but I actually thought there was knight h7.
And he does go for it, knight h7.
Yeah, I think it's still correct. I thought it won a rook, but it is still the winning idea. And I think rook c7, rook c6 is going to be decisive. We can remove the... It looks like the DGT is not keeping up, so don't pay attention to the board on the right of the screen there. Focus on the camera, which cannot be tricked. Those are two connected pawns, and that's a win. A second win for Noterbeck.
Noterbeck and Dusatorov. 2-0 Arjun. Wow, that's incredible. As Arjun had such an incredible run to make it here, but wow, he's a half a point away from being eliminated.
Exactly right. Just a draw in the next game, and you saw just how exciting that was. After finishing their game, Magnus and Fabian, where were they? They weren't in their own heads trying to figure out, oh, what happened at the last game? What am I going to do in the next game? No, they were eyes glued to that other semifinal match, Noterbeck and Eric Geisy, much like the rest of us.
And of course, Noterbeck kind of snuck his way into fourth there in the four playoff spot, but was able to get it and stay. And now he's like, yeah, I'm here half a point away from eliminating Arjun, who was actually really, really doing well. In fact, he won the Blitz, in a way. Not won, but got first place by a point and a half. He was so good there, and now he's very close to being eliminating here. He's in a must-win situation, Amon.
Exactly right. A must-win situation is not where you would expect the player who had done so well in the tournament to be. However, I do believe that Arjun has that style that performs really well against the field, right? It's like, he's taking on all comers. He's able to showcase that creative style, but perhaps it's not as effective against an individual where, you're kind of playing the same positions and you have to adjust in a match format. Now, that being said, you can't speak about Arjun Eric Geisy at this stage of the World Blitz Championship with some type of defeatist attitude like he's already out. Not at all, James. We're talking about someone who needs to win 2 games on demand, but is also capable of winning 2 games on demand. So as we swap back to the remaining games in this 4-game match for the women's, do not count Arjun Eric Geisy out.
Do not count him out, boys and girls, but he is in a very tough situation, a very tough spot that is going to require everything for him to come out of.
And the reason, the reason that we were talking about that 2-0 is we have a 2-0 here as well, James. So a very similar situation, and that is Zhu Jin'er against Bibisara. And we know that the woman on your screen right there, Zhu Jin'er, she has to win not just this game, but the next game as well in order to send this to Armageddon. A draw is all that's required from Asabayeva.
Draw is all that is required. 2.5 wins the match. Zhu Jin'er is going to have to play her absolute best, but also play something that can give you winning chances out of the opening. Easier said than done. See what happens. And games are starting.
Here we go. And we do have our split view here in order to catch all of the action. And Eline immediately treating us to a very unique opening. I was actually noticing that Eline played that King's Gambit. Remember earlier in the event, I said, wow, this is a very exciting game. How about this? This looks like a little bit of something familiar, James. I think maybe people watching, it's always nice when maybe an opening that you're familiar with or that you play in your games gets some airtime, because this is not the most popular at the highest level.
Yeah, it's what is this? Vienna?
Exactly.
Nice little Vienna.
Vienna Gambit, right? With knight c3 and f4.
And then also we have Bibisara with her vintage King's Indian.
And it's going to be a fighting position in both games, and that's what you would expect. Take note that both of these matches could end immediately, right? Because Muzichuk technically at 1.5 can win and move to 2.5, the target score. Meanwhile, Bibisara with a win or a draw would be sufficient. We have a King's Indian on the board on our left, as well as potential for opposite sides castling, and at least an unorthodox and aggressive opening in the Vienna Gambit on the board on the right. So, James, definite chances for a win from any player that you see on your screen right now.
Big fan of the, I love the facing again. I love playing the King's Indian, but also, playing against it too as well when you have fun openings like the H4 type ideas here that we see. And this Vienna is very sharp, but C4 is a really, really strong move. So obviously, is it just oh, it is. Eval Bar agrees, but I'm like, is it just better? Like, is he just good here? C4 is a very strong move for obvious reasons.
It is, yeah. If we can bring up that board just for a second here. Actually, the moves are showing up on the board here. Look at this. Queen A1, King D2. This is where the action is. Queen A5. But at this point, James, the position for black, have you ever seen something work out like this where the center has been taken on black side of the board by two white pawns, right? Well, you're always going to have a good position in that case.
Jeez, this is ridiculous. I mean, those two white pawns are so strong. You know what's funny here? King E3, bro.
Really? Are we going to see it? That would be crazy. Queen C4, slightly more modest, but I like your move King E3, James. I like King E3.
King E3. King E3. Stare into the camera. Queen C4, though. Really strong move. I mean, she's just, it's hard to lose this. Well, unless you drop a piece or a rook like she did in that other game. But, hey, she's back in it. Everything's okay. Looking like a must-win situation where she has a great chance to do that.
Oh, yeah, this is an absolutely huge game right here for Eline. This is her chance with the white pieces. She got her opening, played it to perfection, and it has worked out beautifully. This is a massive advantage here and a very disappointing game if she's not able to win it. So you have to convert here and take your chances, and then that would even up that match.
Let's see where we
D6
are.
has just been played. We can jump back to the split view here to get a look at Zhu Jin'er against Bibisara Asobaeva. An interesting game here where we see King F1. That is not a mouse slip for castling. That is well-intentioned to get to the G2 square in order to leave the rook on the H file, in fact. But this is not necessarily a position where black's king is the one being attacked. White's king, I think, is just feeling just as much of the pressure.
It's scary because my king coming to G2, maybe Queen G1 and get it to H2 is a possibility. Or Queen H2, that is. Very scary for both sides, I believe. But I do like King G2 anyway. Queen G2, Queen G1, Queen H2. Try to get something over there and walk the king back around. But wow, anything can happen. There's also, she takes, puts the bishop on C4. Very nice.
Now, I know this is a bit of a strange move here, but I may give some consideration to B5. I'm a little bit worried about this D6 move for obvious reasons. The black king would have nowhere to go from G8. So I'm looking at this position from Zhu Jin'er. There's definite counterplay. Knight H5 comes to mind here because it blocks the H file. And I'm liking the position for white here.
I like both positions for white, actually. Queen E2, very solid. Bring in the queen takes c4 or knight c4 after bishop e6. Looks very nice for whites. And on the other position, h4 is on the board with hg5 as the intention.
I'm expecting knight h5 from Bibisara. It threatens a lot. Like, it does. It's not just a regular move. It's threatening knight g3, utilizing that pin, and it's intending knight to f4. We may indeed see a potential sacrifice on the d6 pawn, but for now, I think we can leave that. Queen to c4 to trade the queens, unfortunately blunders the e pawn. Otherwise, that would be very desirable. And so I'm looking at this king on the f file. I'm feeling that I need to move it out of the way, but this position is not easy to play. Everything is loose, and the time is getting lower.
So we have, bar all the way up for white over there. Is it pawn takes? Yes, pawn takes looks really good to keep the bishop on an eye on f7. Pawn takes a bit, knight takes c5, bishop takes. I mean, it's not technically, I guess it's not all the way over yet.
No, I think the move e6, if we see that from Eline here, punching through, forcing that knight to move, then comes d7, opening up the bishop. That looks like a very solid idea, but f4 played, which is definitely a mistake. It's given a question mark, and why is that? Because the rook will be able, after a capture, to slide over to e8 and just keep the game alive, preventing e6 and intending to capture on e5.
What happens now after knight takes? Oh, there's you can't go d7. So knight takes, he takes on b7. Bishop takes
James,
e5
this game has been completely thrown, I think. The advantage is no longer there. You almost start to worry about the pawn on d6 being targeted, but a must-find move is knight b6 and played on the board. If you play rook e7, watch out for rook to g8. Rook and e6, what is this? That's a horrible blunder.
Okay. And it's still there. Yeah, and it happened. It's on the board. Rook g8 happens. Eline, queens.
This is completely winning.
Unless some type of knight fork. I can see that happening. It's possible, but okay. Let's not blunder that.
Yeah, b3 played so that nothing could ever happen. Oh, that is a big tactic miss. Simply rook g8 in order to queen the pawn, and all of a sudden Eline is back in the commanding lead. Queen against rook. This 100% should be a win.
Take with the king. Yeah, an easy work here. Bring the king back around. We're going to push the pawns next. Check back and forth. Push the pawns. Expand.
I think we should go back to the other game. This is a queen versus a rook. I mean, this is just basic stuff here. So definitely Eline will win this game. Jujiner against Bibisara is a must-win situation for... Oh, my goodness. We showed up and a knight was hung in one move.
Oh.
White had a huge advantage there, James. But
she hung a knight.
Hanging knight.
Oh, my goodness. Tough. Very tough. And it looks like Bibisara wins that one too. And she advances. Jujiner is eliminated by Bibisara Asabayeva.
Look at this, James. We showed up. The position was a resounding advantage for Jujiner, winning or getting a winning position back against the wall, pressure on, and then playing the move knight to e6 here. Double question mark for the obvious knight recapture, a backwards knight move, but obviously something that needs to be spotted. And after that, the immediate resignation. And with the win, Bibisara does win that match, that 4-game match, and moves on to the final. But a shocking end there, and a really unfortunate one, as the hard work it felt like had been done by Jujiner, and just unfortunately could not convert that winning advantage, and ultimately ends up losing. And now Bibisara is waiting in the final to find out who between Eline and Anne Muzychuk is going to be joining. Of course, Eline won that queen versus rook position, no doubt. And as such, the match continues, right? It's all tied up in that one.
All tied up. Jujiner definitely had some chances there. She was winning, but unfortunate with the time pressure and so much going on, trying to come back. She has been eliminated. But congratulations to Bibisara. She awaits. Who is she going to play? Is it going to be Anna or is it going to be Eline? It's all tied up. And what game is that? 1, 2. It's the game 3. Is it the last game?
They only have one more. Maybe
One
if we
more.
have a maybe if we have a graphic about the Armageddon, we could just mention the format when it comes to Armageddon, because it might be relevant, right? We're in game 3, well, just completed game 3 rather, going into game 4. And so if this game ends in a draw, it will be tied 2-2, which means we'll go to the Armageddon bidding format. White is going to start with 4 minutes no matter what. And the players will both bid what time they would be willing to start with in order to have the black pieces. Now, why would you take less time than 4 minutes? Because if black draws the game, it counts as a win in Armageddon. So you can win the game or draw the game with black, but with white, you have to win. And so the players are going to bid, oh, you know what? White starts with 4 minutes. I'll take 3 minutes, but I get the draw odds. And so you can see it's a bidding war of who's willing to take less time in order to get it. So they submit blind bids, and that's the process. But most importantly, James, in this format, probably not what the audience is used to. There is a 2-second increment from move 1, which in my opinion is a little bit crazy for Armageddon, which I think should be sudden death. But that aside, that is the format. And I think that allows the players potentially to take less time than you might expect when it comes to the bids. But that 2-second increment is a big wrinkle when it comes to the Armageddon format.
Absolutely. 2-second increment changes. It's not even Armageddon anymore. At least it doesn't feel like it. If you're used to playing a lot of Armageddon, or you're used to playing without increments, or, increment of 3+2. I guess they're trying to keep it the same, where like we're playing 3+2 in that sense, to try to keep it around the same lines. But who knows? Who knows? Games are coming up. Who we have next up is open, bouncing back and forth.
Whoa. We have the final game of this match, which is why we're talking about the Armageddon format. I think we do 2 in each section. I mean, again, speculation, but that's what it's looking like. I don't think anything's been formally announced. However, it appears as though we'll see the conclusion of Eline versus Anna, and then we'll get back to the 2 matches that we have ongoing in the open section.
Awesome. Good to see. Chat, who do you think is going to win, Anna or Eline? Who is your pick here? We will have colors swapped in a moment. So sometimes you can have the first move advantage with white, but then also you have the surprises with black. And I do know if Eline has black, which I think she does in this game, she'll have she has very aggressive repertoire. So we will see. She plays Dutches, especially in Blitz, Dutch, a lot of aggressive French, if that's even a thing, which it is. So we'll see what happens. Might see a Dutch on the board because I think Anna is more of a D4 player.
And the women are taking their seats, getting set for this final game. Remember, it is not a must-win game for either player. The white pieces, obvious preference here to Muzichuk. You'd rather have the white pieces, but Eline was able to score with the white pieces in the last game. Anna can win and take this match here with the white pieces, but remember, either player wins, they move on to the final against Bibisara. If it's a draw, we go into this Armageddon format that we just discussed.
Here we go. All right. Let me see what you guys think of. Come on, Eline. Everybody. Okay, Eline. Some Eileen's. Got it.
I saw the chat asked a question. What happens if they both bid the exact same? I actually have an answer to that. And the answer is that they truly just draw lots for colors. Like literally, pick a hand with which pawn in it. So that is the format I believe that Fide is using for this one. But we only have 1 game in progress here. So we'll stick right with the action. Anna Muzichuk, the white pieces, Eline with the black pieces, winning when she needed to in that last game to even up the match. And James, it's all come down to a single game to determine our next finalist.
I'm not going to lie, I love the opening choice with an Alekhine here, or Aliakin. Very fun opening, looking for some real chances and imbalance of the game, which is totally normal here. Totally normal. With the bishop on G7 too, these type of variations are sharp. You get in a lot of trouble here if you don't know what you're doing.
Precisely. There's a lot of tricks to watch out for. Bishop to F5 played. The early H3 by white in order to prevent bishop G4. That's usually the move that's very annoying. Tough to deal with because a bishop takes F3. And if you take with the bishop, you lose the C pawn.
See what happens. I got cooked by the Alekhine. I also have cooked, but gotten cooked with the Alekhine before. So let's see what happens.
the move d5 being shouted for by the computer as an important move to play, with the idea that perhaps if c5, that knight could jump into the c4 square behind it, and if white has to give up the light squared bishop, immediately the bishop on f5 becomes very powerful. And remember, any opening, like for example, the Alekhine, where you are giving up space in the center, you usually have to strike back at some point. You can't just let the position be. And d5 played in the middle. I don't like the move h6. It feels way too slow for an opening where you're supposed to be counterattacking. I suspect we'll see b3 played very quickly here. And b3 looks like a big advantage for white.
This is sort of the line that is one of the most annoying to face as an Alekhine player, is when this pawn gets to b3 like this and the bishop on g7 is kind of hitting air, as they say. So she plays g5 to get her some room.
This position is absolutely terrible, James. The knights could not go to d7 because of g4, trapping the bishop. That explains why the move g5 was played by Eline. But now you can continue with bishop d3 to trade the bishops. You're taking control of the f5 square. You can also blast the position open with f4. I know that the material is equal, but this position is really close to being dead lost.
It's tough because you're trying to get something imbalanced here. Maybe you can try some f5, f4, even with this exchange sacrifice, just launching everything on that side of the board. Very risky, but of course that was the opening choice. It was very risky.
Oh, this is really close to just dead loss. Like, look at the knight, right? Coming into e6. The rook is being hit. You have queen d3 to gain tempo, attacking the pawn on g6. These are basic moves for white to play in stride with tempo. And from here, I think it might be the simplest to just play the move, probably f4, and just open everything up. You could also reposition the knight from c3.
Oh, man. This is about to get nasty. Knight g5, take, queen g6. Like, bro, it's about to get scary here.
There's really two knights MIA from the game. Knight on b6, knight on b8, doing absolutely nothing. And the attack is all on the king side. This looks like Anna has a phenomenal chance. Probably the move g4 can be considered as well, just to boot that rook out. James, I am struggling to come up with a defensive idea here for Eline. After a great game with the white pieces, unfortunately, this Alekhine has fallen a little short.
Yeah, definitely a difficult one. It's all about the piece activity and being very sharp and imbalanced here that you get from Alekhines or Alekhines here, but was not able to get it as the knight's on b6 and a6. Look at this knight on a8. Now, of course, it is some rerouting. Knight gets around to c7, but not ideal at all. Bishop d4, it seems as though Anna will be moving on. Anything can happen, though. There's still some sharpness, but really hard to mess this position up with the white pieces.
Yep, bishop d4, looking for trades. Bishop e5, I believe, is the response, which is an interesting one. My first thought is the move g4, because then perhaps taking the bishop is a bit more desirable. Also, taking on e5 directly, it's even unclear if the rook should be recapturing, because what I want to do and what I've wanted to do for a long time is play the move f4. And I think that Eline is realizing how strong f4 is and is trying to prevent it.
Cg4, what is he gonna go with? What would you do here? Would you just resign him on, or are you just gonna play this out?
Absolutely not. With everything that's on the line, these women have had phenomenal tournaments. They are both a game away from the final. Despite what this game looks like, what this position looks like, they are both a result away from the finals. There is absolutely zero chance I'm resigning this position.
Absolutely not. That's what I'm talking about there. We're going to fight on even if it's terrible, and it is. But, okay, I have some hope. I have a little bit of hope. Anything can still happen here. Knight to c7. Man, that knight was bad on a8, but not anymore. Trying to get rid of that great knight on e6. There's a sacrifice. Takes. Knight takes g5, king g8. Maybe take on e5 first for whatever reason. This feels better. She goes for it.
I think what's going to happen here is playing against these two knights that are really not part of the game. Now, in my opinion, this is absolutely not good enough for how good the position was, because there are a number of positions in chess where those two knights will be able to outplay the rooks despite all these extra pawns. White has a huge advantage if played correctly, but it just feels like knights are tricky enough pieces. A lot can still go wrong. I think that Eline has a lot to be happy about getting this position compared to where we were.
Absolutely. I think it was more of a restriction type of game where you just restrict the pieces a little bit more, restrict the counterplay. rather than look for sacrifices. I know it's hard, obviously, and we love to sacrifice pieces. White still better, but the knights can maneuver around to try to create something.
You got to trade queens
really
here, I
bad
think.
placement of them, though. Take them off the board.
If you don't
Like
trade
a
queens,
98.
I feel the mate coming, James.
You feel the mate coming. It's mate in 17.
I do. I just feel that if we make a move that does not trade the queens here, I'm getting concerned. Time is ticking down. Under 20 seconds now. Rook's coming to f3. The knights are still not in the game. Ultimately, I think the correct decision made to take on e5.
Mate. Coming up. Rook check. Might as well. Just throw it in there. B4 first. Where are you going with the knight? Knight d7. Good rook check. Double up. c5. All kind of moves. Maybe not c5. c5 does hang a pawn.
We might see rook f
like
to
you said,
e3
like the
here.
knights are annoying.
Rook to f to e3, hitting e7. We got f4. The king is moving up the board. White has every single pawn except one. And the move e5 was played because there's just no defense to all of the pressure in the position. And the knights, meanwhile, have nowhere to go. This is all Anna Muzychuk as she's looking to punch her tickets to the finals.
And, all kinds of fun opening here. And this today did not look fun at all. This is not the Eline we want to play from the black side. F5 pawns look really good. Takes. Maybe a king h6 there. Try to get the king to g5. It can easily be kicked away, I think. Let's see what she goes for.
Yeah, I think we kind of want king f6, knight g7, and then you can target this pawn. I wouldn't say this is completely over yet, but a couple more good moves by white, and rook d2 is certainly one of them. Rook d7, I think you can play, but then I'm expecting king to f6, and then perhaps rook d3 and go to d7 again.
Very nice. Very nice. Too many pawns. Not enough. The knights are doing what they can. Knight f4. Maybe rook takes e7 first. Rook takes e7. Do it again. There it is.
Yep.
D7.
There's going to be a breakthrough c5 and b5 here that white is most likely going to utilize. Not required, but that is a good way to get past the knight. And actually b5, normally not what you want to do. And I think this is going to be just marginally more difficult, but 100% winning. And after knight g3, f6, f7, and rook
rook d8
takes b6.
Rook d8 was nice too, but I guess there was a knight e6 or knight.
There's no pawns on the board, so we can already say the winning chances do not really exist for Eline.
There are also always some fun checkmates. King, you can't mate with two knights, and okay, whatever.
Magnus, Fabi, Arjun, all spotted in the background coming back for their games. And that looks like a resignation and a finals ticket for Anna Muzychuk with a really emphatic defeat here of Eline Rolbers in the final game of this matchup.
Incredible. Anna was able to make it through, tenacious, just defending, taking her chances where she could. Eline, her star show has been cut short. She was playing so well in the Blitz, same as Arjun as well. But just because you played well in the Blitz there doesn't mean that you're going to do the same in the playoff. And that was tough as well. So here we go.
And if we are following the format that we seem to be on pace with right now, we're likely going to see these two matches conclude, then probably the first two games of the women's final, then the first two games of the open final, and finally the remaining two for the women and the remaining two in the open to conclude our day.
All right, guys, chat. Predictions. Who do you have? Is Arjun going to be able to make a comeback? Who's going to win between Fabi and Magnus? What do we have? Fabi and Magnus all tied up. Arjun in a must-win situation.
Yeah, Arjun is back-to-back in the same spot. He needs to not only win to survive, but win twice to force Armageddon. And meanwhile, Fabi and Magnus, although they have not been quick draws by any means. They have drawn both of their first 2 games, and any win here by either Magnus or Fabi would be extremely significant in that matchup.
Fabi with the strange opening. E4, E5, D3. He just D3'd him. Like, it's just funny to see. Like, yo, is this a transmission error? Did he mean D4? Did it slip? Is the pawn on D3 and D4? Oh, no, it's actually only on D3.
Yeah, it's interesting because it looks like he's making use of that, by the way, with knight A4 in order to take that bishop on C5. So the move D3, providing a little bit of support to the E-pawn. In this case, though, Magnus happy to play A5, it seems, give up the bishop pair, but have not only great pressure on D3, but good control of the D4 square. So there's going to be a little bit of a fight here between Fabi and Magnus for the D4 square. Will White be able to play D4, or will Black be able to prevent it?
Great question here. Will he be able to... Oh, F5. I'd like that from Magnus. That's ambitious. Very ambitious move with F5. You have some F4 type ideas. He said, no, I'm not allowing that. So now we can play knight takes, or do we take the bishop? Great question. Man, bishop helps me develop in one move. Knight attacks E3. It's really a matter of choice. He takes with a knight.
Yeah, I think there's a possibility of, first of all, wanting that knight to reposition, maybe to the D6 square to help control E4, C4. But also, this bishop may still have a future on B7, so maybe you didn't want to commit it with bishop to G5, or bishop to F5, excuse me, just yet. So this does make sense by Magnus. A common way that the pieces develop is usually queen D7, rook D8. This queen can also shift over, but especially with this bishop attacking the knight, I suspect we'll either see bishop D5 or queen D7 here.
Queen D7, right on cue. Okay, queen E2, rook D8, bishop E4. Knight D6,
Yeah, rook D8
all happening quite quickly. Yeah, rook
makes
D8.
sense to hit that pawn on D3, but bishop D5 in order to trade away the bishop pair makes a lot of sense. And bishop E4, your move, James, played here instead. If you capture, all of a sudden, potentially the pawn could recapture, and then you start to worry for Magnus because it turns into potentially 4 pawns against 3. So capturing that bishop, not that desirable for Black. I think you'll see the tension remain here.
Absolutely. Yes, I'm going to look at the other board over there as Arjun is playing for a must-win type of a situation. His king's on G2. I mean, I like it. If you're going to play, you need to make sure it's in balance. Bishop F3, rook E2, and H4, H5. Wanted to not try to trade rooks there. E5 gives us a chance to maybe do some things. F5.
I am very skeptical of Arjun's chances here. And I think his chances are high in general, but the position is not lending itself. We don't just have pieces traded. We have opposite bishops on the board, which do not, lend themselves to a very healthy position with imbalances and chances for a win. Rook to F1 is, I think, rather harshly been given a double question mark. I'm not too sure about that, but I think that it has to do with bishop E3, James. And that move is just a simple fork of the rook and the pawn. This is looking desperate here for Arjun with a last move. Knight takes B5, queen C5 could come close to locking this game up due to the tactics. Let's see if Noterbeck finds that move, and he does instantly.
That boy is on it. He is really locked in. He's like, you know what? Everything that happened before in the
we
Blitz
can bring that camera up, I think. He might be wrapping this game up very shortly.
ASAP.
Yeah, he's rocking in his chair, James. That's confidence right there. He might win this game in a couple moves, and he only needs a draw. Unfortunately for Arjun, it really looks like his championship, his gold medal contention, is probably coming to an end here.
I mean, knight H5 is coming. You can't even do anything with the rook. Maybe king E3.
I mean, yeah, the king on E3 material is supposedly equal here, but an absolutely dominant game from Noterbeck Abdusatorov as he looks to punch his ticket. He scraped his way in, had the best tie breaks, and made it into this format. And now he's looking like a regular here. And, it might be a gentleman's repetition here, which is when Noterbeck knows he's completely winning. But as a sign of respect, you repeat moves from a winning position. Arjun knows he can't play this dead loss position on. He may just accept the repetition and take the match loss.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do. He said, I'll take the draw. And looks at him, rook f4, and there it is. And he's going to claim.
Yeah, and that is a fair result. Complete domination in the match by Noterbeck, and a draw, a fair way for a champion like Arjun to go out in this one. It's I guess a definitive match victory, though, for Noterbeck, who moves on to the finals as we get back to the action on the other board.
Incredible. I mean, Noterbeck just took it up a whole nother level here, where he was able to really just not even give Arjun a chance in any game. 3 games, he was done. 3 and out. 2.5.
Exactly right.
The match.
Well, here we go. Magnus Fabi, another very equal position. Will we see any outplays here? It's bishop against knight, some doubled pawns, a fair amount of imbalances here. But this matchup has been completely level so far, James, and it's continuing in this position. The time, though, for Magnus has been notably low in most games that we've seen from him thus far. His clock management has not been what we're used to.
And a3 on the board here. He is down time, as we have been seeing that. He didn't fumble any pieces, which is good. a3 trying to make some weaknesses on the queen side to be able to really break up those pawns. So assuming b3 is happening, but there's a knight b5. Very strong. Ooh, this is nice in-game technique. Of course, it's Magnus, but a3 was nice to break things up and move the knight around a little bit. Rook checking.
And if you play rook d1 to hit the knight, all of a sudden there's knight c3. The knight will probably escape from that strange square that it found itself on, and Magnus is just looking for imbalances, looking to play blitz with a tricky knight. The repetition is there if he wants it, but of course, Magnus is likely going to look for more here.
Oh, absolutely. Of course. The one thing that I love to see that Magnus does is he understands, of course, all of the endgame, but more about king activity and piece activity. And as we notice, black's pieces just seem a little bit more active. Active rook on, hitting the d3 pawn, knight restricting some squares, kings coming into the center, even in equal positions with the same amount of pawns on the same side. That king activity is crucial and key here. It's hard to even find moves.
Yeah, king e1 played, but I'm not sure what the next move is going to be. Rook to a8, bishop f4, trying to hit some of these pawns, but bishop c7, you have to watch out. The a2 pawn is loose. It cannot be defended, so you have to counterattack.
Yeah, rook to b2, b5 can be played. And maybe, takes bishop d2. B4.
This is concerning here.
Whoa, it is concerning. b4, he goes for it, takes, rook there. King in, rook takes. Oh, black's still better. Just got to go for it.
Yeah, black is slightly better here. If that king gets to d4, it's big trouble here on the board. And Magnus knows he is fighting for an advantage here. Materials even, but look at the king. Look at the rook. The quality of the pieces is unmatched.
Piece activity. How active are your pieces? His are very active. Active rook. King already in the center, ready to play. Magnus should be winning this game, boys and girls. Which is a must-win situation for Fabi.
King e3 played, the blue arrow, and played by Magnus Carlsen. He wants to get his hands on both of the pawns on this side of the board, but rook h4 is the only move in the position, and the rook starts to feel like it's almost a little trapped in there. He finds his way out with rook h1.
All right, guys.
King to g3, rook c3.
Looks like Magnus is going to win this one, boys and girls. Puts Fabiano a must win.
After rook c3, you have to go and try to take the pawns. It's the only way to play, but the white king is nowhere where it needs to be. Fabi knows this is completely losing, and there is no chance now as the c-pawn will become a queen.
Push that pawn. Fabiano, the slight grimace.
And the bridge is already built here. You can even go after that pawn on g4 in order to force the king to go over there.
Whoa, look at the little rook.
That allows the king out.
And then is it? Wow, Magnus with the win in games, aka Magnus. It's the same word. Magnus with a win there, putting Fabiano in a must-win situation.
That's exactly right. Doing it in the endgame, which he is known for. Simply one of the best endgame players that the chess world has seen. And he grinds out another. It was a minute advantage, but he expanded it into what was a completely winning edge, as Fabi could not maintain control of the position, allowed his king to get cut off, and Magnus's king just ran into the center of the board and took control of the game.
Incredible feat as Magnus does what Magnus does, right? Of course, even in the before the playoff, people were actually writing Magnus off, saying that he wasn't going to do it. It just wasn't going to work, and etc. He was playing bad. He had some rough times, but really what matters is making it to the playoff. He didn't care how he got there, as long as he made it to the playoff, and he actually finished, I think, second after having some rough ups and downs in the blitz portion of it. So, Fabi pacing, knowing what he has to do here. He's probably thinking about, what am I even going to play to try to force this into an Armageddon?
Nice to see that. I think perhaps both players showing up with genes to this final playoff game. Great to see. And Fabi absolutely needs a win in this final game 4 in order to force the same Armageddon format that we've talked about. That will be necessary only if Fabi wins. And Magnus is already sat back at the board, indicating he is ready for the fight. He only needs a draw. And, the only thing more difficult than playing Magnus Carlsen is playing him knowing that you need to win, James. A lot of players that play Magnus don't have to deal with this possibility. A draw is always there, but not for Fabiano and not in this moment.
Yeah, and Fabi knows what he has to do. He had a chance to compose himself. Sometimes you just got to walk away after a loss. And just, get away from the board, breathe, think about what I can do better, not about the last game. But as we know, Fabi knows. He knows exactly what he needs to do. But that is easier said than done. You have to create chances. You got to win the game on demand against Magnus Carlsen.
And we await the beginning of this match. But with both players there, I feel like there's no reason to delay if both of the players are ready to go. And they're sat there clearly ready for the action. But the most difficult part of what we're seeing here is that Magnus Carlsen has the white pieces as well. So everything is working against Fabiano. Magnus only needs a draw. He has the white pieces. This is a really difficult spot. How is Fabi going to play the opening? Is he going to shake things up from the standard? Let's see.
There we go. Sicilian. I think he kind of.
It has to be.
Happen.
Yep.
D6
Note that
variation.
Magnus is going for his same opening that he's been playing. He usually plays with A4 and with C3. He's been playing this throughout the competition, and clearly it's something that he has, let's just say, prepared loosely for this event. He's comfortable with it. He knows the plans, and he's been using it to great effect.
And we have a Sicilian where there will be some fireworks. Have to play combative. Got to look for your chances. Got to play quickly here. Right opening choice for Fabiano, but he can't be making just trades. You have to create something somewhere, knowing he has to fight. Knight A5, looking for an imbalance of taking the bishop.
Yep, that's obviously not going to be handed over by Magnus, who's going to save the bishop with bishop to A2. Meanwhile, the plans, I think, that he's been demonstrating are rook E1 and C3 rather than the more traditional knight to C3, and that's evidenced by the move knight D2. So you can see where the pieces are trying to go for Magnus.
Rook E1 is on the board now. Very easy play, I think, for white. Very positional, something that Magnus likes to do. Even the bishop on A2 could reroute via B1, H7 diagonal at some point. Knight F1, though, playing a very Italian game-like, or even Roy Lopez sometimes.
Exactly. I'm waiting for the move C3. We're seeing this knight reposition. Finally, we do see C3 and D5 in the center. Magnus has been playing these positions with E5, the blue arrow, indicating that is absolutely the correct decision. Fabi can at least be satisfied he's getting a fight, but what he won't be satisfied with is probably the fight that he's getting, because I do think that Magnus holds a very nice edge.
Yeah, he has the pieces look great. The dark square bishop needs something to do probably later, and there's d4. Oh, nice. Making that bishop on a2, highlighting the fact that it is quite bad. Oh, wow.
Yeah,
That's a
first of
pawn
all,
stack,
this is a
too.
sacrifice, right?
Exactly.
This is
That's a pawn stack.
You know,
Like,
this
wait a
is
second.
Fabiano
That is
mixing it up. Full pawn sacrifice, knight c5 for black afterwards with d3 as a target. So you can see the idea if the pawn gets captured. Also, if c4 to try to shut things down, well, you hand over the b4 square and you also make your bishop on a2 a very poor piece.
Yeah, d4. What a move. And then the question is, okay, well, if we don't take, then what do we do? Maybe take bishop d2. He goes with h4. Was not expecting that one at all. On the other side of the board. Okay, knight c6.
Yeah, h4 is intriguing. Inviting bishop takes h4. He sort of says, you want to sacrifice a pawn for, active pieces and an initiative? I'll do the same thing with pawn to h4, and we can see the idea of probably what would have been against the capture. Rook e4, the rook posturing to reposition to the g4 square, along with knight h5 and bishop h6. I think the rook is headed to g4, James, and with that h-pawn there and the pieces joining, Magnus is actually on the attack when he only needs a draw.
Of course, do you even rook lift is the question here. And yeah, rook e4 was a really nice rook lift, followed with, h4 first and rook e4. Following up is a great follow-up there. Rook comes over to g4 in many cases. That's why he played queen e2, though, to defend the e-pawn. We have sort of, not even the opposite side castle, but opposite side work. Knight g5 on the board. He is going for it all out. All out. If h6, is it just queen h5?
You almost don't even need to react to a move like h6. But yes, queen to h5 looks good. This is a position that at least Fabi is getting that fight, but this is why you don't play these kind of offbeat ways. When you need a win, you always take more risk, but Magnus is punishing that risk taking right now, saying, okay, thanks for d4, open my bishop. I'm just going to leave the tension there. Knight g5 with queen to h5, all the pieces going to the king side. Fabiano is spending time because he's now played the move h6. And will Magnus go for a sacrifice here or bring more pieces in? White is much better.
Yeah, queen h5 looks really nice. It hits f7 as well. There's even sacrifice possibilities. He sacks on f7. Boom! Give me that one. Give me that one too.
Bishop takes e6, paralyzing the position. If you play a move like rook back to f8, I think that Magnus could even be queuing up something like bishop takes h6, queen h5, rook g4, knight f5. Just look at the arrows as all of these pieces have direct paths into the position, and Fabi has about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces that are barely helping in defense.
Magnus trying to show off here his tactical prowess in this game when all he needs is a draw.
It's hard to recommend the right move for Fabi here. What do you do? This bishop can also simply take material, so you can't abandon the position and hand back material. A lot is hanging here, and he's going to take on e5. Well, this does not work out at the end. Knight takes f7, queen e7, and Magnus, the position in terms of material might be equal, only down a pawn, but obviously needing a win here as black is just, you can't do that. Bishop to e6. Magnus's sacrifice works out perfectly, and he's up a pawn now and still on the attack.
Yeah, he can even take on d4 too as well, but bishop f5 getting out of the way, looking great. Bishop swiping the board. Bishop e4 coming.
Start to finish.
Strong.
This has been
head
absolute
shake.
domination.
Wow. Fabi knows. Fabi sees it. Head shake. There's even stuff like queen h5 and f4. Trying to highlight the e8 square being very loose depending on what he does with his rook.
And here we go. Bishop c8 played, but it's pure desperation here for Fabiano. He knows the position's not good. He knows he cannot change this evaluation against a player like Magnus Carlsen without a mistake, without a blunder. Magnus is going to have to make a critical error. And after bishop takes f5, what about pawn takes on e5? I guess we see bishop d3 to hold the position together, although there's queen f3 there and everything's hanging.
Yep. Everything hanging. Seconds left. He takes. Yeah, 3.
The body language confirms that both players are on the same page, that this looks completely over, and it's now only desperation. Magnus up a piece, completely winning here.
How do we finish? He got knight h5. So I'll just take the pawn. He can just resign here.
Yeah, this is over.
Fabiano looking around. Plays a few moves. Rook f7. I mean, what a game.
Given
here.
that the finals is on the line, I guess you continue to play, but of course, Fabiano knows this is beyond hopeless, and Magnus has this one locked up. Fabi under 10 seconds and down a piece. Will be losing this game, and Magnus, in emphatic fashion, will move on to the finals.
And there it is.
And there you have
Incredible.
it. Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen. He's on to face Abdusattorov in the finals, James.
Magnus and Norderbeck, guys. Chat was calling it. It was like Norderbeck, Magnus, Norderbeck in the finals. And it is correct. Magnus makes it from having sort of a shaky start in the actual in the regular Blitz portion to now going to the final here and trying to double back win the Rapid and the Blitz against Norderbeck. Guys, this is incredible stuff, guys. We have some upcoming action with Bibisara and Anna Muzichuk as well. Come on, how do you feel about everything that just happened here? This was exciting. We got Magnus, we got Norderbeck.
Well, I think, James, looking at the games, the way it went down, I didn't feel that there was an undeserving victor anywhere. Truly, the stronger player was shown on the board in those matches. That's why we have 4-game matches. It's enough time to really decide. There's not as much luck involved. It really felt like Norderbeck was the significantly stronger player just in those games against Arjun. And meanwhile, between Magnus and Fabi, in that last game, it was decisive. But in the games before, Magnus also showed a different style. He went from pretty much playing for mate and sacking against the king in a game where he could have drawn from the game before. He won in an endgame. So he's showcasing the full array of his expertise. And we have 2 very exciting finals coming up in the women's and the open section. But James, we have the women's that's going to be next. 2 games of that. Then we'll go to the open. Much the same format that we've done so far.
And everyone's bringing out their best for last. They always say, save the best for last. And of course, we are doing that, guys. In first, a women's world final after the break. But, newsflash, there is no break. Oh, snap.
I've been telling you, James, we're not here to miss any action. And based on the unpredictability of how long things have taken, I'm just going to go out and say, no breaks. You know, we're staying locked in on camera till the end. We have 2 finals upcoming. Exactly right. You can see the playing hall. I can actually see Anna Muzichuk there, just sort of on the left side of the screen, making her way to the board as the women's section will get underway first, as all of the press and media is gathering around to catch their shots and probably that all-important handshake to begin the finals.
Is that what's going on right now? I am watching. We're all watching to see. Are they sitting down yet? Apparently, there it is. Okay.
Yes.
Sweet. Okay. Slight favorite. I think Bibisara has been playing incredibly strong lately. I think she might be a slight favorite, but anything can happen. I mean, Arjun was a favorite, right? So Arjun was looking good. He did great in the Blitz, and then the playoff was completely different here. So in this final, Chad, who do you have here? This is another 4-game final. We are going to go over to the open with that final after the first 2 games here.
Exactly. There's only 1 match remaining in each of the open and women's sections to determine this year's 2025 World Blitz champion. And on your screen right there, Bibisara Asabaeva. This is the finals, James. Another 4-game match, so the exact same format that we have done. And of course, Armageddon, if necessary. Game on.
She also just made the candidates too as well. If you guys didn't know, she's our most recent candidate. So here we go. Ooh, Nightdorf. Okay, I love a little Nightdorf action myself. I know you like Tamanov. I'm more of a Nightdorf player myself. Love a little Najdorf. Okay, whoa.
And here we go. getting into the opening here,
B5,
it might
B3.
immediately be shocking that that bishop is on d3, kind of in front of the d pawn. That will probably change momentarily, but you also want to play this way as part of opening theory, so that's why the players are playing so confidently.
What was this opening? For some reason, this looked like a knight over. I saw a6 and b5. Like, oh, knight over, but usually b5 doesn't happen that fast. So, you know,
Well, it's just not an open Sicilian, so d4 was not played.
Okay, can't see that. Okay, from here.
And we are getting the board up for you guys in just a moment. Fide did not yet have the DGT available, but we have it for you now.
Oh, I know this line.
And we are caught up with the live position.
This is sharp theory, bro. This is supposed to be a draw.
It is.
It's supposed to be.
So the blue arrow is actually probably going to make many appearances here. Knight d4, we're looking at a position, first of all, for everyone watching, that is totally insane, right? Why is the king on e7? Why is there a pawn on c7? Why everything? You know, I have lots of questions here. Where is white's rook? Can we talk about that? But what we're looking at is theory. White is down an entire rook. Okay, it's missing from the board, and that is not an error with the relay. A pawn is one square away from queening. G6 has just been played. There is a lot going on in this position that, you know, it's difficult to present in a way that's truly digestible for everybody. But what I will say is that we are in known territory, and one single mistake can lose the game for either side.
And I think here is a repetition from the theory, like knight c6. And one of them is wrong, and I can't remember is d7 or e8. So we got to be careful here. Very careful. Like a knight c6 and like, is it king d7 or king e8? But one of them loses immediately, and I'm trying to figure out which one that was. Can't remember. Knight c6, king e8. There's some way you get mated as black if you don't know this. So yeah, scary. Knight c6.
That's right. And look at the clock. If you had to guess here who is more prepared, at the moment, you'd have to feel like Bibisara is the one that is a bit more confident. Look at the clock. It's 13 seconds above the starting time. That's right. 3 minutes, 13 seconds. I know it's tough to see from this angle, but that is over the starting time. And meanwhile, going under a minute is Anna Muzichuk. And if you're under a minute, you don't have the theory perfectly in your memory, and you're sitting here saying, well, I'm also down a rook. Hold on a sec. Yeah, at what point do you start to get nervous? You don't remember the next move. All of a sudden, you can lose the game. But I will say bishop to e3 is the correct move. It is the best move, and the theory continues.
Bishop e3 with a knight c6 check is going to be very vicious. Here we go. Okay, yes, there we are. We're still in theory, boys. I think it's knight b8, and they repeat or something. Maybe knight d4. King takes c7, though. Yeah, you're supposed to repeat. I know that. It's great. It's a draw.
And a draw agreed. More time on the clock than when she started for Asabaeva there. Talk about theory. This is what chess looks like played at the highest level. This is peak performance.
That is that all theory to make it a draw. And she's like, yo, was this what happens on this line? Like, yeah, it's theory. It's theory. I'll see you in a few minutes.
Exactly. We'll be coming back for game number 2. That game went quick as a flash. And, you know, like I said, it's difficult to present something as complex and intricate as that in a digestible way for those watching. But what we can say about that, James, you were alluding to, that is the expected result for that line. It's very complicated. Yes, you're down a full rook, but that c-pawn and the fact that there are checkmating ideas, if the black king starts to venture out in the position, you have to, you know, calm down, don't go for that, and instead take that repetition while you can.
Exactly. You got to take it to me, as they say, the professional way is win with white, draw with black, but you can also win with black too. That'd be great. You know, or even do it the Dubov way. It's like, you know, oh, against Prague, he's like, I want to, you know, I know he's going to be ambitious with white, so I'm going to, or draw with white and win with black is how he likes to do it sometimes. So it's important to understand. Still more chess to be played, guys. Of course, now colors will be swapped here. Crazy theory there in the Najdorf. So Najdorf is fun, but man, it's definitely difficult. That's the theory you got to study them on. You know, like maybe we should play something else. Like a time.
Yep. You know? That was a, what was it? 22 move game. And I think that all 22 of those moves are on a file saved on a computer somewhere in possession of Bibisara. Like guaranteed, she has that entire thing saved somewhere and was like just yawning as she's reciting all the correct moves. So a great memory, but also well-played game by both, as Anna Muzichuk took more time, but ultimately a draw was the correct result. Sometimes you have these games that are more like tests. Do you know your theory? Do you know what we were talking about in this line? If you do, great. We have a draw that looks like that. Both players showing that they have a very, very well-prepared repertoire. But if not, one mistake, that could cost you big time.
That is correct. One mistake could cost you the game there. And in that line, there's a lot of checkmates available if you're not ready. But one person that is ready is Bibisara. Back at the board, sitting down, ready to go. Locked in, playing incredible chess. Was able to get first place in the Blitz portion and make it to the playoff. Making it to the final. Drawing the first. Is she sleeping? Come on, wake her up.
Maybe,
she up. Okay.
I think James just visualizing the next 22 move game. Let's see if it happens here in game number 2.
Yeah.
You know, just remembering those files.
Yeah, I just remember the files. Let's see. Yeah. I wanted to play
staring into the soul of the chat there.
Yeah, she was, guys. You see that? She plays a lot of English. I know some of her repertoire on the way to GM was English, King's Indian, and Sicilians. Some E5 sometimes too, but let's see if we'll get an English here where you actually can go a bunch of different ways with move 1 C4 and transpose in a lot of D4 stuff, or even like Catalan type positions. Really flexible playing the English with C4.
And sat across now is her opponent, Anna Muzichuk. After a game like that, do you feel that there's just a slight shift in the momentum towards Bibisara? Because Bibisara had the black pieces there. You always are more happy with a result like that with black. Now with the white pieces can push for a different result. And just how quickly she recited that variation almost was saying, I know this and I also know it better and faster than you.
Yeah, I think that a lot of times that's also it's a psych blow to you where your opponent is blitzing out everything. They barely use any time, and you got the draw, and it was all theory. And then you were thinking about like, I know this is theory, I can't remember. Whoa, you're in great form here, type of thing. So I think that's exactly what happened there. But Anna is one to bounce back. She's been in very under stress or under intense situations in many games before, and even came back. I mean, even that Gunina game to help her get to the playoff here, where she was actually losing. She was down a piece, and then Gunina actually blunders it all back into a losing position. So, anything can happen. I think Anna is very strong and tenacious with that. And we do have our English type setup, sort of reverse Sicilianness.
That's right. Knight takes C3. B takes. We see E5. Usually white goes for some setup with D3, castles. And you can play knight D2, rook B1, A4. That's usually how white plays. This bishop often makes an appearance on E3. And the knight reroutes to C4, perhaps queen B3. So that's, I think, what we might expect from Bibisara here. And for Anna Muzichuk, you have to watch out for that B pawn. You're going to need to see that B pawn supported here because there is going to be some pressure from the bishop on G2 and the rook on B1. You want to play B6, but this bishop and perhaps this rook might need to move first. So rook B8, very standard. And when you see rook B8, it becomes a little more tempting to go for something like knight C4 and F4 if black makes a regular developing move, like, for example, bishop E6.
I actually like that F4 move. Also like knight E3, trying to put the knight on D5, but harder to do when rook comes to D8, and also bishop takes A2 in the near future if moving the knight away to the wrong square.
I think B5 is a critical move to consider here, and Anna Muzichuk is doubtlessly looking at it, and it's been played. The knight goes to E3. The D5 square can be occupied immediately, and we may get a situation now where white wants to play potentially C4 in order to secure that square, but black is also going to gain access to D4 and B4 momentarily.
Knight comes into the center, queen D6, trying to attack it. I did see the C4 move as the knight on C6 can be kicked away from D4 with pawn E3 in a lot of cases. We also open up our bishop. Maybe we do Finchetto. maybe bishop d2, bishop e3, bishop a3. A lot of different moves to choose from right now. If it takes on c4, we have to trade first on b8. That's what's on the board. There it is. It's all happening. Take back on c4. She took that with some power. You see how hard she took that rook? You know, does that ever intimidate you, Oman, when somebody's just like moving hard, you know, like hard moving? You can try to intimidate your opponent like that. I have seen that, but hard moving, does it intimidate you, Oman?
I don't think it would work on me. I would probably view it as overcompensating, and I would use that to fuel my own confidence that it's not actually that scary. The exact opposite.
Exactly. I have seen it slam the piece down, and it could be a terrible move, but because it's been slammed, it's a little bit more sting to it.
Well, I'll tell you what does not react to how hard you move the piece. It's actually the engine that says, I don't care how hard you take on b8, the position's equal, and you're not changing my mind. And that's exactly what we've got right here. Bishop to f8 to get out of the way of knight takes e7. I would look at this position and instinctively say, well, white's got a great knight on d5, and black cannot match it because knight d4 can always be removed with e3. However, in terms of development, I was going to say Bibisara is behind. Bishop a3, finally catching up, but black is controlling the only open file here because, I mean, while the d file is open, there's a lot of pieces on it that are not quite out of the way just yet.
And knight coming over to b4. Yeah, I don't really want to trade that yet. And they're also going to make this pawn a little bit better, connect the pawn. So bishop a4 or queen a4. Hitting a7. A lot can happen here. Knight takes d5 is best move by engine. Takes, and then rook d1. Okay.
Well, I think in that position, there's a pretty insane, perhaps bishop b3 move. Just speculating in that line.
Oh
Bishop takes d5 here. Rook d1,
That's
maybe
crazy.
bishop b3 is what my eyes are trained on here. And she's taken on d5 now. Pressure on Bibisara, who is no doubt going to see it now that it's been played. Because you don't play bishop takes d5. We can all see rook d1. You don't play it unless you've got a great move ready.
Ooh-wee. Rook d1, bishop b3. Wow. You take queen, move rook where? There's also rook b1. It's not trying to do rook d1 at all. There, she moves out of the way.
And look at that move. The queen retreats to c2, which basically means, James, that what we just saw was, in fact, a blunder. It was a mistake. Giving away that pawn, Bibisara thought she had things covered with the tactic rook d1, but it was also a reverse tactic, and all of a sudden the position is just very good for Anna Muzychuk with the black pieces, with an extra pawn. This is a significant edge for black.
Yeah, she really just did not get a lot of the opening, which is Bibisara. She just didn't get a lot out of the opening here, and black was able to now grab a pawn, looking to convert. Easier said than done. It is hard to, but looking to get it done. Push the pawns up, maybe trade the queens, keep the rooks on for a little bit, bring the king up to the center. It's going to be a long game.
Exactly. It feels like these positions, even though white is down a pawn, sometimes it feels like they're difficult to win because you can very easily just keep things blockaded, and suddenly what do you do from black's perspective? But when you play these positions, you realize it's white who's actually running out of ideas most of the time. It's very difficult to play, but let's see the technique. If you play a move like rook c7, I do not expect it to be captured, but rather a move like rook d8, keeping the pieces on the board would make more sense.
And rook c7, rook d8, check. Okay, rook c6 on the board. Rook d8 and queen f3 is always a try.
So queen f3, rook f6. Oh, I was thinking we might see that. And then I was wondering about queen a8, which could have been a fun way to try to even go for mate against the black king.
Still some stuff. Still a little, not shaky, but cautious, as if you're playing black here. Ace takes g, weakens the king. Might have to take back with the rook. Leaves f7 weak.
Yeah, this is... I would not say that only black can win this game, James. The king is now a bit exposed.
Oh, she missed rook g3. Rook g3. Oh, wait, no, wait. Oh, no. King g7 first. Rook g3 is on the
pins, right? Okay.
Like, oh, rook g3, do it.
You scared me, James.
Actually,
you're good at that.
Yeah.
You're good at that. And that's why e3 was played.
What's the penalty for that? I think a move. Is it time?
I believe so, yes.
She took a draw?
Yep, this looks like a draw, and honestly, a draw that might surprise some people. Makes a little bit of sense. Black's position has got much worse since being significantly better before. Unfortunately, the technique there was really lacking from Muzichuk, who was up a clear pawn with no weaknesses and turned it into a position where, honestly, after queen f5 in that final position, you start to wonder, are things getting out of hand? Maybe is white even playing for a result there? So I understand why Muzichuk did that. Honestly, a bit of a professional decision, James, not letting it get worse than what it was. But unfortunately, that is a pretty big error to waste that extra pawn that Muzichuk had after finding that nice tactical sequence before.
Yeah, I mean, so if I'm PvStar, I'm like, oof, I got away with that one. You know, let's tighten up and play with Black again. I think her openings with Black are a little bit sharper there, but it is, you know, up to her now to see if she can strike or see what happens in this next game here. Next up, though, Magnus Carlsen versus Norderbeck, game 1, starting soon. So we are waiting for that one. It's gonna be fun to see. I do know Norderbeck has beaten Magnus before, and you know, some rapid and stuff like that, but in the Blitz is always a little bit different. It's a little bit faster too. 4-game match. Let's see what happens. Chat, who do you have?
Yeah, Magnus or Norderbeck. If we think about how they got here, Magnus, he ended up with a great result, but remember, he had a really tough go in that event. But to make it in the top 4, he was comfortably in, and Norderbeck not so comfortable, right? We had, 6 players with 13 points, and Norderbeck said, yep, I got the best tie breaks out of all of you, so I will be joining the top 4. And look at where it's taken him, punched his ticket to the finals now against Magnus Carlsen. So the top 2 finishers, Arjun and Fabiano, in those first 19 rounds have been eliminated when it comes to the knockout format.
That's crazy to see. Like, oh, Arjun and Fabiano up at the top. They are no longer in the tournament. They have been knocked out by the next 2, Magnus and Norderbeck there. So, yeah, it's going to be fun to see. They're both fighters, especially in in-games. They both love in-games. Obviously, Magnus just being one of the greatest, if not the greatest, in-game player of our time. And Norderbeck is just a fighter. He will fight. He loves complications. He loves in-games. And, you know, even the dry positions, he'll try to fight too as well there. So, I guess we just heard on the back end that I guess we're going to try to take a break here, maybe. Psych!
All right,
okay,
fine.
No, I'm for real. Okay, guys, actually for real this time. It is a break this time. We'll be back in a few, so stick around.
Can't play it safe. Players trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look, told them I would elevate, now watch me go up. Critics acting all confused, they can watch me blow up. Knew I had it in the bag, I just had to show up. Got no plans to slow up. Okay, mama said I'd make it, then I know that she ain't never lie. Said they need a double, still they lost, cause they ain't hit my line. Whoa, it's my time on the dot, gotta shine, let them watch, cause we gaming
protect. Screaming we the best. I got though, give me respect. Baby, what is
First 2 games of the World Blitz Championship final. Magnus Carlsen, Norderbeck, Abdusattorov. Oman, it's about to go down.
It is. This is what we're all waiting for. Magnus stormed back in the competition after being 23rd at one point, nearly being mathematically counted out, but he came back with a lot of draws on the top boards. He won game after game after game, put himself in a position to enter the top 4, and with a win over Fabiano in the semifinals is now facing the man on your screen right now, Norderbeck Abdusattorov, who has had a phenomenal tournament in his own right. He snuck in with the best tie breaks on that 13-point score after the first 19 rounds of the Swiss, and he beat Arjun, who dominated the Swiss portion of the World Blitz Championship. He beat him what could have been 3-0, 2.5 to half, and a dominant performance, and now faces off against Magnus Carlsen.
That's right. And what you do is you never count out a Magnus Carlsen. You know, it's never over until it's really over. Of course, as you said, 23rd place at some point to now in the final here. Okay, here we go. D45. Looks like, oh, Queen's Gambit accepted. I know he likes playing this. Norderbeck does.
He takes it right away, and Magnus going for the slightly more tame E3. Note that the move E4 is definitely an option by white in order to recapture on C4, but carries a lot more risk. And certainly with game number 1 here of this 4-game match, I don't think we're looking for anything too crazy from game number 1. A very smart decision from Norderbeck to play the Queen's Gambit accepted, which does carry, you know, some pretty equal tendencies with the move C5. And C takes D4, leading to a symmetrical pawn structure.
Yeah, you can get C5. You can also get B5 and C5 in some cases, just to expand a little bit. All right, and have an easy game. Still lots of play. What did he play? B6. Ooh. Keeping pieces on. A little bit different. A little bit different. He wants to play C5 later. Knight B to D, castles, break with C5.
Again, yeah, nothing too crazy here from Magnus. Knight B to D2. This bishop often ends up, in some cases, dropping back. Remember, black can kick it out with the move B5. C5 is played, and Magnus needs to react to C5. Either you leave the pawn there on D4 and you recapture with a piece. One thing that you will not see normally is the pawn take on D4 and be recaptured with a pawn. That would give an isolated pawn for no apparent reason. And usually you're going to see either white capture or recapture on D4 with the knight in order to maintain that symmetry.
Yeah, and pawn takes on C5. So normal stuff. Taking with a knight or bishop. He takes with the bishop. Yeah. So they both like positions like this, where it's just, you know, gradual growth, gradual improving my position, putting pieces on better squares than what they currently are. Knight C4. Exactly. Queen E7, stopping exactly that.
And one of the reasons that this knight on C4 is so strong, it's tempting to kick it out with B5, especially when the move B4 is an idea here, trapping the bishop on C5. However, B5 would allow knight A5, and that bishop starts to run out of squares. So that's why you see a pause from Norderbeck and A5 played in order to take control of that B4 square.
Very nice move, and knight to D4 here. I think he's looking at things like bishop F3, knight to B5. B5 square was
precisely knight D4. You give squares, you get squares, James. Once we see A5, Magnus says, okay, you know, weaken B5 square. I can start to target that with knight D4. Normally, it would not be an idea to give away the dark square bishop for no reason. And Magnus is executing a very standard plan of bishop back to E2 and then to F3. Trade that light square bishop. And why do we want to do that? We see the pawn structure, dark squares, dark square bishop, which means the light squares are going to be very weak in the position if you can make that exchange happen. Now, again, nothing crazy happening here, but these are the plans and the ideas behind the moves that Magnus is making. Knight E4 from Norderbeck is a standard reply to not permit that exchange, but instead he plays bishop takes on f3, and I'm assuming that we're going to see queen takes f3, targeting c6.
Queen takes f3 on the board, and knight to d5. Bring a knight to the center. Could go knight b5. Again, he went with knight f5. Cool move to damage the pawn structure.
And yeah, and it had to be taken, by the way. That knight f5 move was actually hitting the g7 pawn and the queen. So a fancy move that is really just an exchange of knights. And queen e6, Magnus is in his element here, James. An endgame approaches us, and the pawn structure slightly damaged. I would argue that the minor pieces for black are a bit subpar compared to white's. So classic Magnus, I believe a slightly better position, but let's see how he's going to treat this. Is he going to trade the queens? Is he going to keep the queens with queen e5 so he does not fix the pawn structure for Norderbeck? He goes for the endgame, James, directly.
Fixes the pawn structure, but e6 is sort of weak. My rooks look nice on d1 and c1. b3 is sort of a weakness, but I guess black has the same in b6 on the b6 pawn. So up to, oh, he traded. More trades. Bishop versus knight imbalance.
Yeah, this is something you can do. You can just take, you can play a4. He's probably evaluating, is there any need or reason to maybe bring the rook in or bring the king in? But sometimes you can play this position, just play moves like king f1, a4, and Magnus knows long-term it might be a draw. It's equal. But when you have the knight and you have pawns fixed on dark squares, Magnus knows that he can outplay here. And he's going for this endgame, James.
He's going exactly for that. I mean, going to a strong suit, which, I mean, he can do anything in this games here, tactical or not, but definitely loves those in-games. Why not go for it? In-game masterclass, knight versus bishop, nice imbalance, where a pawn structure is not the greatest for black. Still equal, though.
So I'm looking at the move knight takes a5 just to consider. There is bishop a3 in response, which is why that move is not occurring. Magnus does not really want to go into these complications unless it's a forced win or something. I'm expecting that we'll see a4. It does concede the b4 square, but the bishop is kind of stuck on c5 defending b6 at the moment. So I won't say that this position is better for Magnus, but it's certainly preferable. According to the engine, zeros, but we'll see if Magnus can squeeze anything, as he is known to do. That engine eval it's not enough to count Magnus out.
Well, after this knight to b2 move, I like this maneuver he's going for with knight to d3 and maybe over to c5. Mm-hmm. Maybe you have a rook trade too and try to use, here it is. Oh, he went rook c4 idea. Oh, he's going to the other side. Ooh, you might have forgotten about that.
Rook trade is not detrimental. Exactly. It's not detrimental, but you'd probably want to keep the rooks on the board as long as you can and maybe trade them on better terms. So you'll probably see, again, this idea of knight d3, but the rook can slide to h4, just getting these creepy crawly moves, maybe get h6 played in the position. It's possible that this rook could actually station itself on h5, a light square. You're putting pressure on the rook here, and you could continue with something like maybe h3, g4, or then you can bring the knight into the game. So I think that Magnus is applying a little bit of pressure here. As the time gets low, things are going to get critical.
And I do like the fact that he kicks the rook away, makes him do something. He plays h6, which is why he played bishop f8 to defend through against this threat, which was very vital. Now the bishop is a little loose or a little occupied. Knight f4, nice move with knight. Wait, can he go
now?
There?
Rook c5,
I guess he
pretty much forced here.
Yeah, knight g6, bishop g7. He's going for it.
So bishop to g7 here. We might see rook back to d4, and you're trying to get that piece to go to the wrong side. Bishop d6 instead. Now the a pawn is probably going to be black's, as well as rook c2 counterplay, but a clear path to victory for Magnus. Not that it's winning, but he has an h pawn he can try to push here.
Yeah, absolutely. Pass pawns must be pushed. Now I got two of them. Well, maybe the b pawn's not the easiest to push, but h pawn is down the board. He is trying to run that thing down the board, boys. Check. Moving quickly.
Oh, Magnus out of sorts there. He lost the handle on the position.
Oh my goodness.
Did not make the necessary move. This would be very uncharacteristic for Magnus to lose this game.
He lost the game. He lost the game. I don't know
think
what
he
happened.
flagged.
He lost the game.
It's so
He
unusual
flagged.
for him in a masterclass game, knight against bishop, all controlling the light squares. Noterbeck understood perfectly what he had to do with the bishop to generate counterplay, and he actually wins that position against Magnus in a shocker of a game 1.
Oh my goodness, I would be molding so mad. I'm playing well. I get the pawn. I grind the position. I do everything I can do, and then you flag. And you running out of time. He lost control of the position here as we see Magnus on the screen walking away, understanding he's not too mad about it, but he's like, come on. Wow. First one to win there. Abdusattorov with the black pieces and now getting white. Man, now you could just kind of take it easy and understand that black is going to have to be the one, or Magnus in a way, might be looking for his chances. He could overpress.
That is remarkably uncharacteristic for Magnus Carlsen to he is a player that recognizes usually very well what overpressing is when you try to win the position too much and actually introduce too much risk. But I don't think that was a position that he flagged. I'm still wondering. I'm trying to catch up the final position, but I think there was a potential checkmate or losing a rook in the final position. He may have actually just resigned there. So I didn't see the actual end of that position, how it worked out, but the final move was bishop b4, and it was such a quick end to the game. I don't know if he flagged or resigned, but rook d2 is an unstoppable, first of all, checkmate. The only way to avoid it is e4, but you guaranteed lose your rook there. I think Magnus played rook d8, saw the response, immediately registered all of that, and may have just resigned.
Yeah, I saw this too on the board. I was like, oh, wait. Now, that's what I thought happened. But then I saw the flagging. So maybe it was both. It was like a little bit of both.
Yeah, well, exactly. Pick one, pick the other. Regardless, it's a completely lost position at the end, no matter how you want to look at it. And Noterbeck, a deserving victor there because he was never actually significantly worse at all in this game. You might say, oh, Magnus was doing Magnus things, applying pressure, squeezing the position. But ultimately, the evaluation never reflected that. And Noterbeck probably confidently playing with that bishop against the knight. I'm really impressed by that game.
I'm impressed too. I am impressed. That was incredible. And Noterbeck now having the white pieces is putting some pressure on to Magnus. Here, Magnus might have to overpress. He might have to. We've seen him bounce back. You know, obviously Magnus still in the thing. We have 3 games left, but here's Noterbeck coming back after he has to contain himself and really just, all right, cool. Whew, man, that was what a game. Let me relax real quick. Sometimes you got to get up and walk around after a game like that.
Something I noticed that I don't think has been the case in, first of all the games, but certainly in the women's section, I didn't notice it as much, but handshakes between the players during the match. I like that. That feels natural to me. Even though the guy just beat you, you handshake before, like just as the player sits down and to start the game. So it's interesting just to see that because you don't always necessarily do that when you're in the middle of a match, but lots of handshakes here and mutual respect as e4, d6 is on the board and Magnus switching things up, James.
Ooh, a little Philidor. Okay. A little Philidor action. A little bit different approach, and it wasn't it's still a lot of play obviously here with knight b7. Yeah, you can go c6. The pawn structure I do like with Philidors when you have c6 and e5 played because you control obviously d5 d4 with the pawn on e5. So really cool stuff there. I don't know, it didn't catch up. There we go, bishop c5.
A reminder that in case you're just joining us, we have 2 finals in progress here. So we have the Open and the women's, and we'll be covering 2 games at a time, and the games will never be concurrent, so we'll always be able to focus. This is game 2. Noterbeck, in amazing fashion, beat Magnus Carlsen in that last game and has taken an early lead in this matchup, but game 2 is underway, and Magnus is looking to bounce back with an unusual Pierce defense play to start things off here.
It came into like some type of Philidor, Pierce, all the same stuff. I even see rook a6 being an idea later on. Bishop d2.
Yeah, the a pawn is targeted here with bishop d2. It really encourages the move a4. I would probably assume that that's going to be played, but perhaps the reaction there, you're either going to just leave it completely, play queen e2, rook e1, or you're going to fight back and try to claim some of that space with the move b4, perhaps taking back after a4 en passant, and then playing b4 later. So a lot of decisions here for Magnus. Does he want to play a4? I think that's the move he's going to decide. The move b6 seems to be met nicely by b4.
It's on Magnus. And there you go. What move? Did he play c6? Waiting for the... Okay,
he did play b6.
B4, take.
Bishop to f8.
Probably.
James, this position is in white's favor. Very clearly, there's a lot of pressure on e5, and the pressure on e4 can be dealt with. It is not to the same degree. 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces attacking e5, and there's 2 defenders. So Magnus has got to make some big-time decisions here.
I guess we could sort of give up e5 because b4 is hanging with bishop takes b4 with too many pieces traded. Magnus is not happy, though, clearly. Bishop d6.
Not at all. E5 is a pawn that you could consider capturing here, but remember, there's going to be a lot of pressure on e4 afterwards. Knight takes d6 also gives a comfortable advantage with the bishop pair, but he's going to go straight in and capture on e5. I think this is also a move that you play knowing that a draw is a perfectly fine result. So the worst that can happen is Magnus equals the material back, and best case, perhaps some tactics even work here.
And of course, we get the pawn back very quickly, moving the knight, and then bishop takes b4. We get the pawn right back, but yeah, equal. It's kind of hard.
And now it's black's turn, James. Count up the attackers on e4. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4. When that knight moves inevitably here, suddenly it's the e4 pawn that's going to be targeted, and most importantly, queen e7 also eyeballs b4, and the pressure on both the knight, the b4 pawn, and the e4 pawn is going to mean that Magnus should equal up the material. And Noterbeck is deep in thought here. I'm wondering if he's giving consideration to something crazy or if something... Okay, knight f3. I was wondering if he was going to go crazy with knight takes f7, which was a possibility, but this makes more sense and is much more controlled.
Very nice. Yeah, of course, not giving him too many chances. There was also a Greek gift available if knight to c4, trying to go back. Bishop takes h2, knight g4, and queen h4, which is a crazy idea. He didn't allow it, so he goes to knight f3, so there will be no Greek gifts today. But queen h7 is a nice counterplay on the 7th rank for Noterbeck.
Yep. The knight covers the rook on e1, so no danger there at the moment. Bishop takes e4 looks likely, but if everything captures there, both sides have to be worried about back rank mate, and we may be liquidating to a draw here, James. It looks like that is the most likely result, but in this position, are we going to see rook takes e4? Are we going to see knight takes, or perhaps even something else if you take advantage of this pin? It's a very close game, but I think we're getting to equality as long as no one blunders something big with back rank mate involved.
And it's funny because rook takes e4. I think there's queen a8. Almost. There's actually, you have queen f8, luckily. Yeah, he's queen f8. Queen a8. Queen f8. Yeah, it's not enough. Looking around.
So I think queen b8 could be played. Force the queen back and then take c7. That's exactly what's happened, actually. And even if we trade on e1, I think at this point it is just equal. There's probably a number of moves you can play. Pawn to b5, knight d5, perhaps even queen c5, although that's the one I like the least. And b5 indeed. On the board by Magnus. We are in an equal position here, James. And I suspect we're not going to see anything too crazy happening.
Correct. Some looks for the king and just shuffling. h3 or g3? Probably h3. Queen e5. Trade him.
Yeah, this looks like a trade. Black can station. Remember, you have to be a little nervous about this pawn, but the pawn can always reach b4 with the knight coming into d5. For sure, we are in a position that is going to be a draw, but we have to still get there, and we'll see how many more moves the players are interested in playing.
Yeah, it's funny. Noterbeck is interested in a lot more moves. That's just how he plays. Noterbeck is going to play this out for a while. Get the king up to the center. First plan. Get your king to the center, activate your pieces as much as possible.
Yeah, the king is a bit ahead for Magnus, but there's also moves like knight g5 you have to worry about. If either king goes too far to the queen side, you're going to see the pawns on the other side of the board get targeted. And look at this. This is very interesting by Magnus. He is giving up that f7 pawn, and I do not think that he had to in that position, but I could have been wrong there with knight d4 and knight g5 both threatened.
What I like is he made him think here. You know, it's a thinking situation. Like, do you really want to give it to c2 pawn and have the b pawn push like this? And he's like, yeah, you're right, king d2. But then after h6, he plays something else. Knight g4, same idea.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's just symmetrical. Hey, if you've got a threat, believe me, I've got the same one.
You got one, I got one. Same. Maybe f3 could be annoying. f3, knight takes h2. Oh, but the knight can come around to f1. So no real way around it. I'll take one, you take one. Same.
Yeah, I really don't see how this can work out to really any result except a draw. So far, so good. But with time pressure, we have seen an error in that previous game by Magnus. You will not want to repeat that.
Make sure we get all the pawns off, especially, listen, that c2 pawn is weak. Got to make sure we stay around it. That's why king d2 happens. Bringing the knight around, staying in range of the pawns and the king. Knight f5 coming next.
Yeah, but you have to keep moving the king back. Otherwise, king c3 and king takes c2. So I was going to say we might see a repetition there, but perhaps even looking for something a little bit more. Hang on a sec. King d1, there's knight e3.
Incredible.
Noterbeck shaking his head.
Incredible.
This is a significant blunder.
Incredible. I mean, if anyone can get it done as Magnus here, we just said you got to stay around the c2 pawn. And he found, or at least Magnus finds a way to create problems because of that c2 pawn. Unbelievable is the word.
Now, the knight is going to hang out on the f3 square. Magnus is giving a face. He knows what just happened. That was a swindle and a half. The king is going to promote this pawn and win the knight. The king takes on h6, and after knight f3, it's going to be winning for Magnus Carlsen.
He gets the king around, and maybe king c1. There it is, and pushing right through.
Even if you sack the knight, it's not enough. Magnus knows he got away with one, James. Incredible.
Yes, has he queens? King does not get around in time to be able to get anything.
There is knight to g5, which will be sufficient.
Wow!
And Magnus, unbelievable that he won that endgame. Dead draw is not in Magnus Carlsen's vocabulary. Did not work for him last game playing on. He does the same thing again, and it works out.
It's crazy. Second time's a charm. Really, that's not the saying. It's actually third time. But in Magnus's case, it's the second time is the charm. And he got it done here. That c2 pawn was weak. He got his king active. Something we talked about before is that king activity, which really helped him win this game. How fast can you get your king active, guys, when you're in those end games? And he was able to do it very quickly. Had a weakness, had a target, the c2 pawn, got it done. Classic.
And
Magnus.
James, it is remarkable. Yeah, it's remarkable to see that happen because, you know, Magnus had the confidence to go right back to it. He overpressed a little bit in that previous game. It did not work out. He lost. And to show back up at the board, maybe have not a great middle game, ultimately equalize. It looks totally drawn. And then to still go back and look for more in that position, you know, that's really trusting yourself, trusting the style and the method of playing chess that has brought Magnus so much success over his career. He went right back to it, and ultimately Noterbeck, under time pressure, cracked. He made a mistake. He blundered the pawn, and that blundered the game. And believe me, you make that one mistake in that endgame, James, Magnus is not looking back, and he took the win to even this match, and he is absolutely back.
Product of intuition and experience and confidence. All of those combined together make a very strong player, but also a very strong Magnus Carlsen, knowing when to use it. Also get out of his own head. Of course, yes, the first game hurt a little bit, but he was able to bounce back. Now everything's cool, calm, and collected. even playing field with 3 games to go. Sorry, actually 2 games to go in their match. Whoever wins 2.5 wins the match here. Back to the women's as we have game 3 about to start.
Yeah, and this is not just game 3. This is going to be game 4 as well. And game 4 is happening regardless because the match is tied. 2 draws to start off. It is 1-1 right now. That means we are guaranteed the next 2 games regardless. If it ends 2-2, we will have Armageddon. And we are ready for game 3 to start. It's been very peaceful so far. In that last game, although we're jumping between matchups here in open and women's, but in the last matchup we saw between Bibisara and Anna Muzichuk, it was actually a mistake from Bibisara, but ended up in a draw anyway. So it has been very even between the two.
Very even indeed here. And now we were able to take a quick break. They were, the women, able to take a break. And now get back to play their games. Maybe a quick refresher, maybe check in some lines, knowing what colors they have, see what they might play, and what could actually happen. Here we go. Gather yourself. Game is about to start.
And a reminder, a win is so meaningful in this one. Contrary, even though the score is the same, contrary to the other final in the Open, we have draws here. There's been no first blood, but there has been wins on both sides between Magnus and Norderbeck. So here, whoever wins that first game, it could end up being the winner of the overall match because there have been 2 draws so far, and clearly these women are very evenly matched.
First win sometimes changes everything. So it depends on who gets that. And if Bibisara is able to win with the black pieces, she does have a dynamic repertoire with black that is going to put Anna in a must-win situation. But if Anna is able to overcome some of the tactical shots and some of the theory that Bibisara likes to play, maybe by playing something unorthodox or something different, will be a different story here. Put Bibisara on the back foot. Let's see what happens.
Well, we have the same colors again, remember, from that game number 1, where we saw Anna Muzichuk and Bibisara just reciting theory for us. It's probably up to Anna now to do a bit better than that, right? So I assume that we're going to see something different. And what's interesting to note, James, as we get underway, is that this is the game that the most preparation time has been available for the players because we got to swap to the Open. So let's see if they've prepared something specific for this one. And we can already see the difference in the position. Bishop takes the knight on d7 for Anna Muzichuk has changed the opening.
Change it up a little bit. Like this knight a3. Takes, knight takes, and b3. Get some pressure on d6. Develop the bishop too as well. Rook to d1. Can hit the queen with tempo here. Bishop e3. See if she goes for that. Slight think already.
Yep. I was going to say, yeah, bishop to e3. You have to be a bit concerned about pawn takes on c4 and maybe some of the pins that can result. White decides to capture on b5. I suspect we'll see a takes b5 here because you generally want to maintain your bishop pair, and bishop d2 is the move, aiming to go to the b4 square with the bishop, I would assume, while this knight can reposition into the center, and you want to blockade that b pawn and put pressure on the d pawn.
It's annoying because the d pawn is backward here. Very normal in these type of Sicilian. Do you have a d5? That is some frisky stuff there, but probably not because e5 is hanging. But we do have to deal with rook d1. I mean, it's coming. You can definitely feel the pressure of the d6 pawn.
Yeah, e4 has also been targeted. I imagine we will see rook e1. It's possible to defend this pawn in a bit of a strange way, perhaps with an idea like rook c1, but rook e1 feels very natural. The other move to consider is knight d2, although I would assume that rook fe1 is the better move to begin with. Note that the pressure on e4 means that if you play rook e1, you can't really bring that knight to e3 because then you would disconnect the rook from defending the e-pawn. So maybe in that case, you could try knight d2, but it feels, James, like black is going to castle, play rook d8, and eventually get that move d5 in, and that will be a game changer if it happens.
Yeah, a natural and normal type of knight or for Sicilian play in these type of positions. Or even Sveshnikov, when you get this pawn on d6 backward, it is good to actually try to get something on d4 a piece, or breaking with d5, getting rid of the weakness in the backward pawn, also activating white r-square bishop on f8. Anna, on the other hand, is really kind of stopping that whole idea, getting ready to trade the dark square bishop if you do push on d5, and also attacking the weakness of the d6 pawn. But we do see rook after e1, very nice move, defending e4, maybe bringing the other rook over next, rook a to c, or rook a to d.
Yeah, it's important to play this move rook a to c1. And if we see castling, for example, there is this idea of knight takes e5. So I just want to highlight that if you castle, the bishop on e7 does fall victim to this pinned d6 pawn. And that is the reason why black's position is not just completely obvious. And, well, we actually see knight takes e5 here. It is the move that needs to be played. Very important to see that. Let's see if it gets played here. I assume that with the theory that both players have displayed thus far, that this will absolutely be played. But as I say that, no, not at all. I don't think I'm missing anything. And I only say that because I saw the blue arrow supporting me. We all need a blue arrow in our lives sometimes. Knight takes e5 was definitely a missed opportunity there for Anna Muzichuk.
I think she was a bishop e4, believe it or not. Like, tactically, that kind of works. Kind of, because, like, knight takes e5, bishop e4, and now you, like, rook takes e4, rook c1. So, like, okay, I guess she probably glanced at it and was like, you know what? And knowing the player, too, like, no, you know, I don't want to go down this tactical skirmish of stuff. But knight takes e5 was a move. I was curious what happened on bishop e4 after that. Maybe, like, queen g3 or something. And then that could get...
No, that's exactly right.
But, yeah. Very spicy.
a3, knight c3, getting those pieces out. You know, as white, you do at some point want to make an escape square for the king. Same for black, but without that knight takes e5 move played, you see the knights are kind of retreating. The good thing about white's position is the bishop blockading on b4. But again, the moment that black achieves some sort of break, like the d5 move, the open position will favor the bishop pair and will also favor black's pieces that are all clearly waiting for d5 to happen.
Yeah, and stopping it. Bishop f8, so ready to play d5, but you can't put anything on d5 yet. d5 is going to be really strong. Maybe knight b3, d5, knight a5. That is some scary stuff. Queen e2 I like. Getting out of the off the d file. d5 is going to be a very crucial break, and she knows it's coming.
h6, we see f3. Now, white is probably looking to play knight f1, knight e3, trying to control that d5 square, but ultimately it belongs to black. The move d5 can happen at any moment. f3 makes the move knight h5 more tempting to me. First of all, it makes it possible. The queen is no longer attacking, but also the dark squares are a bit weaker. And if white starts playing g3 to stop knight f4, I think mission accomplished with knight h5. Those are going to make the white king a lot weaker in this position. And knight h5 is played. I agree with this move. And I think g3 is a move that you don't really want to play with white, but of course you have to stop knight f4.
It's all happening too as well. The whole knight maneuver. d5, we was waiting for that. Here it goes. Everything is opening up.
Rook takes e5, rook takes f8, excuse me. The move chosen takes on d5 with the knight, and the bishop is going to dominate this board here. White can play knight d2, but James, this position is so much better for black. Yes, e5 is hanging, but so is f3 and the a2 pawn as well. Bibisara has the edge on the clock and on the board, but we saw the opposite in the previous game, and it did end in a draw.
I mean, look at the bishop. Look at the bishop I have. Like, it's such a strong piece in the center of the board. I have the open C file. I definitely like black's position. Engine does too as well. Rook C2, as you're pointing out, looks really strong. Hitting B2, pinning. I mean, it's an automatic move almost. She plays F6 though.
Yeah, just not liking the hanging e-pawn. I do think that at this point, you have to start cashing in some advantages. And one of them, I think just bishop takes a2 needs to be played. We are concerned about knight d6, but you know, that's a call an ambulance, but not for me after queen b6 check, which would be a fork. So I don't know that bishop takes e4 is the best move, but still the idea remains the same, to win the pawn and advantage to black.
Okay, we kind of saw this before already. It was like, who was it? It was the other way around, actually. Other way around. Anna was up the pawn.
Yep.
Similar position. Queen, rook, very evenly matched, I should say. getting very similar positions than before in their other two games.
Offering an exchange of rooks here. Queen endgames are always so tricky. And usually they offer very decent drawing chances. Also a rook endgame. So the queen and rook offers better winning chances, but just queens or just rooks becomes much closer to a draw. So let's see what happens here after queen d4. Notice how Anna down the pawn is not going to be looking to trade queens pretty much under any circumstances.
Yeah, now we have to try to Magnus them. Easier said than done. Bring the king around. Bring that
Hang
king
on.
up.
This is a
queen d2 check.
This is a huge blunder. A terrible move, just blundering the pawn. And there is probably not... Wait a minute. Is this a draw?
Yeah, it's a draw now. No way of getting out of these checks.
I'm wondering how forcing this was. And I credit Anna for coming up with a great way. I actually want to take a look at this so we can bring it up on the board for everyone. This was very clever by Anna. Let's take a look. Bibisara and Anna reviewing the game, and actually credit to Anna for coming up with this idea of the blunder that turns into a forced draw. Getting excited about the position for a good reason, but not for the move played. So let's have a look. Why is the blue arrow pointing out queen d2? It is the best move here. However, we need to play something different here. And in this position, the king on h3, James, is actually safely placed, and queen b2, this is a forced draw, and we saw it displayed perfectly by Anna on the board. So queen c5, while it allowed this is not the way that Bibisara was supposed to continue playing. So to continue from here in a proper way, black would have to play a move like queen to d3, controlling this diagonal. So a false alarm here, as the move queen c5 is actually a lot more clever than it is a mistake. So I completely take it back, and actually a great move from Anna Muzichuk from a practical perspective. Now, I think after queen d3, black has a pretty sizable advantage because the f3 pawn is very difficult to defend, and there are no checks on the diagonal. That being said, practical game, who is not taking the pawn there? And it works out to be a perfect, almost repeat of their previous game with the extra pawn turned into a misplay and a draw.
It's very difficult finding that queen d3 move, especially with no time to. You just had to allow the perpetual. It is what it is. Take it, switch colors, Bibisara says, and try to win. This is the final game, or it could be Armageddon. What are you guys hoping for, chat? Who are you rooting for? Anna, Bibisara, or Armageddon? Where that one's going to be fun too as well. There's also increment there. It's kind of annoying, you know. Armageddon with increment is gross, but it is part of the format. And it is likely, it's possible, but I mean, really anything can happen here. It's all tied up.
It is. It is now after 3 consecutive draws in this 4-game match. There's one more game remaining. If it's a draw, we have a 2-2 tie. It is currently 1.5 to 1.5. So we're moving on to our next game in a few minutes here. Bibisara has been traditionally at the board, right? Just waiting for that next game to start. 3 draws in this one. Will we finally see a win? Because that would immediately crown our World Blitz champion here. Or will we be going to Armageddon to decide the entire competition?
Here we go. Everything is on the line right now. Maybe switch it up. She might go with her same. Maybe she's feeling like, you know what, Armageddon, I'm a bid a little bit less. Which actually changes the bids now too. So I think we spoke a little bit about that before, but with the 2-second increment, your bids change a little bit. So, you know, you make bid a little bit lower, understanding you have some increment. Whereas if you didn't have that increment, you bid a little bit higher.
Yep. And a reminder, of course, that the open finals are taking place, but don't worry, they're not taking place right now. You're not missing the action. You know, for the first time, James, I think I will extend credit to the organizers. At times chaotic, but being able to watch all these matches individually and splitting and staggering things is appreciated so that we don't miss any of the action.
That is correct. We all want to catch the action on both boards. Like, you want to watch them both at the same time, but that's great that they just staggered like this. It's for, you know, they knew we were watching, and the fans at home that just enjoy watching a game of chess and learning and seeing these players play. So yes, shout out to you guys. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And we can see just waiting for Anna, but I'm sure she's been told that she has a certain amount of time, so she's absolutely right to take it. And this almost reminds me of like a situation, you know, in boxing, Canty, you go back and you don't even sit down in your corner during the break between rounds. You stand right in the center of the ring and say, I'm ready to go. Whenever you want to sit down, let's do it. That has been her mentality the entire time. It's an even match thus far, but we are going to see this next and final game of this 4-game match between Bibisara and Anna Muzichuk to determine the winner. And I believe, James, that if we get an Armageddon, we are likely going to play the open games first and then play the Armageddon, but we'll wait for that to be 100% confirmed, of course.
Okay. Oh, handshake and glitch. Okay, there we go.
Fast forward, and we're here.
And oh man, they're already on move 12.
All right.
Okay.
Here we go. We've seen this opening before. This is one of those matches where we've actually seen the exact same gameplay in both of the games with white and black. You know what I mean, James? Like we're seeing a repeat, maybe slight differences, improvements, but so far, nothing but a pawn has separated these two women at any time during the match. There's been some big advantages, but really only a pawn as an advantage, but ultimately those games being drawn.
Yeah, I mean, you know, what's a pawn between friends, Ahmad? What's a pawn, buddy? You know, it's just
Precisely.
A pawn, right?
Now, sometimes, you know, if you're looking to win in chess, that can be enough. At this level, one pawn can be enough. In this match, it has not been enough just yet. But bishop e6 instead of b5 played, and now queen a4. And let's see what Anna does against this. b5 is being prevented, and this is a slightly different move order that we've seen from last time.
I actually kind of like this too. Is there's like you could damage the structure. Okay, maybe that's a strange idea, but I mean, bishop takes c6 is really real. That was a real idea. Bishop takes and just kind of really wrecked the structure there. But she said, you know what, I'm not going for it. I also like the pace that she's playing here. Or they're both kind of playing pretty quickly. But keeping pieces on, I mean, this could be the final game with one blunder from any side.
So the move rook to e1, a little bit mysterious, but I believe that the idea is c4. We'll see how Bibisar wants to play, but it looks like knight d4. It comes with less of an impact because e2 is now protected, while c4 secures the d5 square for the knight, and then you can follow up with e3. So I think perhaps a slight edge in the position to Bibisara, just cementing that knight on the d5 square, like white's position.
I do too as well with the d5. Well, the difference in the outpost where I can put the knight on d5, you can put the knight on d4, but I can kick yours away. You can't kick mine away. Big difference in the outpost. So now with bishop d7, though, there is, just saying it before she moved it, the queen was on that diagonal, so she moves it off. Queen to a3.
Yeah, and a move that is very thematic in this position is actually f4. I mentioned this move the last time that we saw this variation, the last game. The reason is, of course, well, if you take, the queen and rook are not situated in a great spot there. It's a move you can save, though. You can play it later. Just, I do believe f2 to f4 is an idea that white can rely on to generate some play. For now, it looks like we're just improving the position slowly. Bishop c3, queen b2, e3, perhaps even sliding the queen over to the other side of the board while this knight dominates the center. Advantage in this final game to Bibisara.
Advantage to Bibisara. A lot of chess to be played still. Time pretty even. Let's see where she goes. That is knight to e3. That knight's been back and forth to e3 and d5 a few times here. Will she repeat? That could be a draw offer. But does she want to go for that is the question. Here we go. No, not yet. h5. Push that pawn down the road a little bit more. Alpha zero style. h6.
Speaking of Alpha Zero, bishop e4, g4, and f3 is a very committal, but perhaps very interesting way to completely dominate these light squares here. If black, for example, plays the move h6, that would be, I think, a pretty bad move because the light squares that get left behind are so weak. So that's another way that you can play as white, just all in on the light square domination.
Bishop G4, H6. Here we go, G6. So now, yeah, look at the bar move too. But 93 is a little bit different now. The bishop on D2 defends H6. How do we make any real progress? Maybe F4 is kind of risky though. Bishop C3, no, that hangs H6. She goes
Bishop
back.
takes H6 though. Isn't this a blunder?
Oh.
Okay, I think it was at least possible to just capture that pawn on H6. So I don't know if we're going to see a repetition there, but 93 is definitely not a good move. I think from white's perspective, you go all in. It's time for bishop C3. It's time for F4, queen B2, and just open this diagonal. I think that is the way to play.
Bishop E3 saying a miss there. Bishop E3 just, shuffling. Just making moves, I think.
A double question mark.
Now. Not committing.
James, a double question mark move. Missed by Bibisara. The idea F3, G4, the bishop has to go to E6, and you lose the F6 pawn there by force. F3 can be played now with the same idea.
She may not be seeing it. She just glanced at the clock.
But the pawn is hanging now.
She doesn't have an idea. That's true.
You can see F3 now because the pawn is hanging, even if it didn't occur to you before.
She takes the knight instead. Sometimes you're just slightly
D4.
off in the game.
Yeah, a little bit.
E3 though.
A little bit. This pawn, by the way, is going to be lost into the wind, right? That H pawn, which was once so strong, without the dark square bishop to support it. Now, suddenly, you start to wonder about that bishop pair and whether it can come alive.
Looking for the tactics. Rook E4, definitely was a fan. Looking for doubling of the rooks too as well. Rook takes D4. Is that too much? She said, nope, I'm taking those.
Yeah.
Rook over to H4, hits the bishop.
You want to play Rook E1, but it's not possible just yet. Bishop G7, I assume, and Bishop E4. Now there's real ideas of taking over the E file, of bringing the knight to F4, and guess what? The D7 rook was loose in that position. This is turning in white's favor.
Really strong trading of the bishops now. Now we don't have to worry about D3. Bringing the rook back to the center and doubling the rooks. White's in a great position.
Yeah, this is really, really powerful now. The rooks are doubled, all in white's favor. The knight on D5 is an absolute beast, controlling the entire board. And after queen F3, there's no queen D1. You have to just go back to F5. Wasted time here for black, and rook E3 is a great response.
Maybe just king G2. Put the rook on F3. Queen C6, good too. Bringing more pieces into
Pressure
the position.
here. There's rook F4.
King
Rook
G2
F4
once again.
wins
Very
material.
possible. Oh, rook F4. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, rook F4 is nice.
Also your move, king G2 and rook F3. I do like that as well, but simply rook F4 was the direct way to do the same thing. And this could be it. Bibisara is better here, but is not yet cashing in on potential material here with rook F3, rook E6. You can reroute the queen.
Right. I rerouted.
White is in a great position.
It feels like something's off with that queen right there now. Now rook F3 might be just clean.
Here we
winning,
go.
Right? Queen G4.
Winning. The rook is hanging.
A rook.
The rook is
Off
just
the
hanging.
board. That's a wrap. Baby
Oh
Sarah.
my goodness.
The champ
And you
is
can
here.
see a light smile there, of course, as she should. She is the 2025 World Blitz champion, Grandmaster Bibisara Asabayeva. Very deserved, and put the pressure on in the final game, claiming the only victory of that matchup in the final.
It was a draw, and another draw, and then a win there in the end. It could have went either way. It was evenly matched all the way down to the wire. It took to the last game. Whoever wins 2.5 wins the match, and Bibisara was able to win. Congratulations to the 2025 Women's World Blitz champion, Grandmaster Bibisara Asabayeva. Amazing job, especially taking out someone like Anna Muzichuk, who's extremely strong. So very good.
Getting some shots of that
love.
that interview there. What a moment for Bibisara, and what a battle in the event as well. You know, putting herself in a position to be in the top 4, and then ultimately, I think, was in so much control in the matches that we saw, the 4-game mini matches. It just felt like a situation where you're looking at a very deserving champion at the end.
Yeah, she absolutely deserves it. I mean, she fought her way through just the Blitz portion to get to the Final 4, or basically the playoffs, that is. And then in the playoffs here, she was able to make it to the final and then take on Anna here. Not easy to do, but she's also a Blitz beast. People just underestimate her. She's also underrated. Newly minted Grandmaster as well in the last few months, I think, or something. So really strong showing, and well-deserved here from Bibisara. She's also a Blitz champ too as well. I think this is not her first time. She won something else Blitz-wise. I don't remember if it was this, but extremely strong and well-deserved. Congratulations.
Exactly right. Exactly right. And don't forget, everyone, that is your women's World Blitz champion. We still have a World Blitz champion to crown in the open section. That is Magnus Carlsen, Norderbek Abdusatorov. We didn't get there with 2 draws, but a win apiece means we have a tied match after 2 games in that one, 1-1. So we're actually kind of entering with the exact same storyline, James, where it's 1-1. If we see 2 draws or perhaps a win each to end out these 4 games, we will see Armageddon to decide things. However, there's 2 games before that, and a lot can happen. Both games have been decisive in this one so far.
Now, of course, both games are decisive, and we still got 2 more games at least to go in this match. We'll see in a few. We are back. We are back with more action at the final of the Fide World Blitz Championship. And we just crowned a three-time World Blitz champion in Baby Sara. So Baby Sara Asabayeva, who has won her third one. I'm Fide Master James Canty III here, joined by Grandmaster Amon Hamilton. We are in game 3, bro. Time to work.
That's right. I see the chat is ready for this final matchup in the Open. They're using that new emote that I see there, Magnus's face. So all in good fun. But we have to get serious about game number 3. It is tied 1-1. And Canty, I imagine you're probably interested in this opening.
Oh, 100%. This is for all the Jobavians at home. If you're a fellow Jobavian, brethren, unite. This is at 100% a Jar Jar Binks London, as I like to label it. What he did he played a knight e2, which is a little bit different. Generally, in my course, what I like to do is I go g4. It throws a lot of people off. They don't know what to do. There's also a g3 line, which is a little bit more positional, but instead of knight e2, I always go g4 just to put it out there. Very strong. So fun, and see what happens here. And if he wins, oh yeah, absolutely. Sale's about to go crazy.
Well, knight g3 played in this position. I have to say knight g3 for me is an unusual spot to have a knight usually, but something that Magnus is indicating he's comfortable with. I think even Norderbeck is a bit perplexed by the placement of this knight. It takes a square away from the bishop, which you may need in the case of, for example, knight to g4. I guess the bishop is going to retreat to f4, and white is going to continue with bishop d3. But instead, Norderbeck says knight to g3. I'm going to go immediately with h5, h4. This is how you play against knights on g3 and g6. So he goes straight for it, James.
Absolutely. It's a normal way of doing it. When you see knights on g3, g6, b6, or b3, you just push that wing pawn just to annoy it. I do like to move bishop d3. h4 will be responded with knight to e2, I assume. I mean, he could go knight f1. That's an interesting way to redevelop the knight, re-employ it. But knight e2 is the likely move. h4, and yeah.
Exactly right. Exactly right, James. Knight slides back to e2. I think that black is probably going to play h3, but you could also leave the pawn there. What's interesting to me is now I'm wondering, James, which way is Norderbeck going to castle, if at all? Because is it going to be queenside? That really doesn't look correct. And kingside, with the h-pawn basically vanished from h7, that also does not feel safe anymore. So is that king going to stay in the center?
That's a good question. After bishop d6, I might actually castle queenside first. He plays h3, it looked like. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think he is going to end up casting kingside. But that's going to be fun for us. But if he doesn't, king's in the center of the board.
Exactly. This move stops knight to g4. So taking on e5 would allow knight d4, no knight g4 in response. So that's why Magnus did it in that way. However, this hanging b pawn, we have to point out it is there, but rook b8 and rook takes on b2 is not something that you want to allow. So a4, and I think this is even preparing a potential move like queen a3 if he wants to get the queens off the board. Or you could say, well, where's black's king going to go? I'm going to castle and eventually play queen to c2, but a dark square concept initiated by Magnus Carlsen. He loves the endgames. He's had success in the endgames in this match, and he's going for something similar, I believe, here.
I actually like it. I do like that he can go for this in-game here and make this a6 pawn very weak after ab, bringing the queen back to c2. Lots of times in this variation in particular, you actually have, he goes queen c2 immediately, but it's more of a Caro-Kann type of play, an exchange variation of the Caro-Kann, where it's very reminiscent of that. Only differences here is, of course, this h-pawn, which is sort of misplaced, actually. And the minority attack that black generally goes for isn't quite there. So it's a little bit different. You get some type of exchange Caro-Kann, where there are some big differences here, but still equal.
I can see Magnus maybe playing the move knight to c1 here. It's well known in these structures that if the knight reaches d3, that it is a very, very good piece. And hopefully that is visible. With the knight on d3, b2 is protected. c5 and e5 as target squares for the knight. I mean, the knight on d3 will be the best piece on the board, and the rook can slide over to a1. So Norderbeck is not interested in allowing that. Meanwhile, knight h5, making use of this h4 pawn in order to reach the f4 square, which also coincidentally controls d3.
See what happens. Rook takes is still possible. Wait, rook takes queen e2? Wait a second. Is it really that
Yep.
bad? If Queen E2, I hit both, right? Knight F4, I take the pawn. I guess you go Rook B8. Okay.
That's the issue.
Okay.
And Magnus plays the move Knight D3, but we'll see Knight to F4. I think that if this trade happens, better is a strong word, but I think that Black is doing well here. Let's see how Magnus handles the position. But this pawn on H4 is annoying. White can never really expand with G3, King G2. Not to mention, if we achieve B4 and take the pawn, then Black is most certainly better. But naturally, we are teetering very close to simple equality here. I think Black is slightly better, though.
Yeah, maybe more active. Hitting B5, of course, Rook B8 is a very easy move to play to defend. He might go for something more active, but I don't know what that actually even is. Yeah, Rook to B8 makes the most sense to defend the weak pawn that I am attacking. Queen B4, G6. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's hard to even, I see Rook A1, but I can't, I guess I could go, but that's almost an immediate draw offer, moving the rook. Exactly.
That's right.
Check, back.
Yep, it's hard to imagine a different result. Norderbeck has that draw in his pocket really at any moment. And, I would say there's an outside chance that Black can just kind of play G5 and G4. And obviously with this last move, a great one. I think we know what that means. A brilliancy awarded. Yeah, nice. A draw offer in kind.
Nice.
He's flexing, Rook A8 just take because he can.
Oh, take the youngest rook. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Hey, youngest rook. Yeah, he takes the rook to draw.
And he's going to take it with a draw. Agreed. And a smart move, Rook A8, just getting the result that we knew what was going to be. But you know what? He's on the lookout for us. He says, hey, no point in watching that longer than you need to. That's a draw, and let's make it a draw.
Right. Not do nothing crazy. Another draw. And into the last game. This is it. Well, obviously, there could be Armageddon. It is possible. But you still have another game. 1.5. Now, we need to see what happens with the black pieces. What will Norderbeck throw at him? Magnus pacing around, still around the board, not too far away.
That's right. 1.5 apiece. This is also the same result we had in the women's match. And then in the last game, it was decisive. Will we see something similar here? I think the momentum is just a little bit in favor of Norderbeck. That was a very good game with the black pieces. There was no danger to his position. He secured the draw confidently when he had it in front of him. And, that was Magnus with the white pieces. And the last time he'll have white pieces in this match, of course, other than the potential Armageddon. If it's a draw, we have Armageddon. But both Magnus and Norderbeck can become the World Blitz champion with a win.
I thought you meant shared. I was like, huh? Oh, is it again? But you finished the sentence there. You finished the sentence. It's like, oh, okay.
No, they cannot both become the champion at the same time.
Oh, okay.
Not this year.
Not this time. Magnus would have thought, play this, play that. Let's see.
They have Armageddon in place to ensure that we will not see any sharing, not this time around. But hey, remains to be seen, right? Don't count anything out in this competition, but that's the way it looks right now, as Armageddon, perhaps for the first time, and we haven't seen it. We've been talking about it the entire event. Isn't it remarkable, James, that we didn't see it to decide anything earlier in the event? We didn't see it as a method yet of deciding any of these head-to-head matches. We've been sitting here waiting patiently for Armageddon. Will we finally get it in this last game?
Sometimes you do see Magnus we've known him to be very good in all-time controls, but definitely with Armageddon, he's been doing, he's won a lot of Armageddons from what I remember. So it could be something that he's just like, hey, I'm comfortable with it. I'll outbid you or try to, and then and go into the Armageddon with that result being guaranteed by either black winning or drawing, which still we win for black. But also, again, that bid is going to be different. 4 minutes, 2 second increment. How low are you going to bid, if that even is Armageddon? But we'll cross that path or we'll cross that board when we get there. So let's see what happens.
Exactly right. The players both seated and ready to play. We'll probably see the game start any moment now. And the Chief Arbiter makes his way over. And there we go. Handshake, and we're off. Norderbeck with the white pieces, and E4, E5, the opening chosen for this game. Are we going to see risks taken, or perhaps is Norderbeck going to steer the game towards equal waters and maybe test his luck and his chance and his skill in Armageddon?
Let's see, Magnus choosing one of his favorite openings, actually. One of his best scoring, in fact, even used in the World Championship many times, many of his World Championships, is 1E5. And against the Roy here, playing many different things, but just going with the easy play. Bishop E7, Rook B8, very easy games here. We can outplay your opponent is what he's looking for.
All right, we see castling, all solid so far, very much in well-known territory for everyone. And it seems though Magnus is comfortable with this. He's played D6. There will be no bishop to G4, but often in these spots you see bishop E6. Magnus decides on H6 first. And if you play D4, you always have to be just mindful that the pawns can be exchanged and a quick C5, C4 is available. So sometimes you see a slower approach for white.
And of course, bishop E3, and was sometimes hinting at D4, open A file. 2, black can do a multitude of moves. Bishop E7, as you pointed out. Bishop E6. Bishop E7 actually hangs B5 at this point, so maybe he'll go. Oh, and we have a move, Rook E8, sometimes going and intending for bishop F8.
Yeah, the move D4, again, not always the move you want to go for. Common is knight D5, rook E1, but instead we see knight E2, a very familiar repositioning of the knight to G3 with C3 and potentially D4 after that. That all seems very likely now, and here's the exchange of bishops for Magnus as he plays bishop to E6 and recaptures with the rook.
Very equal. Very equal, nothing going on. It could be D4. I remember seeing something like that here before. Not even taking 2. Rook E1, Queen C2. A lot to think about. A lot of moves you could play here.
I like Queen C2, solid. Remember, if we get a position like this after it takes on E4, we're going to be looking at dark squared bishops with the pawns fixed in a way that I believe slightly benefits white, but we are deadlocked equal here. Magnus and Norderbeck both satisfied with their position and no excessive risks being taken.
Yeah, this being the last game, which is potential to be Armageddon, or anything can happen. We did see that game that Magnus won kind of on demand there. King and pawn in game, pawns on the same side, virtually lost the C2 pawn, was able to swindle that. So really anything is possible, even from the equal positions that we see here. As pieces come off the board, we're looking to see what we can do. He does have this B pawn. It could be a problem later if we trade. B3 would probably make it weak.
Yeah, the rook on E6 is quite useful here. It's guarding the E pawn, guarding the knight, and even watches the knight on F6 in some cases. Black can play a future G6 to really prevent something like knight F5 from happening. But the rook is very useful, meaning after queen A4, you can react however you like. You can play pawn takes C3, and we do see that on the board. And will we see the knight reposition potentially to the G6 square to free up the C pawn, and Magnus decides that he likes that maneuver.
97 over to G6, just like white has already done. Sometimes there's no reason to go this route, but obviously G5 and knight to G6. Then over to F4 was always attacking ideas, or moving knight G6, knight H7 too, trying to swing the rook over to G6 and use the diagonal that way. No light square bishop for black, so there's no sacrifices on H3. Very level. Armageddon could happen, but again, it could be a blunder by someone.
Yeah, blunder would be so costly. It would cost the entire championship right now. So you cannot afford that. This is looking like it's trending towards Armageddon. And that would be an epic way, not only to end the year, but to end the competition. But there's still a game in front of us. Time pressure has caused Norderbeck to blunder, has caused Magnus to blunder in the early first 2 games of this match. So we cannot count anything out.
Okay, and move was rook b1, trade him off. Very equal. Nordberg playing incredibly well. Take and take. I mean, symmetry. Armageddon him on.
Complete symmetry. Rook b8 is definitely an idea, but similarly, we could see something from Magnus like queen to a6, pure activation with the queen in that case. If queen takes c7, maybe rook to c6, getting rid of all those pawns. Matter of fact, yes, he starts with rook c6. That does make sense. If you go rook b8, you can move the queen to a6 after, and the trades should get us closer and closer to that Armageddon. And that is rook to b8. Yes, do not be fooled. No heart attacks, everyone.
Chat going crazy.
Be fooled by the DGT there.
Yeah, chat going crazy. What? Yeah, look at the chat. Look at it. What? Oh, question mark.
There is a camera live. Believe what you're looking at on the camera first.
Oh man, that's funny. Yeah, rook b8 definitely is the only move. Or if he was going to move the rook, it was definitely not going to b6.
Now, this knight on g6 is very important here. Magnus might need to play rook a6, and I point that move out as Magnus postures up here. If he doesn't play it, this position, I think Magnus is taking some risks here. Definitely taking risks. Knight f5, knight d7 pointed out as one of the few moves that he can play. Careful now. 40 seconds and taking down, James. This is not easy. Knight d7 is required, or white starts to really press.
Yeah, it sucks because, knight d7 only move? Really? I can't take nothing? He goes for it, though. Knock the piece over, put it up on the side.
Not again.
He did it on his time. He set it back up.
That's right. Queen c6. He found the correct continuation here. Very precise from Magnus. The queens obviously should not be exchanged. Notice that knight e7 is not available, and the queens exchange here. And this, I think, is what Magnus was looking for. Well defended, but it's still tense with the pin against the bishop on the king.
Definitely. It's hard to break it, too. Maybe I could get f6, king f7 in at some point. He's like, man, get these rooks off the board. I do have this passed c-pawn, though.
Knight f6, going for the e-pawn here. You do not want to take on c7 and potentially drop the pawn on e4. So I suspect knight d2 will be played by Noterbeck. And yes, we see that on the board.
Where'd he go? He moved the knight back. e7. Trades.
Time is low. Magnus looking for trades.
Take.
Pieces are liquidating. It is equal, but just so slightly better for white here.
And then that pawn on f5 is pretty gross, I would say, but hard to get to it. Oh, wait a second. Knight e7 incoming. Oh, there's knight g3. Okay.
Good point.
Hesitation.
That's exactly right.
There it is.
I think he needs to play rook to e6, but Magnus is actually the only one here who can now win. Rook e6 needs to be played, but it's not so easy. He's not going to do it. An extra pawn for Magnus Carlsen.
And we're going to play this one out into oblivion until they turn the lights off. We're going to be here all night playing this endgame out.
Magnus Carlsen is in a position that Magnus Carlsen can win from. Will he be able to do it?
It's very likely, especially given the time situation. Sometimes even the nerves. I just lost a pawn here. I could be losing it.
This is where all the action is. Magnus is the only one who can win. We know that for sure. It's definitely not a winning position, but the pressure of the position and the moment can get to you. The king is coming in. The pieces are trading perhaps in a favorable way. If the bishop takes, the pawn might recapture. He doesn't want to trade.
Bringing the king in is reminiscent of the king c2 game.
Exactly right. The king is going all the way up the board. He's offered a trade of rooks. Will Noterbeck trust that he can capture this, or rook a6 on the board? Let's see.
As long as he doesn't flag, he's in a good position.
And the clock is so low here for Norderbeck. The pawns are all getting on light squares. It's a very good position for Magnus. I suspect the king will want to reposition to potentially the f5 square. Oh my goodness, E3.
Oh my goodness, E3, what a move. That was
an amazing
nasty.
shot. Bishop G3 wins.
And Magnus takes the bishop, takes the pawn, walks the king over. He's the champ.
Unbelievable.
Wow. Let's go.
And
Magnus
a wry
with the pawn.
smile. Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen wins. And he is the 2025 World Blitz champion.
And rapid champion. My goodness, the man has done it again. Congratulations to 9-time Blitz World Champion, Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen. He's done it 9 times, boys and girls. 9 times. It's incredible. He's got the rapid, he's got the blitz, he's got it done. Smiles all around.
It was questionable whether he would make it in the top 4, and once he did, it seemed like it was never a question that he would make it all the way to the finals, where he gets it done against a fierce competitor in Norderbeck. The pawn E3 push to seal the deal. He's your rapid champion, and he's your blitz champion for 2025.
He's done it again, boys and girls. It's incredible to see, an incredible feat from Magnus Carlsen. Great job there. Man, that is amazing. I mean, he was at one point down to 23rd place. Didn't think he was going to make it to top 4. Made it to the top 4. Then won the entire playoff. And congratulations once again, right, Amon?
Unbelievable. Look at even the top of your screen there. You can see the adoring fans, all the kids looking to get their shot at your winner for this year, and the crowd gathering. We know that Bibisara won in the women's section, and Magnus Carlsen wins in the open section. What a thrilling final, as Magnus just refused to accept that was going to go to Armageddon. And Norderbeck, after starting off with a victory, unfortunately does not even make it to Armageddon against Magnus. And those equal positions that Magnus was able to win, those were the difference.
It is always the difference, especially at this level here, where everyone can find the tactics and do the easy in games here. It's the hard ones, the equal positions that he generally always will thrive in, and he always just loves to push, and he knows that. He did exactly that. So congratulations to Magnus Carlsen, and also the other world champion in the women's section, which is Grandmaster Bibisara Asabayeva, who is a 3-time champion now, and Magnus a 9-time champion. Amon, incredible feats from both.
It really is. The word incredible has to be attached. For Magnus, you are literally running out of fingers to count how many times he has won the World Blitz Championship. 9 times is nothing short of amazing. He's referred to as the GOAT for a reason, and not just the Blitz, James, but he just took all the crowns, right? The Rapid and the Blitz back to back. Just incredible.
Oh, absolutely incredible. Incredible. Great job. Congratulations again, 9-time champ. And then also 3-time champ, Bibisara Asabayeva. Also, congratulations to the other rapid champion, who is Goryishkina as well, who she was able to win. So it looks like we just got a note that says he's a 20-time overall world champion. How many what is he going for, man? Is it 100? You want 100? Like, when is he going to be satisfied? 500, maybe 5,000? Who knows?
I feel like 20 is a pretty good number. Anything over, even 1 would be satisfactory for some players, but 20, I mean, it's just getting ridiculous at this point. They must have the largest trophy case that anyone has, a true GOAT of the game, and what a performance by Magnus Carlsen there. But you have to, just take a moment and appreciate what Norderbeck did in this tournament. He seemed to elevate his level when it got to the head-to-head matchups. He took down Arjun in what could have been 3-0. 2.5-half, a gentleman's draw in that final game. But Arjun was really the leader after the Swiss portion of the World Blitz. Phenomenal for Norderbeck to then take him on in a head-to-head match and just dominate that, right? It was just flawless from him. Even starting the match against Magnus, he looked locked in. He wins that first game, unexpected. It seems Magnus was pushing, so it really just comes down to those small moments, those equal positions where Magnus is just a sliver ahead every single time against his competition. He always is able to extract a result better than what you might expect.
So it's very inspiring, guys. Just study more in games, right? Of course, just to give you some highlight there and make you feel good about yourself, right? With Magnus doing it 20 times here. Congratulations to him. Congratulations to Bibisara and also Grishkina as well as the Rapid Champion here. So, well, that's it from us, man. That is it. Happy New Year's. Also, chat, it is Amon's birthday today. So make sure you send him $500 for Clue's PayPal. Of course, it is his birthday. Let's get well wishes over to him. It's been great, Amon, and happy birthday to you.
Thank you, James. And of course, the number one place that I would choose to spend my birthday is right here with you, big fella, and waking up at 4 a.m. to bring the entire world the broadcast and the coverage of what is truly, and genuinely for me, the most exciting tournament of the year. Every single time, it did not disappoint this time. Happy New Year to everyone, and shout out to our production for keeping up with all the curveballs that the broadcast threw at us. And chat, thanks for sticking with us the entire time.
This is the 2025 World Rapid and Blitz. Happy New Year to you all. We'll see you on the next one.
At TotalEnergies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, TotalEnergies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. TotalEnergies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
protect, screaming we the best. I got though, give me respect, baby. What is next? Tell me what is next. I got EBS on my wrist, on my neck, baby. What is next? Rolling on me, feel it protect, screaming we the best. I got though, give me respect, baby. What is next? Tell me what is next. I got. I got